main one is pressure conversion cubes. The fuse modular frames are kind of the hard part of that whole project, and that is all done. Fun times. And now we just need a radio control unit. And the radio control unit means, a couple things. But good news, half of these things are done. We already have all of the deuterium, we have all of the oil and aluminum done. So really, it's a little bit of copper, a lot of quick wire, and all of those quartz products. So thank you, past Gibbs, for working on those, buddy. Now, if only you had actually looked at your notes and realized how much freaking copper we need for this project. Spoilers, it's a lot. So we'll work on that first before we get into the dissolved silica stuff. And fun fact, it turns out we need, 100 more refineries built in here. Yippee. Luckily, this is a very, very big building. So all of the excess space that we can find around here, you better believe that is going to be for our blueprints, which we will have to spam out the wazoo. Unfortunately, we can't really use power shards because I've used pretty much all of them in the world, and we have 21 left. So that's why we have to build so many of these machines. In fact, since this is such a big project, I think we're gonna make a new blueprint for this as well. One thing with this refinery setup is we have all of the items go through here, and then the water would just go through there. But I've been messing around with a lot of blueprints in this playthrough, and stacking the blueprints has proved to be very, very, very efficient, especially space-wise. So instead, we're gonna modify this to be a stacked blueprint, kind of like this one here. Will we stack 2 refineries on top of each other? Is that possible? I just kind of need to know for myself here. All of the floors in this building are the same height. They're about 8 tiles tall. And technically, it doesn't work. If we just had this like centered here, I know it's clipping into the ceiling, but is it clipping too much? This could get interesting, right? Let's see, how's the next floor looking? Okay, almost worked, but ooh, it ain't gonna work. Maybe in future builds we could do something like this. But for now, we'll get rid of this, we'll get rid of that, and hit up the blueprint maker. All right. So for these blueprints, typically, I like to have a nice little foundation right down the middle here. Then I'll build all of the machines on top of it. So start with that, grab our refineries, build them up here. This usually works out pretty well that way. And why I build this foundation underneath here is because when I get rid of it, there's plenty of room to do all the belt and pipe. Ooh, the pipe work. I didn't really think about the pipe work. That could be a problem. But first, the belt work is fine. Yeah, that's good. Pipe work though. Can we fit a water pipe down here? It will probably clip into the machine above. You know what? I think it would look cool. And I don't know about y'all, but I am a rule of cool Satisfactory player, okay? Now please just work. Everything is good today. It looks cool, it will work, perfect. So I just updated the design, added in a little bit more space, changed it to a red, like the rest of our base here, and this is it. All of the inputs are off to the right and to the left, and just because of how the spacing worked, it made sense just to have all of the splitters and mergers a little bit far out to deal with all of the items and stuff like that, because we had to use this tile anyway to get the conveyor lifts in. Because of that though, we have pretty much a whole free tile right down the center, so when we stack this blueprint 50, 100,000 times, we'll have plenty of room to deal with all the belt work and other shenanigans. Good, we have the blueprint. Now do we have the space? We had that one corner over by the trucks, but 100 refineries? It's a lot of machines, okay? It's a lot of machines. I'm not super confident we have this much space left, but we gats to try. All right, so let's just start over here. Can we fit 6 in a row here? How many items does each machine need as well? We'll leave half a tile here in case we need like a water pipe flowing through there. Let's give this a check. 15 copper ore plus 10 water for 37.5 copper ingots. This pure copper ingot recipe, man, it is so freaking good. But it's because it forces you to build so many machines. It's not a lot of items, man. Oh, so many refineries, so much power. And our power grid, Well, last time after we made those fused modular frames, we didn't need to look at that. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Let's just have fun and fill the rest of the space here with blueprints, shall we? Yeah, let's just distract ourselves. And the big goal is to build enough refineries to deal with a 600 belt of copper ore. So if each refinery needs 15 ore per minute, 600 divided by 15 is 40. We may have actually just built 40 here. 3, 6, 12, 18, 24. That's 30. That's not 40. That's not good. Where can we build the extra 10? Oh, no. Do we build them over here? Not enough space. Do we overclock a couple of them? It's cursed. Do we build them up higher? That doesn't work either. Could be a problem. And unfortunately, I've come to the realization that it simply is what it is. We don't have a lot of space left in our area here. So if I can fit refineries, we'll fit them. Unfortunately, it won't be a perfect 600 belt of copper ore that we can set into the system. We're just gonna have to set copper belts all over the place. And that's how it'll be. Good news though, all of these machines are all hooked up. The belt work had to get a little finicky, but that's character, right? Right? At the end of the day, we'll have our inputs and outputs all ready to go. And we're just gonna move on. We're gonna try and find little corners where we can fit more refineries. This space though, that's reserved. You'll see why later. Wait, that refinery space right there? Unironically, this is ooh, how it's gonna be. Excuse me, past kids, you gentlemen. Look at all this. Is this mine? I think so. Yeah, if we find space like this is refinery town now. We're cashing in the chips, as they say. And it's looking pretty good. What was that just now? 6, 12, 18, 24, 30? Yeah. Wow, so now we have 60 out of the 100 we need. Pretty cool. And look at how this is looking too. Pretty snazzy. Is this gonna be super easy? Barely an inconvenience? Wait, actually, maybe. We need how many more? 40 more. I'm thinking of even using some of our very limited power shards as well. Like, if it's gonna go this smoothly, why not? Oh, because we're gonna run out of materials. Come on, come on. There we go. Well, while I wait for more stuff then, let's review the plan. All this copper, what are we doing with it? We need it for wick wire, okay? And then, oh no, copper sheets. That uses more refineries. Uh-oh, just wait 1 second here, pal. How many refineries do we have to build for that? What's the ratio? Steamed copper sheets, 22.5 ingots, plus a little bit of sip, and you get 22.5 copper sheets out. So it's 1 ingot per 1 sheet. That is an amazing recipe. Like if you look in just a constructor at the normal recipe, you lose half of your copper. So we have to use refineries for this. There's no alternative. Now, let me check my notes here. How many refineries for copper sheets do we need? Well, we need 1,209 copper sheets. Divided by 22.5 per refinery. So we need another 54 refineries built. But you know what? I think I can make it work. But my goodness, just barely. 100 refineries takes up a lot of space. And at the end of the day, I did have to use some of our precious power shards, and now we only have 9 in the world. Those lizard doggos we trained earlier, they're gonna have to really carry us through here. But for now, we're good. We have all of the refineries built. Filled up this corner, all over this way, even more refineries. And then as for the belt work in the water, wasn't too bad. We have old Lake Sippy to thank for that. See, one of the reasons I chose this location for my main base is because behind it was this little pond here. And oh my goodness, have we abused this poor little pond. But it was worth it, because we had all the water we needed to bring back to base and fuel our production. And what's even better is past Gibbs also yoinked all the resources that are nearby. Didn't know exactly what I'd do with them, but I grabbed them anyway, because I thought may as well. And it turns out that was a pretty good idea, because all this stuff we need. We need Caterium, we need the quartz, we needed that copper, and that copper got sent directly to the refineries. So that is good to go. Power, we haven't connected it up yet because kind of brought it down to the wire there. Just doing a stress test with our fused modular frames here, and I just wanted to see how long the grid could actually last. Turns out, not very long. But now all the bins are filled, machines have stopped, and the grid will survive a little bit longer. Long enough for us to make all of our copper ingots. So water in place, ready to go, numbers worked out, and all in, 100 refineries makes 3,750 copper ingots per minute. Yeah, those radio control units we're after, a little crazy. That's okay. Once we have those control units, we can make our pressure conversion cubes. Once we have the pressure conversion cubes, we're unstoppable. Also, did I actually connect the water up over here? Oh, here we go. Nice and simple. Water pipe just go on through, and then I kind of haphazardly just added in junctions everywhere. And it should work just fine. I even added a little fluid buffer at the end here. At the end here, excuse me? Ring, ring, hello. At the end here, just to make sure that the fluids kind of bounce back and forth and there are no issues with throughput. I have enough of those already, thank you. Wait, what is this? Trucks? You okay there, friends? You have fuel. Are you just shy? A little bit of nervousness with the boss flying around here? What about a little toot? You good now? Yeah? How about you? Ready to perform? Just a little motivation? Yes? No? What? Okay. Just stopped for literally no reason at all. Classic truck conundrums. We'll leave them to it. Now that we have all of the aluminum ingots and our power situation is not catastrophic, let's work on the copper sheets. It's another 55 refineries, but we have a lot of space right here for them. And if I clear out all these belts so they're not inefficiently placed, that'll be fine. Probably, hopefully, maybe. Where are these belts even going? Why did I just build them in the middle of the floor? Why do I have all this coal here? Am I using this? What is happening? What is this? I don't remember half of the stuff I've done around here. Okay, it's been so long. The build is so large. It's like discovering this all with you guys. Where did the coal go? Somehow it's over here. Did I use that for aluminum? It's just simply gone. Okay, sure. I don't care. A mystery for future kibs to solve. For now, let's just grab the same blueprint we used over here and we'll rebuild it over this way for our copper sheets. It's all nice and convenient. It's all the same items pretty much. A solid and sip, get our sheets, and GG. Oh, but what's even better is, you know what? When I was looking around for that coal, turns out, yes, it's just going towards the aluminum stuff. But when I was investigating the aluminum stuff, look at what I found here. It's a pipe that goes to nowhere, and another pipe that goes to nowhere, and another pipe that goes to nowhere. That's 1,800 water per minute, just free to use for anything. And now we can reroute it for those copper sheets. Now because of that, everything works out fine. And the copper sheets are complete. And thank goodness as well, because Lake City here does not have much more sip to give. And I don't have much more sanity to spare either, because, oh, the pipe work, the belt work, it was a bit of a lot. There's a lot of it. This area, it's getting crazy, but it's looking so cool. Because with this project, I really filled in a lot of the dead space that was still around the area here. A few little spots that are reserved, but for the most part, I am very happy we built at such a scale, because we really needed it. You know what else we need? We need lots and lots of Caterium. And we brought a bunch of Caterium into the base here, right? And I know we're making a bunch of Caterium ingots for our factory of factories. That's just our area where we automate all the stuff for our dimensional depot. But how much exactly do we have here? Oh, fully overclocked day. Ooh, 30 per minute. Really? 3, 6, 9, 10. That's 600 Caterium ingots per minute, you're telling me? It's 300. Well, now that we have this done, I'm looking at this, right? Well, how much quick-wire do I want? Let's check some numbers. The goal of having the copper and the quick wire is so we can make AI limiters. I think we want these ones. The normal recipe? No, just checking my notes. We're actually gonna be using the plastic AI limiter recipe. 120 quick wire per 8. Yikes. But then how many AI limiters do we want? 55 according to my notes. So 55 divided by 8 is 7. Okay, 7 of these times 120. 840 quick wire. Okay. This makes 90 per minute. Hold up, these numbers are looking kind of good. Divided by 90, it's 9.3. 9.3 times 7.5. Nice. We only need 70 quick wire per minute for this whole project. And look, got 300 per minute just sitting right over here. You know, it's called being efficient. It's sitting right here. Why dabble in building even more refineries right now? We've already built 150 today. Look, I'm just convincing myself, okay? We're totally yoinking this. Where are we bringing it to? So if the goal is quick, oh, that space right there, bring it right to here. I don't even care. This is where we're making all of our quick wire. Yep, this is quick wire space now. One of the wonders of having such tall floors is I can subdivide them for smaller machines like the assemblers and things. So now look at all that. Wow, wow, wow. There's a clip with machines down here. Nope, plenty of room. Great. Well, then we can go to our blueprints. I have an assembler blueprint for quick wire. I've had this forever now. And we can just spam this up. Each of these assemblers makes 90 quick wire per minute. We just did the math on it, but I forgot already. How many of these do we need? Oh, we need 9.16 assemblers for this project. So in one click, it's practically done. We'll just have to overclock this a little bit. So now that's 9. And for the 1.6, we'll just fully overclock it all the way. So 225 plus 630 for the rest there is 855. So we're all good. All of those will be going into making AI limiters, which is more assemblers. And because of this great recipe here, we only need about 7 of these assemblers actually. So a lot of these we can just put to like 50% clock speed once we set the recipe anyway. And that is pretty much done. Cool. Now it's just time for more belt work. Woo! Where is the copper? Where is the caterium? The caterium goes up here. Is that caterium right there? Could we just do a little bit of, Oh, we can't do that? Oh, okay. Didn't want to do that anyway. I guess we can copy our designs over this way, where I'll just bring the belt of caterium to here. Then we'll encase a lift that goes up to the next floor, and that's done. Copper, I don't want to think about it. Can we just boop that, Kibitz? Yes, of course, Kibitz. No problem, buddy. Thank you. Gotta love to boop things. And actually, it's so much fun bringing all these belts all throughout here. It's so chaotic, and I love it. It was always part of the dream design of this area, and whew, is it coming together now. So all these machines are ready to go. Got the caterium, got the copper. Everything will go to the bin, and we'll let her rip. At least that's what I'd say if we had plastic. I don't have any plastic. In all my schemes and all of my plans, I used all of the oil in our area to turn it all into rhubarb. So we have thousands and thousands and thousands of rhubarb per minute, but zero plastic at all. So what do we do? Wait a second, what is this? My notes imply that there might be some plastic left around here. You guys see any plastic belts? Well, if anywhere, it's gonna be over this way. So we're doing this giant like rhubarb setup over on all these floors with all these pipes this way. And we're making a bunch of plastic here to be recycled into the rhubarb, but aha! We have some excess polymer resin that's going this way and doing what? Just nothing? Being synced? That's... how much rubber do we need? We only need 7 of these assemblers here. Each of them needs 28 plastic per minute. So we really only need 200 plastic per minute. And this is not looking like 200 per minute at all. And I'm using it for my dimensional depot. Okay, you know, let's not use that. Wait! Everything's gonna be great. I have reserved the space for the plastic eons ago. As in from, like, last video. Last time, we set up this diluted fuel system. This is for the fused modular frames. However, we had a little bit too much fuel being produced here. And where did it go? right over here to ye ol' pipeline, where we have 300 fuel per minute. Right next to the fuel, we happen to have 300 polymer resin per minute. If the system was working, okay? But yeah, we should have 300 there, 300 fuel. So we could do a whole recycled plastic plant right here. This can be fun. So the plan would be to use the polymer resin with some water to make some rubar. With the rubar, we would take that and make recycled plastic out of it with some fuel. Then we get a ton of plastic. And running through the numbers in Satisfactory Modeler, it will work perfectly. The 300 polymer resin combined with some water makes a rubar. Little bit of fuel makes 300 plastic per minute. Plus, we'll have extra fuel, so I guess we'll burn it? I don't know. Main thing is it's fine. Swatch, you're back in black. Machines, come over this way. And now it's just gonna be a matter of space at this point. So 300 divided by 40, 7.5, not good. Let's see if we can build 4. We can build 4, no problem. And at this point, I think we're gonna have to use power shards. The Lizard Doggos gave us a couple more, so we're on the edge still. So long as we have the few we need for this one last project.
Hello, today I'll be showing you how to tame a lizard doggo. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to find one of these wild creatures in the wild. You're going to want to have some berries in your hand. It's going to be a little tricky, but you're going to go up to him. You're going to want to drop him on the ground. He's going to get close enough, and once he eats it, you're going to I did not do it correctly. I messed it up. You're gonna drop. He's gonna run away. You're gonna have to chase him. Drop him on the ground. You're gonna go up to him. He's gonna eat him. You're gonna pick him up after he's done eating him, and then there you go. Now he's fully yours, and then you can name it to whatever you want him to be. In this case, I'm gonna name him Bob. And now he'll run off and find things for you, like random materials, and that's how you tame a lizard doggo. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
Hello everyone, I'm Kibitz, and welcome back to Hello everyone, I'm Kibitz, and welcome back to Satisfactory, where we have this wonderful little turboplex here that makes turbo fuel power. However, I want that turbo fuel back, and I want to use it to make turbo diamonds, which we'll need for the final space elevator parts. And instead of doing something reasonable like reorienting the plant and switching things up here, I just completely destroyed it. Except this time with better tools and technologies, it'll be so much more efficient, it's gonna be crazy. And not only will we be able to make all the turbo fuel again, but we'll be able to make more ionized fuel as well. And as you noticed, we didn't delete everything last time. We kept what I've dubbed the fish tank, and I stuffed it full of refineries and other machines. A lot of other machines. Because we had to get rid of power shards, right? Look, it's a bit of a long story there. And on top of making ionized fuel, the other thing we're doing with the power shards is we're making alien power matrices. And these boost the power of alien power augmenters. So by the end of today, when we are done with this new power plant and we have rocket fuel power out the wazoo and all of our turbo fuel, we can reactivate our nuclear power plant and really push our power production to the max. But good news here is we have practically the whole project done. All we have to do is set up the 32 turbo fuel refineries and the 144 rocket fuel generators. And what's really gonna take all of the time is all of the pipe work. Oh my gosh, so many hours of pipe work. And let me tell you, y'all aren't ready for this. And to be blunt, neither am I. Well, past Kibbs was a little prepared though, because I already have blueprints to make a lot of the items we need for this project, including refineries for turbo fuel. The only thing is I have to redo a lot of the blueprints because I have all of the power poles still. But nowadays, we can daisy chain. But we can redo a lot of that a little bit later. Step one is getting the machines in place. I think we should have, ooh, the perfect amount of room for refineries here in between belts and whatnots. Very good. Well, we actually need 32 refineries, but it looks like we're gonna have room for a lot more. Just find out really quick. That's a row of 12. That would be a rows of 24. Okay, 36. And then 48. We can get 48 refineries in here. Holy smokes. Okay. And I mean, if we can fit 48 here, and it looks cool, why not build the 48 here, right? And also, the numbers actually work out pretty well. We just underclock them, and everything is fine. We need 720 fuel per minute for this system to run. So 720 divided by 15, 48. So each of these refineries should run at 100% once the whole party is started. So the fuel, we just made that in the blenders up this way, put it into these buffers up way high here, so we don't need to worry about pressurization and stuff. And we took a full 600 pipe and slammed it over that way. And then we took 120 from this pipe using a valve and brought it over this way as well. So the 120 goes into 4 refineries here, 4 refineries there, and then the 600 is divided between the rest of the 40 refineries. And with each one making 12.5 turbo fuel per minute, 48 times 12.5 is 1 full pipe of turbo fuel ready to go. Where does it go? It goes to the source of the compacted coal. This is made in a factory on the other side of the fuel tank here. Yeah, last time we got most of the production buildings done and fit into this one like warehouse factory here. So we have the blenders all over here. These are going to be making the rocket fuel in a moment. They just need the fuel pipes, which we now have ready. We have the packagers for taking the turbo fuel and empty canisters to making the packaged turbo fuel, which we will send back to our main base out that way. Then we have the compacted coal that's being made just downstairs here in the assemblers. That goes out this way, and the main belt goes through here, through the big tank, and out to the turbo fuel production line. Oh, and wait, quick note. We are calling this building from henceforth the fuel tank, not the fish tank. It is literally going to be a storage place for ionized fuel. Like, it just makes sense. And thank you for those who left comments about that in the last video. So the next step in production then is just gathering up the rest of the fuel, organizing the turbo fuel, and piping it and belting it all the way over to here. What we do need to belt is power shards though, because yeah, they're a legitimate problem. You can't delete power shards, and I kinda left a power shard manufacturing setup running for a little too long, and we have like 200,000 of them sitting around, most of which are in that one little box. So we'll move a lot of the power shards over to the main storage over there, and then start dealing with the pipework stuff. Wait, I forgot about something really important before the pipework stuff. The other thing we're doing with those power shards, besides turning them into the alien power matrix these things, is we're making ionized fuel. It's gonna take some of our rocket fuel and burn our power shards to make the ionized fuel. Now we're going to be using ionized fuel as kind of like an emergency battery. So we're just gonna pipe it into the fuel tank there. And in case the power grid explodes, well, we'll have something to burn in case of emergency. But we still do have to build a few extra refineries here. So the burn rate is rocket fuel to ionized fuel 1-to-1, no problem. Our rocket fuel will end up going through the blenders, and in these pipes, we'll have 1,500 per minute. In the perfect world, we could burn 600 rocket fuel per minute, meaning we'll need about 15 refineries. No biggie. Or you know, technically speaking, we could only just build 1 refinery. We're not going to be consistently burning the ionized fuel. We're just going to make a huge storage of it. So I don't know, how many is this? 6? That's not too bad. The big thing in the back of my mind is we have to build those 144 fuel generators, and they're huge, right? So can we fit a couple in here? Oh yeah. Like if we could fit like 6 or 8 here, that would be good. I'll work on that in a little bit. First, I gotta move those power shards. Oh my gosh though. Okay, we got a bit of a huge problem here. Huge problem. You see all these power shards still in this little player crate here? Yeah, there's still, I don't know, a couple 100,000 in there, right? Well, it turns out the space I made available for power shards storage is not enough. We have bins upon bins upon bins upon bins upon bins here, right? And yeah, I thought this would be enough for all of the power shards. I was so very wrong, though. Very wrong. Each storage container can hold about 4,800 items, okay? So we have 14 storage containers. 14 times 4,800 is not 200,000. This isn't even half the amount of storage we need for all of the power shards. Oh man, what a little mess I've made. Talk about good problems though, right? So we're gonna have to figure out something else. Good news is though, I've been moving things back and forth for a little bit here, and I found a place for a portal. So we're gonna have a portal here for when this place is all done. And also the ionized fuel refineries are set up over this way. I decided this looked more aesthetically pleasing just to have the 12 here. So that's what we're gonna go with. But this also means we have a little bit of free space over here for more bins. Oh my gosh, please. Please, more bins. 1,000 more bins. Yeah, we're gonna have power shard storage out the wazoo this way. That way they'll be close by to this and it'll be chillin'. Beyond the power shard issues though, pipe work looking pretty snazzy. Big fan of it. We have the unpainted pipes for rocket fuel, and then they transition to the carbon pipes for when it's ionized. And also, the pipe work is generally speaking done, where all of the turbo fuel kind of scoots over from over there, along with the fuel. And the turbo fuel, at least, goes up through the center of the fuel tank here to a monitoring station. Then from the monitoring station, scoots back down this way over to the packagers. The fuel though, who cares about the fuel? The fuel, it just scoots directly from A over there to B over here to be turned into rocket fuel in these couple blenders back this way. And rocket fuel goes through the monitoring station in the control room there. And once we can see its throughput, we bring it back out again, or at least one of the pipes. And that one pipe that we monitor goes into the ionized fuel production. And like before, the ionized fuel will go through the control center into the storage tanks, and then we'll probably have an output somewhere into like an emergency fuel generator plant. I don't know how things are gonna work that way. Most important thing here is to shout out past Kibitz. Oh my gosh, what a freaking lad. I have all these oil and water pipes elevated, so I could just bring the other pipes underneath and everything looks so organized and clean and colorful, and oh, just so happy with it. Can you imagine what this is all gonna look like in like 20 hours once I'm done with all the fuel generators and pipes? Gonna look magnificent, magnificent! But for the next 10 hours, I can tell you this, it's gonna be bringing the power shards back and forth from the box, and then over to ionized fuel and over there, and just all over the place. There's so many power shards. There's so many. It never ends. It never, ever ends. And no, I can't just delete them. They're undeletable. Ugh. Real talk though, that was like 40 minutes of moving things back and forth, but it does actually end. I'm free, and we can move on to finishing up the Rocketplex. And yeah, the power shard storage, pretty unhinged. All of these are filled, FYI, all of them, along with all of the bins that are inside the building over there. Plus, we've already been burning a bunch of power shards, making the matrices. It's nuts. And I've already started the ionized fuel production. I just need to make space in the bins. That's really it. I have to get rid of these, man. I have to get rid of these. Oh, so they're belted in. Ionized fuel is being produced. Thank goodness. And eventually this will stop, but not for a long time. Those towers up there, those each have 3 industrial fluid buffers. So that's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. And then there's even more, 18 buffers. That's so much gas, 18 times 2,400, that's a lot of gas. Or is it plasma? What do you call ionized fuel? Superstate? Something? Don't care, it's done. In fact, everything is done. The pipe work, the belt work, the shenanigans, the monitoring station. Actually, I don't think I showed you guys the monitoring station. But inside here, We have all of the major gas pipes kind of flowing through bouvards, so I can just check on the flow rate. So turbo fuel, it's all done. It's filled up. Rocket fuel, it's moving and grooving perfectly, of course. And then the ionized fuel is kind of just doing its thing, filling up bouvards and stuff like that. But anyway, that is what's going on in the fuel tank. And with all of the production of everything done and all of the organization complete as well, the final stage is the 144 fuel generators. Oh man, I hope we have enough space for this. I do not want to have to increase the size of this platform, ideally, but we will see. It must be done, maybe. Good news at least is that we're messing with gases. One of the best things about rocket fuel is not only is it like such a jump in efficiency, going from like a burn rate of 7.5 to 4.1, but it's a gas. It's a gas. You don't have to worry about your pipes and head lifts nonsense. You just pipe it together and you're chilling. Same thing with ionized fuel. Yeah, it's just all the space and time and work. Thank goodness we have the Blueprint Designer Mark III, or else this would have taken forever. And nope, we are chilling though. Made a new blueprint, as simple as can be, 4 fuel generators put together. That's it. This is the masterpiece. Now we just have to go around all the platforms, spamming out of control. And probably moving some like belts. Like if there's just one random belt in the way, yeah, no, I don't think do it, bud. You are going somewhere else. We need all of these in place. And it looks like we might have to extend the platform a little bit to the right here. Yeah, we gotta do that. I also want space for walking as well, because later on, right, we're gonna have to decorate this whole area. Ah, man. Yeah, we have to extend this platform. One thing I've been trying to work around is these coral bits here. I don't think they're destructible. And I didn't want to have too much clipping, but wait, what? Since when could you destroy these? Okay, that's fantastic. Okay, we extend the platform out the wazoo. Easy. Wait a second though. Are you serious? I'm so sorry. When did they do this? I designed the entire platform around here because I thought the coral was indestructible. Wait a second. This? Oh, what? I made this such like a wonky design because I thought we couldn't use this space. Like right behind this wall is a whole extra area. We could have had more bouvards. We could have done so much more. Oh. Well, you learn something new every day. And now we're at the final stage of the whole project, so too late to make adjustments now. Nope, it's just fuel generator spam. I think the only way to really go about this is just, I think I'm gonna spam in as many blueprints as I can, step 1. After step 1 here, we'll fill in the gaps just by building individual fuel generators. And then the final stage, we'll just be counting off sections to make sure that each rocket fuel pipe can go into the right amount of fuel generators. And what is actually the math on that? Wait, that actually might be a little difficult. 4.167 per minute, but then these fuel generators are fully overclocked. So does that change the burn rate at all? Maybe. Look, when this used to be the turboplex and we're burning turbo fuel for power, I made mistakes. This plant, it will be perfect. It will be beautiful. And there will be no problems. Not one, not ever. You better believe I'm doing the math on this. Plug that in. There's our rocket fuel, fully overclocked. I don't have power shards, that's so funny. Fully overclocked, that's that. Connect this to anywhere. 10.42, okay. That's the fully overclocked amount. So if we have a pipe of 600 rocket fuel divided by 10.42, we need to make sets of 58 fuel generators per pipe. My gosh, that's gonna be so much power. Okay, but we know what we're doing now. So I think it's time for a boop. And there we have it. Fuel generators are in place. Now, of course, they're not actually set up yet. We have to divert the power lines and we have to make sure the pipes are all set up properly. But hey, we have all the space. The big thing is I was able to make sets all over the place and keep track of how many of these we're building. And we're able to fit the full 144 here. And real talk, I did not have a backup plan in case we couldn't fit them. We were screwed. So we got really, really lucky on this one. And now comes the fun part. You see all the empty space literally anywhere? Guess what? Those are gonna be pipes now. Oh, the pipe work is going to be absolutely unhinged. It's gonna be the craziest part of the entire world by far. Because now we have to bring like each of the pipes into the sets of 57, right? Well, there's like 40 over there, there's like 18 here, 14 there. So these pipes are just gonna split up and go everywhere. It's gonna look so wild. I'm actually very excited. Ooh, I'm also going to organize the power. Up in the fuel tank control building, we do have these power switches, and I do want them to work. Why would I ever want to deactivate the rocket power? I don't know. Do I still want to have the cool switch? You better believe it. So each of these will be connected to their respective generators. The Rocketplex switch itself, this is just for the entire plant. This one, of course, for the rocket fuel power plants. And then the ionized power plants, I still am not 100% sure what to do with this. My thinking is we hook up all of the rocket fuel to all of these fuel generators, right? And then if we want to switch them out to ionized fuel, we could just look at a pipe and do a big full flush, and then the ionized fuel could rush in. Like some kind of system like that. At least, I don't know. That's my first thought. You know, I'll have plenty of time to think on it more though, as I go through all of these plants and hook them all together. Oh boy. At least I can look forward to how cool it's all gonna look as well, eh? And you know what? It's really just at this point now that I just have absolutely zero regrets redoing this entire plant. It's gorgeous. The electronics are done, all of the pipes are hooked up, and it's just so cool, man. There's so many crazy little spots where it's just like, what? Like, what's going on? There's so many colors. We got to use all the different pipe finishes. Functionally, it's just a lot better. We get plastic and turbo fuel and rocket fuel out the wazoo. And before, this plant only made like 50,000 megawatts. Now it's gonna be like 90,000 megawatts. And beyond all that, I haven't even done the decorative pass yet. But that'll be the next step as we activate the entire plant and do our first big test. Our power is around 620-ish. Then as we get all these pipes connected and the fuel generators activate, we can see where the power ends up. Wait, no, it's probably gonna take quite a while. We still don't have all of the ionized fuel stored yet, so a lot of our rocket fuel is being used in that production line. But soon, things will be fully operational and woohoo! At least it's getting started, bud, and we can see everything come to life. Look at all the movement, the groovement, the burn rate. Ah, so cool, so cool. However, while I was building and like connecting up all the pipes and stuff, there is a pretty major problem. Where before, I was considering just to use like the existing generators for the ionized power plant, right? Where I was just gonna like do the full flush of the network and call it a day. However, if you do flush a pipe network, it flushes just the pipes. It does not flush the fuel generators. So say there's an emergency and I wanted to switch over to ionized power, yeah, I would flush the pipe and that'd clear the pipes, but then it wouldn't clear out the fuel generators. But Kibitz, the fuel generators will just burn the fuel. Not exactly. Because what will end up happening with a lot of generators is we'll have like 0.3 fuel that's like partially burned in a generator, and it will technically clog the machine. And there's no way I'm gonna go from generator to generator in an emergency and like drag and delete all of the material. That's not gonna happen. So we need an extra setup of extra fuel generators. And you know, earlier I didn't have a plan with what to do with the extra fuel generators. But we've learned something today. The coral here is destructible. So we can really just make all the space we need. So GG easy, extra platform of generators, no problem, bud. But Kibitz, couldn't you have just built above the coral the whole time? No, I want everything to be lower than the fuel tank here. It's all about my aesthetics. My aesthetics. And then inside, there's still some more control stuff going on. So all the power is hooked up properly to the rocket fuel power plants. We can turn these off and on, no problem. Power production is looking great. Just a little lower than it should be because ionized fuel is still moving and grooving into storage containers. However, if we want to switch on and off the ionized power use, we can use that lever. That's connected directly to those generators. And we can send the ionized fuel through this emergency pipe. So if we just open it up, all the ionized fuel rocks and rolls. But for the most part, we are going to keep this thing closed. Because again, ionized fuel is mostly going to be a battery. Anyway, though, that pipe, this goes out through the side of the building, out that way through the knot and the mess, and all the way over to there. And now we are so close to being done. All the fuel generators, rocking and rolling. I produced, gosh, hundreds of these matrices. And now soon, once the ionized fuel is all stored up and all of the power plants are running at 100%, we can see our world at full power. I suppose first step, though, is I need to reactivate the nuclear power plant. Yeah, this is our real main power plant. The 90,000 megawatt rocket fuel plant, that's kind of just like an emergency backup thing. But while we're working on the rocket fuel plant, we interrupted some aluminum processing, which could have caused problems over at our nuclear power plant. So I set it to like 50% speed by sinking half of the uranium fuel rods. So all we gotta do, stop sinking the fuel rods, things will back up, and power will go back to normal, eventually. And then back at our power plant, I'll just do the final preparations, like adding in the rest of the foundations here, adding batteries literally anywhere and everywhere they can fit, and adding in all of the walkways for our peasant troughing, since we now know where all the machines and pipes are. And now I can confidently say the Rocketplex is complete. It's gorgeous. It is night and day compared to the Turboplex. Just goes to show what an extra 1,000 hours of experience can do for you. Like from going from the old plant to this, it is actually insane. And you know, also this works unlike the Turboplex, which is it's a nice bonus. But yeah, I spent hours adding in all of the walkways and stuff. So like technically speaking, if I didn't have a jetpack or a hoverpack, you could walk anywhere in the factory. It really just adds in like a nice detail. And the only last little thing we gotta do is rename it. Turboplex is no more. This is now the Rocketplex. And before we wrap things up today, the nuclear power plant is back to full power, and we have these alien power matrices all over the place. So if our normal power grid is looking like this, 1,080,000 megawatts, that's an extra 30% boost on top of it, eh? Let's just go down to the storage here and grab one of our matrices and add it into our main alien power augmenter, of which we only have one main one in the world. This one in the center of our main base. And this room is pretty plain, right? It's like past Kips had a plan with it all along. Over in our main base's power room, downstairs. Oh, what are this? A little feeding belt to that augmenter? Now we just put one matrix in there, and we're not gonna be running with the matrices 24/7 because we don't have unlimited power shards. Now, we can at least see the beauty of the full power alien augmenter. And also, thank God it fits. I never tested this. Oh my God, that is so amazing. And what those alien augmenters do is they increase the circuit boost of this from 10% to 30%. You see on the power graph that big bump there? Yeah, that took our power from the 1,080,000 to 1,280,000 megawatts. So you know, a couple matrices for like 200,000 megawatts. It's a pretty good deal. Pretty good deal. However, we're only going to be using those in case of emergency. For the most part, this thing's still going to be chilling just as is. As will the Rocketplex now. Its portal is just over here, and everything in here is just gonna sit pretty for the rest of time. Really, the only thing we wanted was this packaged turbo fuel, which I've brought back to base, along with kind of like the extra items we weren't using anymore. And we can leave this place behind as it is completely done, fully decorated, absolutely stunning, and 1,000 times more efficient than it ever was. However, though, that is going to be all for now. So if you enjoyed, remember to leave a like and subscribe for more. And until then, have a fantastic rest of your day, and bye-bye. Hello everyone, I'm Kibitz, and welcome back to Satisfactory, where we are working on our final factory to finish up the space elevator, which means we need to automate sculptors, servers, and ballistic warp drives. And last time, along with checking out some new stuff in Satisfactory 1.2, we we did a little accounting of our world to make sure we had enough resources to actually complete my plans. And good news, we're good. Bad news, we need to get most of these resources. And quite frankly, that kind of scares me. But it's okay if we just tackle things bit by bit. Or we just ignore them for now and save them for future kids, yippee! No, instead of resource collection right off the bat, I want to build infrastructure around the desert. I'm talking like hypertube cannons, walkways, power infrastructure, in the works. Because everything's kind of a bit of a mess right now. And also, after completing our last project, the last thing I did was add in like personal hypertubes and stuff. And you know what? Kinda could have used those at the very beginning. And we're not gonna make that mistake here. So it's gonna be a pretty simple blueprint where we're just going to have a little bit of the foundation here. We're gonna make sure that this path thing we're making is the same size as a 4-meter foundation, just in case we want to attach this to a building or something like that. And then I want one side that will be for hypertubes moving and grooving. And then another side that'll just be like a personal walkway. So this will be for the hypertubes. Then we'll just have the normal walkways on the other end for me. And maybe you, if you want to download my world from Patreon. But okay, there are the basics. Kinda looking boring, not gonna lie. Let's add in a little pizzazz, just a little bit of pizzazz, right? This is gonna be a lot going on in this project, so we don't have to do anything too crazy. But you know, a little extra concrete beam could be kinda neat. Right there. Why? No good reason. This looks cool. And then later on, we'll add in the hypertube stuff once this is all said and done. I don't want to add this into the blueprint just because I don't know exactly where the hypertube's gonna go. It could go up, it could go down, it could be moving all around. So for now, we'll leave it kind of blank. Last thing is just a bit of support with the ye old frame Wallarunski. And snug you in right there. And just so this is centered, that's all gone. Pretty much it. Very simple, very straightforward. Got a walking path for us. We'll have the hypertubes there. And then underneath, there's some room for belt work. Because yeah, I learned a lot from the last project, and leaving plenty of extra room for logistics is always a good idea. And okay, I think we're just gonna build our main like little walkway area next to our train track. At least in the beginning here, because we can actually fly next to it, which is very nice. We'll raise up the path a little bit as well to add some height variation, and we'll leave a block in between in case we have to have some belt work going up or down or moving all around. Again, trying to leave future kids some options here. And if all things work out great, we're gonna bring this path forward, and it's not gonna hit that ramp that's directly in front of us. It can't happen. Practically impossible, right? Ooh, it's looking pretty close. No clipping, please? Oh my gosh. Oh, whoa, no, we are super good. That is a lot of space. All right, thank goodness. Good omen for today. However, we'll probably want this path going in that direction and other directions. So, yeah, just to leave the whole thing and build it a little bit higher. I think it was worth it. A little bit more room, and then when we're on the path up here, we can look down and see the trains going choo, and isn't that fun, right? For sure. Hypertube's in as well. Now we gotta figure out how to use this thing. Now, ideally, we're gonna take this blueprint, we're gonna go in a bunch of different directions, right? And when we're in this hypertube here, we wanna go in the different directions as well. So this is why I didn't include this in the blueprint, because at any random point, I'm just gonna be like, junction time. Chuck one of these in, build a path, going out this way, and we'll see where the journey takes us. Another convenient thing here as well with this design is we can get rid of this, that, and the other things, and we can go over those hypertubes whenever we want, so we can go in the alternate directions as well. Easy peasy. But yeah, no, big problem is getting in and out of the hypertubes. We need an entry and exit system. And an easy solution is we could just have something like this. We can use that to get in and out. But can you put a hypertube entrance on these things? Oh, you can! Ooh! Okay, simple solution right there. We want to go this way. Off we go. Want to get out? Loop onto the platform. No biggie. Or we can radically overcomplicate things But trust me, if this works out, it's gonna look so cool. Because the idea here is I want to make something like a bus stop or something, where we walk up and there are entrances and exits for the hypertube. Or if we're in the hypertube, we can press E to like leave the hypertube, or we can just hold forward and keep on going to like a different destination. But the big thing is I want to fit all on one tile here, is where things are gonna get a little weird. And I am certain, no matter what, we're gonna need to go uppies, for sure. Then we'll have the hypertube here, hypertube there, and now what? Now what? Well, what I'm thinking is we'll have these kinds of junctions that will kind of go up and plop us down onto the path over here. And then maybe we could have a little junction on the path that goes to a pickup point. The one tube will plop us here, the other tube will suck us up, and we can choose the direction in the hypertube, which makes everything even more complicated. Would this ever work? Don't think so. At least we'd have to move these back quite a bit. And maybe we can use this hypertube branch to dodge this intersection. So if we press like E, we'd switch out to this, scoot on around, and continue forward. But in the middle here, that's where we can actually leave the hypertube or enter the hypertube. And for that, we'll probably need a vertical junction. Probably like here, might even need two. Again, we want to keep this into one tile. That would be so convenient, but also so difficult. Plus we have to have this on the other end. Both of these noodle on into the junction here. And you probably can scoot over there. Okay, looking good. How do we get back in though? Like, say this is the entrance. We have a hypertube that goes up and faces down. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, what is happening? That's demonic. Okay, weird. Let's say we had a hypertube that actually connects from here and points down here. Well, yippee, we're on the path. But then how do we get back in? Or could we use the entrance and exit as the same thing? I don't think so. Also, this entrance or whatever we built here does not want to behave at all. Like what? Why? Why are you there? Funky. Okay, more complicated it is then. Another junction. Scooting on up. Oh, that actually fits in pretty well too. Doesn't clip too much. Okay, hold up. And then you, I guess, can do this. Do a little bit of that. We can organize this a little bit better later on. Now things are gonna get a little weird. Have these there, just to scoot on through. And one side can be the entrance, one side the exit. And because our little tricks with the supports aren't working, we will improvise with the floor holes. You go to here, you go to there. This connects up, no problem at all. Totally. And you know what? Conceptually, this works. There's our entrance, there's our exit, chillin'. It kind of looks like a palm tree. Not exactly the bus stop aesthetic that I had in mind. But the idea is all there. Just had to go ahead and dress it up a little bit more. So, same thing we just built. Just use some straight pipes a little bit better. Actually connected some things together, so there's a boost here. So we enter through here, go through this, then we're boosted again, go into the main track, and then I wrapped it all up in this little bus stop thing. We have a large billboard up here, some beams, and I like it. Looks like a proper like train / bus stop. We have the belt work underneath, the path will work out great. It'll just be a little finicky trying to like choose our direction, because we're gonna be boosted really quick through here, and then we have to quickly press E to choose which way we actually want to go. But that's a skill issue. We're gonna be working in this desert for a long time, so I'll get used to it, or I'll change it. I don't know. All I know is I nailed the name. We are calling this the Hypoos. Get it? Hypoos, because the hypertubes, and it's a who's like our project who's. Oh yes, big fan. And since I kept it all to one tile, we can install them wherever the heck we want. Like right here at this junction. So Hypoos sits pretty, connected up to our infrastructure that I'm putting together here. We'll skip the junction for now. Then we'll have to manually build some of this stuff out, which is okay. And power-wise, I used the beams to connect up all the power all over the place. Except now, we just need a connection. And also, I am so sick of like flying back and forth here. 1 second. Give me my extra singularity cells. We're setting up a temporary portal. Waste resources, maybe, but it saves me time, and time is the most valuable resource of all, right? Wrong! Everyone knows it's YouTube likes and subscriptions. Remember to leave a like. No, okay, so we're gonna just have temporary portals while we're setting up the hypertube stuff. Good news is though, got the power all hooked up, so now we can give this a bit of a test run here, and we'll see how she goes. All right, let's try and go this way. That was very, very simple. Let's head on back. See the little blinky thing there? I think that means we skip this junction. Yeah, all right. Then the other way. You want to press E now, and that should take us to the exit. So we get bloop, right onto the path. Cool. Now we want to take this and go that direction. Go in, spam E. And there we go. Not too bad. And because I snuck in that extra hypertube entrance, we got a little bit of speed there, but that is weird, to say the least. I wonder what's happened there. Oh, you know what? Wait, I can't even delete this? What? It's a ghost. How? Oh, now I can. What the heck? Okay. Weird things in old Satisfactory, the video game here. Very weird things. Lots of stuff happening, including this giant belt highway. I was like, hey, we're building this all out. I want more power around here. So I was just like, we're building in a belt highway. This is actually an old blueprint that I've had for a long time here. It's already available on like Patreon and the Discord. The highway support thing that we used in the Rocky Desert. Very, very convenient, especially with auto-connecting belts. So just set this up pretty quick. And while I was setting up the hypoos and all this stuff, I also was using the zip line to go back and forth a little bit. Realized that was too slow. Then I had a genius idea of adding in a Mark 6 belt into our walkway. So if we want a peasant trot, we can. We want a really moving groove? Oh, we can. Kind of clipped together, but it works. Kinda makes the hypertube system a little redundant, yes, but also hypoos. Like, come on, it looks cool, right? I think so. So, I'm happy with it. And infrastructure-wise, we are pretty good. This is very, very easily expandable, and so I think we're gonna let it rock and roll. We'll send a path over this way, probably another path over that way, and just like that, we are able to get wherever we want in the whole biome, lickety-split, no problems at all, which will save me lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of time. Next up, though, is the last major piece of infrastructure. So I've picked out the center place, you could say, for our projects here. And now we are going to build a road network around the entire biome. Satisfactory 1.2 has added in some cool new road stuffs, so I would be remiss if we didn't have some trucks going beep throughout the biome here. And so, I've quickly whipped together some road blueprints. A very basic straight road here. We just have a little support underneath, some details on the sides, and kept it pretty straightforward and simple so that whenever we need to add in a turn point, it's not a whole complicated thing. And same deal with like T-junctions and the inevitable ramp or two. This biome, a little crazy. Probably gonna have to go up, down, move all around. And the nice thing about the ramps here is I've added in these beam connectors. We don't have angled walls or barriers. So instead, we'll just have some beams. So with that at the bottom, we could just grab like a shelf beam or something, bring that on down diagonally, and then we already have the snapping points, so it won't take us all too long. Maybe a minute or two. And overhead support, because most likely we are going to have to bring belts and machines or whatnot over top of the road. So I was like, we'll just make this a little add-on right here, so we can quickly do so whenever we have to. Maybe we can throw some signs onto it as well. Who knows? Many, many, many options. It's also one of the reasons why I kept the designs very simple. Just so if we need to augment things, you don't have to dodge a bunch of signs or maneuver around details. It's very simple just to add in things here and there and call it our day. And also, we need things to be simple because we gotta figure out the truck pathing. All of it has changed with Satisfactory 1.2. The old world is gone. No more recording your own paths. No more jumps. No more vehicles crashing together. Pretty much, the truck pathing works just like trains. Or at least that's how it looks. We're gonna quickly have to dive into Satisfactory 1.2 to really figure things out though. So we are back in Satisfactory 1.2. Game is updated, fluid trucks, weather, the works are in. And just to mention again, we're not updating the main playthrough to 1.2 for a little while yet, because experimental builds of Satisfactory can be spooky. However, we gotta figure out the new truck mechanic stuffs before we plan out and build our road network. Okay, so let's see how this all works. So, fluid trucks, fluid stations, big deal. We're gonna be using them quite a bit, I'm sure. But the big thing is all of the new pathing. So you can make a custom path for each type of vehicle, but really, we're only gonna kind of mess with trucks. And if we're messing with trucks, I'm pretty sure that the truck path and like the universal vehicle path follow the same kind of rules. As in, if we are trying to make a turn, this is about the same kind of turn you can make with a truck. Let's just double check that real nice and quick though. What? Too sharp? Screw you. Doesn't matter, it's fine, it's fine. And then again, and we're gonna see that the shape is generally the same. Maybe a little bit wider with the truck? I don't know, seems about the same. Suffice to say, we're gonna mostly just use the universal vehicle path for my simple little brain to work with. And the main thing with these is that they work very similar to how the train tracks work, except they only work in one direction. There's an arrow, there is only one way that these can go, so no trucks going just straight back and forth. Gotta make it a loop no matter what, and that's the game. A little bit finicky though, I will say, except when you connect it, it's all blue, no Proborinski. Now, I'm more so curious about when we have crossings, where what I think's gonna happen is it's gonna work like the trains with block signals. So the vehicle on this little pathway here is gonna look into the green and be like, hey, is there a vehicle in this section? And ideally, stop over there. That assumption, we probably wanna have pretty small intersections, at least when we're building them. Like we build this through here, but then we build a separate path over this way. Now, will these be two different colors? No. I'm not sure if that actually matters or not. I'm getting a little ahead of myself though. The main thing is if we build a path like this, can we drive a truck on it? And then what? How do we attach the truck? Vehicle path? Oh, we can see the path here. Enable autopilot. Oh, something is going on screen here. Enable autopilot, close out. Are you gonna run? Or no, I don't think this will run because it doesn't have a station. Fair enough. Also, what is this? Will it show you how much the fuel will do? Why does it show you all the different fuels? Wait, you can use heavy oil residue to power trucks? I didn't know that. That's kind of fun. Okay, anyway, truck is kind of stuck. Let's grab a station. These nicely snap right on here. And now, aha, fluid truck station. Thus, there we go. And 2 fuel stations. We have to have 2 stations, fair enough. But what if I wanted to have just a little funsy path? Where's my fun? It's okay. We'll just do that. We'll add in the 2 stations. Disable, enable. We lock onto the path here, and we're scooting. And yes, very, very, very much like trains now, which means the trucks and vehicles are super, super reliable. The hose is a little spooky though, not gonna lie. That's fine, because this should be scalable, right? Like if we just snap a truck onto this, locks on, add in a bunch, and boop bop. Oh, and look at this. Not only does it tell you like what fuels can be used, it also tells you the route cost. Oh, 0.1 per trip? How about these? 2.37 packaged heavy oil residue, and then fuel, practically half that. Wow. Part of me kind of wants to make a bunch of packaged heavy oil residue to fuel trucks just so we could have a bunch of purple barrels all over the place, but we'll see. And now they just are lining up, getting ready to rock and roll. Can we copy the settings? Control C, Control V, no. Gotta go from vehicle to vehicle here, adding in the doodads and letting her rip. And I'm pretty sure the vehicles are moving without fuel just because we're in creative mode. Now, Timmy, why are you not leaving? What's your problem? You even have fuel. Oh, that's so funny. You can add the same station for both of the route places. Oh, okay. So you still can do like fun truck paths if you want. That's really good. yeah, I plan to do some crazy stuff with the trucks here. Speaking of crazy stuff, can we, what? It locks down the entire path? Come on, why gotta be like that? What if I wanted to send my vehicles off a jump? Or into a pit? No fun. What? Or maybe we still got some fun going on here. That's unique. I wonder if that's an experimental thing. Or I wonder if that truck just can't see the station? I'm not sure. Spooky though. Overall, everything seems pretty straightforward. And the last thing I just want to check is to see what happens when the trucks cross paths. I'm pretty sure they just wait for each other, but if you really load up these truck paths, I wonder what will happen. Snap that on there. 1, 2, 3. We'll call this Wowie. You are Yippee. Boop bop. Yeehaw, cowboy. And have fun with all your friends as well. And now, trucks are moving and grooving. This is waiting. Ah, and I see. This whole green section is like one giant intersection. That's kind of the most important thing I need to find out here. That means we really want to have like big truck loops. So these intersections can again be like super, super small. Like if the intersection was just from here to there and one tile across in each direction, there would not be as much truck stopping or trucks getting stuck. Ooh, or having a station inside an intersection? Bad idea. Let's get rid of those. Intersection's clear, truck can see ahead, and yeah, it's just like trains pretty much. Right on, then I think we're good. So we are back in Satisfactory 1.1, and in our main world here, we got our logistics in, right? And I picked out this centerpiece for a reason. A, we're gonna build something cool there, but B, if we're building a road network, I need like a drop-off point. And I'm thinking somewhere around here will be that point. With the train tracks, they're gonna kind of circle into here at some point. A lot of the hypertubes and entrances end up here as well. And then even for the belt highway, the belts going in this direction end up right here. The belts over in that direction all come down, end up here. And right at the center, we will do something crazy. But for now, roads. Straight road on the bar. T-junction, sure. Turns, ramps. Probably won't build any supports, so we'll leave that be. Okay, there is one main thing I have learned in all of my hours of playing Satisfactory and building roads. This ain't my first rodeo. I've built some roads before, and the main thing I learned was that when you're building roads, is you want them to be covered. Holy smokes, you want something on top of your roads, or else things get so boring so quick. It's like you're looking at a view of a giant city and all you see are like the main roads and the parking lots and stuff, and it's like, ugh, lame. So for the most part, we're gonna have most of the roads underneath the train tracks. Where the train tracks above would be moving like bulk items from one side to the other. Belts will probably carry raw resources, and then the trucks, they'll probably carry just miscellaneous things. Like say we make a bunch of motors over here, we gotta bring them to like our center area or somewhere else, we'll have the trucks. So I guess something like a middle option is a good way to put it. And because they are going to be so reliable now, I am pretty excited to use them. We'll have the road just going out in a variety of different directions for the time being, and we'll leave it to future Kibits to figure out where we want truck stops and things of that nature. At least on the periphery. There will be a major truck station area right in the center of the biome though. We'll just build forward for now. Switch over to a T-junction here. We'll have the main truck station area somewhere over in this direction. Then the other trucks will scoot over here underneath this train track, and we'll continue the roads down over there. And immediately I broke my own rule and built a giant highway out this way. Look, man, one more lane. I just need one more lane, more vehicles, okay? And then all the traffic would be sorry, city skyline kids coming out there for a moment. No, the basics of the roads are done, most of which are built underneath the train tracks. Again, to be that middle system for if we need to bring in a couple random items here or there. And we'll expand it if need be. But for now, we are going to leave a lot of the road network just as is. We gotta wait for Satisfactory 1.2 in order to complete things. So, one last big project for today. now that we have most of our major infrastructure bits in place, we gotta gather some stuff. Pretty much every episode, we gotta gather some stuff. We have to. There's thousands of items to bring over to this biome. So every day here for the next couple months, I'm gonna chip away at it. And today's little project is a train station that I built right around the corner, right over there. It's gathering copper right now and bringing it over to one of the hell spires to make copper powder. However, there's also like 2,400 iron ore right there. We got some limestone and, ooh, is that the precious black gold? Oh, I do think do. Impure. Billy. Got some better oil down here. Normal, we take those. Normal, we take those. And probably impure again. Yeah. So that's 600, 900 crude oil. Yeah, we need that. In fact, we'll probably need that for fueling trucks. So okay, we are going to transform this little station into something more usable. And in any world, the most important thing we need to do is get that oil, so we are going to get that first. Wait a second. There is one node there. That's 4 nodes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 freight cars and a train. Oh no. Kibitz? Kibitz, please? Oh no, I see it. I've seen too much. What if we did a little bit of a fluid freight car kind of system? Huh? I'm pretty sure they buffed these as well. Like the fluid freight cars can carry 2,400 material. But man, there's no way that would handle 900 crude per minute. Even with the train going like a short distance from like A over to B there, no, it's too much stuff. And in the back of my mind, I'm screaming at myself, Kibitz, use the fluid trucks. There's the oil, you could use truck, use trucks. We're not using trucks either. I don't think so. No, no. We'll use the fluid trucks, guaranteed, okay? But over here, just getting the raw crude oil, I think we're gonna have to set up a packaging system. So we'll have the pipes scoot over here, scoot underneath this train track, and then scoot over to the nodes. And then if we're packaging all of that oil, how do we even do that? Oil packaging, packaged oil. 30 per minute per machine? That's so bad. Even fully overclocked, 75 barrels per minute? Excuse me, if we had 900 crude divided by 75, 12 freaking packagers and eventually unpackagers? You know what? It could have been worse, you know? It is what it is. The big question is, rule of cool. If we're putting in 12 packagers here, can we fit them all in a nice row? This is pretty much the make or break for the decision. If it looks cool, we're going with packagers. If it doesn't look cool, alternatives. So that's like the length of the train station. How many was that? 2, 6, 8, whoa! 12 packagers is the exact length of the train station. Rule of cool must be followed. Kibitz, give it a boop. And okay, Heike, I did not expect things to look that cool. This is freaking awesome, dude. Oh, the packagers fitting in there. That was it. That was it. Spoke to my soul. So it's this very simple station. We get all of the oil from over here. And we have the one full 600 pipe and then a 300 pipe. Scoots on down, like I was saying earlier. Over to the station. Got a few buffers. Then the pipes go up. We have the supports for them as well. Over to the packagers. And then all the goods gather up and go into the freight car. And that's pretty much how a packager system works. We package the oil over here. Packaged oil is shipped out. Then the empty canisters will be returned, be offloaded, and recycled into the system. That way we can transport oil wherever the heck we want, super easily. But yeah, no, didn't expect to cook this hard with the little station here. I love it. Honestly, a little sorry I booped the whole thing. Could have definitely made this a bigger part of the video, but what are you gonna do? Not like we're not gonna have 100 million other little projects like this to work on. So trust me, you'll see more of the design process later on. This is loading. Oh, we want this to load and unload. Oh, wait a second here. We might have a bit of a problem. So we're getting all the packaged crude, spewing that all in. Again, it's gonna be 900 per minute. Looks good, no problems, right? No, we have a problem. Oh, wait, we have a lot of problems. Why is that looping around? The full crude barrels go back into here. Oh, and then are immediately unloaded to here, and okay, we need to have an extra freight platform for the crude. Frick, we're gonna have to sacrifice something. Well, actually, part of me was thinking we just don't bring over the limestone. We don't really need it. We have enough limestone for the project. And part of me is like, we could also just add in an extra freight platform here. But if we do that, then the packager rule of cool thing isn't gonna work. But can it still look pretty cool regardless? Yeah, you know what? Actually, that looks okay. Mostly because we already have this little miner Mark III over there. Okay, not the end of the world. Boop it again. Yeah, wasn't a problem at all. Added in the extra station, and we are good. We have taken some first steps in our journey of 100,000 resources. However, though, that is gonna be all for now. So if you enjoyed, remember to leave a like and subscribe for more. And until then, have a fantastic rest of your day, and bye-bye. Hello everyone, I'm Kibitz and welcome back to Satisfactory. We're working on finishing up this nuclear power plant here, and we're on the final stages, where we've collected up half the world's SAM supply, automated a ton of it into fixed site ingots, and then we constructed that into 1,500 fixed site trigons per minute. Those are the first few steps of many to get to our ultimate goal of automating fixonium fuel rods. Because if we can automate them, they don't make any nuclear waste, which means we could burn our plutonium fuel rods without burying our world in plutonium waste, which we can't get rid of yet. But at least with the trigons, we've made progress on our journey here. Next step is diamonds, please? Can I have some diamonds? I only want 900 per minute. How hard could that be? Well, taking a look in ye old Satisfactory modeler, and yeah, if we just use the default recipe, we got a problem. Luckily for diamonds, there's lots of options. So if we use the cloudy diamond alternate, that's also kind of insane. In fact, if we go through all of the different alternates, it's that great. Oil-based diamonds would require like 4,000 crude oil. Petroleum coke diamonds somehow is more? Why? That's what the heavy oil residue alternate. Oh my gosh, so that's like the real talk. Oh, now it's 5,000, what? Still, it's more than this, but you get all this polymer resin. Whatever. Main thing is, all these recipes are insane. No matter how you want to go about it, you're gonna have a pretty bad time. Except if we wanted to muck around with this one, turbo diamonds, which takes a whole whack ton of coal, and then a little bit of turbo fuel, which isn't too bad. This is reasonable. So this will be our big goal today. And then maybe turning them all into time crystals, because that's what we want at the end of the day, really. Because once we have the time crystals, we make those into dark matter crystals, and those go towards singularity cells, and those go towards fixonium, which is about this stage right here in this whole process. Yeah, this is all just a diorama. In reality, this is kind of what all that looks like. So a little bit more involved, you could say. But good news! I have planned this out pretty thoroughly, and we are actually prepared for today's project. Long ago, Mr. Past Kibbs knew that we needed to use that Turbo Diamonds alternate recipe. So I made a ton of turbo fuel over at our nuclear power plant here. We're packaging it up, and we're actually using it partly as drone fuel, but it'll mostly be for diamonds. Millions and billions and quadrillions of diamonds. So that whole stage of the process is all set up and ready to go. In fact, we have so much turbo fuel, I'm using it as my main drone power source, or fuel source. So all my drones actually run on turbo fuel as well. Which means all we need is the coal. And Past Kibbs, if he had coal somewhere around these parts, he'd be bringing it in via a train. And we only need like 8,600. Yeah, Past Kibbs definitely has that prepared, right? Definitely somewhere in here, right? Somewhere right here. Yippee. How much is this? 600. Okay, another 600. Looking good. Not coal, not coal. Sam, Caterium, and another 600. Okay, 1,800 coal. Only need 6,800 more. Easy. I'm sure most of that is in the train next door, right over yonder. We have more Sam, sulfur. Okay, Sam, sulfur. Kinda need a little bit more coal here, brother. Where's my beautiful, precious, clean coal? Caterium, 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 Caterium. Diamonds? Uh-oh. Past Kibbs, did you have some kind of idea of what to do here a year ago? Where does this train go? Future to in. What does this mean? Where does it go? Timetable. Nothing's named. Oh, but there's a train right here. Let's take a ride. Let's see where this actually ends up. Maybe decipher the mysteries of past Kibbs. See, a lot of these plans and trains are set up like a year ago, so we're kind of rediscovering all this together, okay? Hopefully past Kibbs didn't do anything too goofy, like you would ever, right? Ha 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 ha. You know, looks like we are going up over this way, not into the Dune Desert by our Hellspires. No, we're actually going, I think we're going over there. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Right in the middle of this biome here, because right next door to this train station is lots of coal. I think it is 3 pure nodes and then 1 normal node. So that's 1,200 times 3, 3,600 plus 600, 4,200 coal. Cool, past Kibbs. Where's the rest? I need almost 3,000 more. What the frick? But no matter what, I'm still gonna need this 4,200. And if past Kibbs left a sign on the train saying diamonds, I bet that he wanted to make the particle accelerators on site here, make those all into diamonds. But I don't think that's gonna be possible for us. Unless we bring, unless we bring the packaged turbo fuel here, via the train here, drop off the turbo fuel, and then on the way back, we bring back the diamonds. That would be cool. Because yeah, there's no way we're using any of the other alternate recipes. They're just too expensive. Like the default is 600 coal for 30 diamonds. We can't do that. Like in this economy, my gosh, if we just had 4,200, that's nothing. Versus with turbo diamonds, whew, now those some real numbers. And then how many particle accelerators would we have to build on site? 7? Okay, we could do that. Or we could have those 7 particle accelerators over at our nuclear power plant. Think I'd rather do that. All right, so we're bringing them home. How hard would that be? What is going on with train number 1? Looks like it is pretty well in full. We have 1 freight car. That will not handle 4,200 items per minute. The other freight cars, though, it's Mark 6, Mark 5. Uh-oh. What's going on with the other freight cars? What's going on over here? Oh, some stuff. Why isn't other Caterium moving and grooving here? What is the whole dealio there? Like this is full, that's full. I don't know. We can figure that out later. I think at the end of the day, we're gonna have to set up a new train, gather up all this coal, and bring it back to the nuclear power plant. And where might you ask? Are we gonna put another train yard around here? Great question. Future Kibbs has the answer. And the present Kibbs is just gonna get started. Look, this game can be very overwhelming, I'm sure most of you know. A lot of the time, the best idea is just to blindly go forward, make mistakes, and fix things from there. Wait, did you hear something? Is that an agonizing scream from future Kibbs? Nah, no way, you would never. This is a great idea. It's better than doing nothing, totally. Oh, how do we actually hook this up to our main train track here? Got a main line here. Could go from A to B. Yeah, that looks like it'll work. And then I guess we could have this train track. Oh, that's such a good idea. Okay, you see, this is why we just do things and they all work out, because this track goes back to the nuclear power plant, and then we can double up on it. So this train can loop around. Other direction. Other direction. Okay, you've been a punk buster. Fine. What? Demons. Anyway, this track can go around this way, and then the other track can scoot out that way, and it'll be fine. In fact, better than fine. This will look so cool if we have like parallel tracks here, and it will be no inconvenience at all. Except for that rock right there. I don't like that rock, but it's fine. I went around the rock, and we are rocking and rolling. Look at all these tracks, ready to go. The train is not gonna be this big, but I just wanted to have it as large as possible for future opportunities. As for reusing the other track here, I don't think we're gonna do that. I like having the parallel tracks here and there, even though it's inefficient. Rule of cool, baby, it's how it goes. Anyway, lots of capacity for fun and games here. Except, I was looking over the Caterium over this way, right? And I kept an eye on it, and none of it is loading into the trains. Like ever. Like this transfer rate? Lies. Deceptions. Something's going on here. And I think it has to do with past kibs. We must investigate post haste. What did you do, past kibs? What chicanery is this? What do we got going on downstairs here? We have the Sam going out that way. Makes sense. This is all actually connected to something. Very good, very good. Then the the Caterium going this way, goes up this way, and then to where? There's a lot of quick wire being made here, but apparently, what? Goes nowhere? What do you mean? I guess past Cape's gonna bring it this way at some point, but he's like, nah. Interesting. Is that actually these two belts? It is. They're being used for nothing. Oh, this is because of the discovery last time. So last time when we were making fake site and trigons and stuff, we're messing around with like Somers loops and a bunch of numbers to see like, hey, what's the most efficient way to do this? Because I want to be really, really careful with my Somers loops. There's a limited amount and they're really good. And it turns out, when you're making the trigons, generally speaking, you want to have your Somers loops at the end stage here. So you double up on trigon production, and you don't need them earlier on. Now, SAM usage-wise, which is the numbers I was calculating around, it doesn't really matter if you have the Somers loops either at the lunchbox stage here or at the trigon stage. So I didn't think much of it. However, if you have the Somers loops at the trigon stage, when you're making your fixed site, you need half as much conversion material. And in our scenario, that's half as much Caterium. Which means back here, we have thousands of extra Caterium lying around. Okay, thousands of Caterium out in Nabute. Well, if we have, holy smokes, wait a second. This is Caterium ore. Oh my gosh. Or, because of how we used our Somers loops, we need half the amount of ingots. And in the conversion process, like the one we'd be using, the ore to ingot ratio is 2 to 1. So we literally, oh my gosh, we literally have thousands of Caterium just sitting around our nuclear power plant. That train there, that's like the tip of the iceberg. There must be belts all over the place. In fact, already, we have, what is this? 750 Caterium ingots free. But I know there's even more. Because I know we raided a neighboring biome and just belted a bunch of material over. And one of these belts gets to be Caterium, right? Oh yeah. A 1,200 belt of Caterium, no less. That's the belt right underneath that I'm trying to look at, but we're moving at high speeds. Don't crash. We're chilling. And where does this Caterium ore go? Freaking nowhere, bud. That means we can belt that ore through all of this. Then over at our train yard here, these two 600 belts can be replaced. That frees up 2 more freight cars for activities. So then this will be free, that'll be free. The first one was planned always to be free. And then there's the 2 other belts that aren't even being used with the ore. So you're free and you're free. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 free freight cars for me? 4,200 divided by 5, 840 material? Yeah, we can transport 840 material per minute. No problem at all. That's just from going from A to B over here. Easy. which means I guess I wasted a lot of time on this freight platform. Whoops. But you know what? Future Kibbs will come to appreciate this infrastructure. He always does. But for now, we get the loot. Our 4,200 coal per minute. Go give me that. Then we'll quickly just grab the rest, send it on up to our train station, load the goods, and send them off to become diamonds. Which is all well and good, except we still need more. So much more. Almost 3,000 more. And bad news, I got no idea what we're gonna do. Wait, maybe I do, maybe I do. Past Kibbs, I'm counting on you, buddy. Down over this way, there are a couple coal nodes, and we did build some infrastructure here, and I absolutely would have, oh yes. Wait, what? Where's the coal? I know there's coal here. Did they change it? I'm going crazy. There is coal here. What is this 1.0 nonsense? They're all over there. There's more up the hill though. Hold up, what's the story up here? 3 nodes, okay, 1,200. 3 pure nodes, 3,600. That's everything we need for the project. It looks like I brought that all down towards this train. And I know for a fact that that train drops off goods over there. It's going to be a future heavy and fused modular frames factory. But does it really need that much coal? Do we dare steal that from future Kibbs? How about this? If the coal is at the end of this train, then we yoink it. Because I don't want to have to like make a missing freight car in the middle of this train here. It would not be cool. So let's see. No coal, no coal, no coal, no coal, no coal. It is the final 3 freight cars. Would you look at that? We're gonna be making some adjustments. You 3, you're mine. Now how about this? We'll leave 900 coal to go over to that other factory, and we take the rest. But then how do we get the rest out of Dodge? Now the train station here? Yeah, there's plenty of room. The real problem is getting all that stuff over to the nuclear power plant. See, we're really in the end game for it, and we don't really have the space, more tracks and all these shenanigans. However, we have a train line in here. We could build another train station just like over here. And then we can take the oil out and bring that out as well. That could be good. But we could also bring the tracks here. That seems like a lot of work. Holy smokes. I don't think the drones would like that either. But the big question really is, what would look more cool? Well, survey says, we're going in, brother. But yeah, decided to bring the track all the way into the power plant because we already have another train station just down here. And I was like, oh, another train station can sit on top. Why not? Perfect. And also, we're at the final stages of this power plant project. May as well use this space if I got it. And there's this whole room over here to do some unloading, get some bins going, and also test the throughput. I am confident, but not certain that one train going back and forth can handle this whole dealio. But one train should be fine. Each freight car holding 900 per minute, and we're only going like next door from A to like, oh, A to B? That's okay. Look, it'll probably be fine. And even if it's not, there actually is kind of a bit of room around here. Yeah, I might adjust it actually. But first, let's build the other train station. That's back over by the coal. And yeah, you know what? We should be able to fit another train station right to the left there. And if we can't, I'm gonna scream out loud. My neighbors are gonna freak out. Oh yeah, this is totally fine. Scoot over a little bit. Have like a walking path right in here. We're chilling. And then the coal is right at the end of the train, so it's easy to yoink. You know what? We could probably just put like a smart splitter up this way. Or 3 of them, I guess. And because the nuclear power plant is, of course, priority, we will send the overflow over to that factory over there. And the major goods will go towards the nuclear power plant, which will never melt down, ever. Or actually, okay, after setting up this train station properly, I came to my senses and realized that one little true is not going to deliver 3,000 coal per minute to, like, the other side of the world. Shouldn't have wasted my time. This needed to be a loop no matter what. If it's just a back and forth track, you can only have one train. But if you have 2 tracks, then it's a way more efficient system. Plus, if 2 trains aren't enough for the throughput, you could add in 3 or 8 or 25, whatever's necessary to get the goods. So we just have to wait a little bit and check on the numbers here. This, I think, is actually the first delivery, right? Or did we get one before? Nope. Inaugural delivery, yippee! 30 items per minute. No, these throughput numbers will take a little while to figure themselves out. They're gonna be pretty high at the beginning, but then they should settle around 900 items per minute. And then just in the freight platforms themselves, yeah, the numbers will get there eventually. However, early on today, we set up that other train station, and the numbers are in for it. They were insufficient. So what I ended up doing was I got all of the belts here, and instead, we now have a kind of like a belt splitter and merger system going on here, where I have this blueprint which balances 4 belts into 3, and then on the other end, a splitter kind of thing that takes 3 belts and turns it into 4. And that's just so we can use that extra free freight car that was here. But yeah, TLDR, if we split up the items across more freight cars, that means we can move more items, thus increasing the throughput, and then we just balance it all back up over here. Or at least I think that should work. I don't know. I'll measure it again later. Maybe once we're done setting up the diamonds. Wow, wow. Because we're good. We just have to bring like 5 belts of coal through all of this. Yoink up our turbo fuel over there. And then bring it over to 8 or 9 particle accelerators. Because if we set these suckers up to make diamonds, right? And we overclock them, we will need 867 divided by 150. Okay, about 6 particle accelerators? Or wait a second, wait. No. And of all the things for the throughput to be an annoyance, the particle accelerators? Really? Really? That's... okay. Dang it. But with some machines that have 2 entrances like this, you can do some kind of like trickery with both entrances, wherein you have a bunch of belts just going into both entrances, and then you can load in tons and tons and tons of items. But here that won't work because of the turbo fuel, brother. Okie dokie. So if we only can overclock these to 200%, that means we have to build about 8 particle accelerators. 8 particle accelerators, huh? Where are we gonna build 8 particle accelerators? Well, there's some obvious places, like right there, or right where we're kind of setting up the example, but I have big plans for those central empty spots. No, instead, we are gonna be setting up particle accelerators right over here, which means we're gonna have to do quite a bit of belt work, bringing all the belts this way to the exact opposite side of the factory, but we have so much space for activities, it's like, why not? It is if we can fit the 9 particle accelerators up here, which we absolutely can, right? Totally. I just believe in myself, anything's possible. Physics? Math? Nah. I'm running on pure 100% concentrated hopium. So that's 3. Okay. That's another row of 3. Another row of 3. Oh my gosh. And then we have 1 tile to do some logistic-y stuff. It's like it was all planned. Okay, honestly, just getting lucky here. This is awesome. Belt work-wise, it's gonna be a pain in the butt, because I think we're gonna have to do that on the ceiling of this factory area down here. Like, we'll have to scoot on through up this way. Then we'll have to scoot that belt downstairs. Yeah, do all the belt work over in this empty area. I don't want to think about that right now. Instead, gotta do the grindy bit. We are going to add on to our existing belt highway here to bring all the coal. The blueprints, you're gonna save me here, right? When I go to blueprint build mode, You're gonna build directly on top. Yes, yes, believe. There we go. I think we have to nudge this into place a little bit. Okay, okay, that is like half the battle. This area of setting up all the belts is gonna be fine. Honestly, I don't think we need 9 belts, but I'll just get them set up anyway for future use. And then just over this way, oof. Things are gonna get a little hairy. We've used up all the space down here, even if I wanted to go through here. Got a bit of a wall up ahead. So we're gonna have to stack them up on top of this belt stack. Over top of the walkways, these belts. There's a staircase here. Shoo. Where'd the staircase go? Oh, look at all this free space. Perfect. And then this, I can go literally anywhere else. Nope, this is fine, and also our only option. And like with the train station, at this point, if there's space, we are using it. We're at the tail end of the project, and there's not too much left to do. Just gotta get her done. So up, around, and down this way, along with the turbo fuel. Then we scoot over here, and yeah, we got actually a few free belts that we could use for something else. Maybe for moving the diamonds around our factory because we have to make all the time crystals later on. And then I also noticed that past Gibbs had a free belt on the old highway, just in the middle there. So we have the coal up top, we have the turbo fuel downstairs. Everything scoots this way. The throughput with all of the coal in this train worked out. We are chillin'. In fact, we're more than chillin'. The numbers are amazing. And when we're ready, we just reconnect that up into the big stack and over to its final destination. So back to the loops. Most of them, again, are gonna be on 200%. And then for the last few, I worked out the math so we could just have 3 running. 2 will be on 100%, and then 1 will be kind of like chillin'-ish. Just so we could fit the 9 in here, and they're all actually running. Yeah, the belt work, though, is gonna be such a pain. Suppose we could just have a bit of a bridge going across this way, because we're gonna have a wall on the other side here. Just while I'm working, I left it down. All of the material is moving up to around here. Could move it higher, and then reorganize. Or you could organize the turbo fuel up here and use a series of splitters. I think so. Let's just check out the coal, though. Don't overwhelm myself. Coal belt comes down this way. Big stack over that way. Maybe we could actually just go to here. And then when it comes to the coal belts, so keep it like that. Go to the top. Then we extend it. Bonk my head. And please just go around the corner. Oh my gosh! Sometimes when things work out, you know it's meant to be. And does it work out again? Bring this down this way. Jeez, okay, it gets a little bit more complicated, but I feel like I can organize things better than this. The thing is, it looks like it'll work. Thank goodness for ceiling space and verticality. And you know, it's something I should really focus more on. I worked on this project over here months ago. This is part of the nuclear waste recycling. I just love it. So maybe as we finish up the nuclear power plant, I'll keep more of this in mind. But holy smokes, even when I'm just working on the functionality, it's not too bad. So, all the belt work is done. We ended up using this platform back here for the turbo fuel, and it worked out great. Since we had 9 particle accelerators, we split the main belt of turbo fuel into 3, and then split it into 3 again, and everything works out. Belt work for the coal, same kind of deal. Belts go in, up they go, scooting all around. And I just had to keep track of which belts had like 900 coal per minute and which belts had more than that. But overall, no biggie. It's time to test it. There we go, just gotta connect this to that. Use some beams to bring the power through all the machines, and then for the outputs, they are actually being dealt with upstairs. Just so I can visually see all of my diamonds. Look at them. Look at them. 900 per minute. It's gonna be such a fun time with all the industrial activities we can have now. And then as for just the aesthetics of the roof of this build, amazing. Come on, they're particle accelerators. They're always gonna look good. The main thing is, I just wanted them to look good with the converters. And you know, I think I nailed it. And then for the rest of the build, just the usual details. Just some decorative pipes, some signs, that sort of thing, and nothing too crazy. This building's off in the corner, right? It's not gonna be a star of the show, unfortunately. It just needs to work with the whole. But it also needs to work just like in general. But guess what? It's not! My numbers? Where are my numbers? I know what the problem is. I already knew. It's a throughput problem. It is always gonna be a throughput problem. The problem from the very beginning. You chew too. I knew it. JK, I am just finding this out now. This is a way bigger problem. The throughput's not enough. That's crazy. This train is huge and it's so much closer, but it just can't keep up. Cast Kibs, I blame this all on you. You punk buster. Why can't we be friends? All right, another train. Oh yeah, you thought you could handle this all on your own? Don't. Ooh. Nope, couldn't handle it all on its own. Now you're causing me inconveniences. I can't believe this day. But all things considered, at least it's like an easy problem, right? That's why I love trains. Throughput immediately doubled. And with that running, and if I get the timing right with it and the brother train over there, our numbers should be much better, right? You better believe it. Which means back at the loops, we are all good, right? Practically perfect. We got a 900 diamonds per minute, and now we just have to take all of them, put them in like 100 of these converters, and make a quadrillion time crystals. However, that will be for next time, because that's gonna be all for now. Until then, remember to leave a like and subscribe for more. And for now, have a fantastic rest of your day, and bye-bye. Hello everyone, I'm Kibitz and welcome back to Satisfactory, where we are finishing up the copper powder project today for our nuclear pasta. That's right, after using up and processing almost all of the copper ore in the world, on our quest to make 60 nuclear pasta per minute, we are now at the last 30% of it, the last 3,500 copper powder. And with this beautiful blueprint, we are going to be able to do so. Last time we put together this 3-part blueprint with a foundation, middle section, and hat, which allows us to stack up refineries in sets of 16, so each stack here can deal with 600 copper ore and produce 250 copper powder, all with a simple input and output that's right at the base here. And the only real question is where we're getting the ore from. And since we have gathered up pretty much all of the ore around here, there's only one place left with any copper at all. The Dune Desert, nature's last bastion. The only place in the world that I haven't absolutely obliterated yet. But oh, have I had plans for the area for a long time. And today's the day we finally break through. With a chew. That's right, train tracks. Before we can start processing powder, we gotta actually have power to process, and the train stations can bring it over. We'll bring the track over, connect it up to a temporary station.tm, and then set up a project house as our base of operations. And also so we have a portal to get us around places. Like, what do you think I'm gonna do? A peasant trot or use a hypertube cannon in current year? I don't ding do. No, project portal. It's time to reconfigure. We're going to there. Disconnect. Reconnect. Charge up. And now, let's get this party started. All right. And back over this way, I organized things a little bit better, and then also added in a whole new train track over there. But Gibbs, you just brought in the train. Why is there another track? Like, why on earth does it go all the way over to there? Well, it's because of that little train going right there. That train is carrying uranium to our nuclear power plant. And over in the Dune Desert here, we are going to have lots of copper powder trains and more stuff moving and grooving in and out of this zone. And if all the trains went along this track that I decorated over that way, it could get in the way of the uranium train. plus stalling our nuclear power plant and ending the world. And so that doesn't happen, this new track bypasses all the major intersections in the world, including the one over to our nuclear power plant there, so that the copper powder trains won't interrupt that system. Totally dodges it, then goes through this empty train line. Because the deal here is we need to make 3,500 copper powder per minute and transport it to the other side of the world. And you better believe bringing things from A to B is gonna require at least 6 trains, at least. We'll focus on the throughput a little bit more once we have something to put through the system. That's right, it's copper time, baby! Give me the goods! Start the extraction! And now the construction of our Hellspires. So last time, we built this blueprint and I kind of showed off my thought process, how it works, and all that jazz. But if you missed it, the gist of it is the base here just has the inputs and outputs, and then this core part here deals with everything else. So inside is 4 refineries with a pure copper ingot recipe that eats all of the ore, and then all of the ingots go into the one constructor in the middle here, and then everything goes down through logistics lanes on this end to leave the tower. Only thing we gotta be careful of is that when we're looking through it, we leave that logistics lane and this one free for the inputs and outputs. Everything else should be fine. So we'll have like a lift that goes up from there, up through the system, and we're chilling. With every blueprint, we just gotta nudge it into place nicely. There's this little gap here. Why is there a little gap? Might be because of the foliage, we can deal with that. Or it's just because the blueprints are funky. Because there's so many beams and details in this, they don't connect together super well, even in blueprint mode. So I suppose with every tower, I'm gonna have to nudge them into their specific place, which is fine, so long as they work. Good. Now to stack it all up. So once we have the main core in the base down, we put on the hats here, and this is just so we can transition from one core to the next. So we'll just nudge that all in, everything kind of clips together nicely, and once that's in, grab the core again, and stack her on top. Being unsure, logistics lanes are free. Once we got that going, we repeat the process until we have 16 refineries built into the tower. Then we just gotta work on getting the guts all connected. Because for all intents and purposes, this is done. This doesn't work. But that means it's not done yet, Kibbits. Yes, okay, you know what? You're right. You're true. All right, how do we actually finish this up then? Well, the logistics lanes are clear down that way. Fantastic, that's number 1. Number 2 is we have to get a belt all the way up this entire tower. So we're gonna use the unlimited conveyor lift trick to bring a lift all the way through that logistics lane. So way down at the bottom, we have that one belt that's pointing up, and then we'll just look into that conveyor floor hole there, making the lift go up as far as we want. And at that point, we can just add in splitters onto the vertical lift, like so, and manually connect them. We make everything copper. And we dodge all of the belts in here. Holy smokes, dude, there's so much going on. Okay, it's fine, everything's fine. Number 2, 3, and 4. Power-wise, there's a power pole right next to the logistics here, so we can just bring that through each layer of the tower. Once we connect the power to that pole, that goes to all the machines in the blueprint, so we don't have to worry about too much. And we can also power our hover pack properly, which is very nice. And then we just have to do the same thing for the outputs now. So there's that belt way downstairs there. Look all the way up. Make the length unlimited. Upgrade the belt so it looks pretty. And then we just have to add in a merger. It's the same process again, just in the other direction now. And then the inputs and outputs are done. Next step though is the sit. Each of these refineries needs 25 water per minute because they're fully overclocked. And 25 times 16 is 400. So I'm not going to be bringing 400 water to each of these towers. We're going to get a 600 pipe of water from Old Lake Sip over there and stuff it in here, then call it a day. There's a lot of weird stuff that can go wrong with the water and stuff at this point, and I just want this project done. This is the last, I guess, 250 refineries out of the 750 we need. And I've learned a lot of lessons after this adventure. One of which is water is super annoying. Why is that pipe gold? Very weird. Anyway, another lesson is to have a fluid buffer at the end of water systems as well. They can help quite a bit. But considering we are overloading the system, it really doesn't matter too much. Lastly, just gonna do a little bit of extra detailing on the last part of the puzzle here. So the top looks cool. And this Hellspire is complete. Because that's what we call these bad boys. Because this project has been hell. And that is the first tower of many. We are going to be building, I think, 14 of these. We need 3,500 copper powder. So it's 14 Hellspires. Great. We will build those across the kind of side of the Dune Desert here. Because I have big plans and for a centerpiece. But that is way later. With that done though, we also have to consider the water. Each of these will need 400 water, so we need about 6,000 total. Or really, because we're overstuffing the pipes. It's gonna be 8,400 water, or at least 14 pipes. Okay, lot to sip. Well, we'll keep that in mind. In the meantime, I'm going to go from copper node to copper node. We're gonna add in a couple more of these bad boys. Pretty much all the copper nodes around here are either normal or pure, or normal as well. And a normal node fully overclocked can give us 600 ore. 600 ore goes into one of those suckers. Oh, but wait a second. I was getting way ahead of myself here. I don't even know if this works yet. Last time we didn't actually test it out, and I think we probably should before we build another 13, eh? So I figured out like a logistics line for all of the water pipes, and this is where we're gonna start gathering the sip from. And it should be pretty straightforward. Like 14 pipes seems like a lot, but when you start overclocking water extractors, it's like no biggie. Like 2 of them is 1 pipe, and we have the ocean. So infrastructure-wise, it's gonna be fine. And then with the water tower trick in pressurizing pipes, this will be barely an inconvenience. And we've done this before in the nuclear power plant, but it's been a minute, so just to recap what that means is we build all the water extractors, then we build some extra water extractors over this way, and pump that water way up into a fluid bouffard. That way, all the water is pressurized at that height. We then bring the water all the way back down, and we can connect that pipe to any number of pipes we want, and then all of these pipes will be pressurized up to the point of the fluid buffer over there. So this is what we got going. We have all the water extractors down there. They pump the water just up to like this point. But then because we have this water tower, none of the pipes going up this way need any more pumps. In fact, we don't need any more pumps at all unless these pipes go over this height here, which is super convenient because all of our Hellspires have built-in pumps that start at the first layer. And so because of this whole system, we don't have to worry about any more pumps for the rest of this project. We're chilling. That is if this all works, which I'm pretty confident it does. So the pipeline was brought all the way down this way with the blueprint auto connect mode. The water is in, the ore is ready, and part of the system's working, but does it all work? Like, there's always room for bugs, or maybe I didn't connect something in the blueprints, or just everything can go wrong, okay? That's typically how these projects work. Just looking at the power poles and indicators here, it looks like we're generally fine. If we're really running into a big problem, it's gonna be on the top row. But already a huge sign is that we actually have the water up here, because these are running at 5%. Oh, they're full of material, okay. That's good. Water's up here. And then are all the layers actually working? Looks like it. Again, just looking at the indicators on the way down here. We're chilling. There's movement. We're grooving. Things are going to the sink. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff backlogged, I guess, while I was working on the pipe. So this number should go down to about 250. And that way we know this entire tower is working. Main thing is, the items are actually getting to each, to maybe each layer. But then sometimes there's a bit of a issue. No, just all the systems are stuffed. Okay, so it's gonna take a little while for things to balance out and drain. But the big thing, like I was trying to say, is that all the systems are connected. I didn't miss a belt or a power line, and I'm free and clear to build even more Hellspires. Since you guys know how this kind of journey works, let's just rock and roll. 1, 2, 3, connect the guts, and then repeat ad nauseum. And so far, looking so cool, dude. I love these things. Like, one was fun, but 14 of them across this biome? Oh my gosh, it's gonna look amazing. But that's only if they work. So I have hooked up a lot of the towers here, but I've only left one running. And at this point, we're gonna see some real numbers. So please be 250, please. Be chill. 255, 248 I was seeing? That's about 250. Yeah, I think we're good. Like, the throughput monitors do their best and give you a good idea. And on average, it's looking like this is 250 per minute. So that means the whole blueprint works. Yippee! It's also gonna be available on my Patreon. So if you wanna support me over there, check out the link in the description. Just a heads up, if you're building these yourself, they are finicky to put together. Keep an eye that they're connecting properly. If they don't connect properly, the vertical lifts that are inside don't end up lining up, and you aren't able to connect like the mergers and splitters together. Dealt with that on a Twitch live stream, and it was not fun. But now, we are chillin'. Towers are in, and we just have to go through node to node, building more and more and more. So again, at every node is a new tower pretty much. Tower here, tower there. Maybe we'll bring some towers into the cliff sides here just because, oh, it would look so cool if there was like one there. That's great. You know what really matters? It's actually where we're gonna bring our pipeline here. We only needed like 4 pipes over this way, so most of the stack was actually kind of ridiculous. Now we gotta make a turn-off point. Could be right over here. Just have a pipeline go straight that way. Or we could have a goofy pipeline that goes all over the place, and it would look cool. I think we're playing by the rule of cool today. Let's just take a gander. If we go this way, how bad would the pipeline be? We're bringing the full stack through here. There's like a handful of turns. That's okay. It's just I don't want any goofiness. Like, can we fit a whole pipe stack underneath the cliff? It would seem the answer is, oh, abso-freaking-lutely. Great. And because this blueprint has like 18 pipes available in it, yeah, that will be good for this entire project. And more. Right, Mr. Bean? Right. And it's just figuring out and finalizing exactly where we're going. There's copper node right to our left there. Wonderful. If it's a pure node, we can split between 2 towers, so great. We'll have 1 tower there, and we'll probably bring some of the ore back into the corner over that way. Like, that spot is just calling for a Hellspire to sit. It's perfect. And at this point, yeah, we're kind of just in the clear. Looks like we can just scoot over this way. We're high enough that we dodge most cliffs and like weird terrain beneath us. We already know we can get all the pipes through here. I'm seeing one little rock directly in front of us, but we might just be able to dodge that or not. Okay, so then this entire pipeline has to be moved over like 1 tile. No biggie. And from there, it's just spam, spam, spam. And then like half the towers are done. And with a quick boop on top of that, and the Hellspires are complete. My goodness, it is gorgeous. And you know, all things considered, a pretty easy project. Just a bunch of blueprints, right? Or at least compared to other projects where we're terraforming entire biomes. Yeah, no, pretty chill here. Except for those punk bustas. We ran out of copper ore on this side of the biome, so I had to flip some towers over to the other side to deal with the rest of the project. And worst of all, that node is impure, so I could just only grab that node. And then I had to go and grab another node from right around the corner out this way, which is right there. That's not the most inconvenient part. The most inconvenient part is I couldn't just bring over my pipe stack over across the desert here, because I don't want to do too much in the middle before, you know, work on the bigger projects. So we instead need some custom solutions. Fortunately, there is a pond back here, but these custom things actually end up taking a lot more time. Some of the angles can be finicky, or the whole thing could just not work for no reason. Like, hey, resource is not deep enough. Or hey, bees. No bees, please. But oh, wait a second. Okay. Get the water extractors in. That's all we need. It's 2 water extractors per tower. Pipes would go in this way, and it's just making this look like aesthetic. And hey, look at this. I got the angle immediately, so we can have like a pipe that attaches to the system really well. And over that way, we have a little platforms for some pipes like attached to the cliffs or something. Kind of looking like it. Yeah, it's not great, but it's serviceable. Let's just do a little A to B junction in the middle. We want everything to be about here, right? 1 pipe there, another pipe there. Can this just work? That'd be so nice. How does that look? It's not terrible, but you know, it could be better. We could line this up properly, get rid of you, rebuild from A to B, and that's downright looking good. Okay, I thought this might be a whole thing, but it ain't. And even crazier, with a little bit of a schmoozing around, this actually looks pretty good. Look at these little like pillars I built in the water as well. Aren't they cool? Just to have the power poles on top of them, so we don't have to have like a full platform moving and grooving through here. Not bad. Well, except for this corner, but we don't ever have to look there again because the towers are done. After doing some detailing work, like painting the foundations and adding in some extra pipes and whatnot, all in, the only annoying bit with this entire project was I actually goofed up with a train station way over here, where it was kind of like in an odd spot and I couldn't get the tracks to work, so I just had to move it a bit. Once I shimmied that over, we're in the clear. And we have our last 3,500 copper powder. That's it. We're nearing the end of Armageddon. We're gonna have the nuclear pasta. Are you ready? I almost am. The last spooky thing is the throughput issue, bringing all of the copper powder to the other side of the world. I was talking about this earlier and, well, now the problem has come to fruition and we have to really think about it. What I'm gonna do though, is we're gonna build some train stations over here. I have this train station starter blueprint, which will help us out, in building some of the stations. We'll have 3 over on this side of the planet, because I've gathered 3,000 of the copper powder, and we'll have 3 trains with 4 freight cars each, dealing with the 1,000 copper powder to bring across the planet. And why 4 freight cars? Well, the more freight cars, the higher the throughput, and hopefully the fewer the trains. At the end of the day here, if we're gonna have 3 train stations over here, I'm gonna have to have 1 more train station by the weird pillars over there. So that's gonna be 4 train stations. Each train station definitely has to have 2 trains, so that's 8 trains flying around these parts. And if this doesn't work throughput-wise, I'm in trouble. Big trouble. But odds are, it'll be fine. I've set up like 1,000,000 train stations at this point. I know how to decorate them. I have a pretty good idea of their capacities. A lot of this is really figuring out where the stations are gonna be and where the tracks are gonna go. And you know, I had mentioned I didn't want to build too much in the middle of the desert here. Well, about that, I lied. Look, we had this cool like angle going over this way, and we really neat of this track like continued straight ahead, so it did. And then I was like, well, we have the other track, we have to continue that straight ahead, and now we have this crisscrossing and turns, and it's all wacky and crazy, and it's cool. It will probably super annoy future Kibs, but present Kibs has done a lot to make things work today. And if future Kibs wants to complain, take it up with management. Bad news here, although the project was straightforward, it did take a while, and I've kind of ran out of time to wait for a throughput test, because it's probably gonna take a couple hours. And so we'll wrap that up next time, along with Armageddon. Because we've done it. We've collected all of the copper. We've processed all of the powder. That is 100% done. The 12,000 powder is processed. And we already have the pressure conversion cubes for the pasta. So all that's left is the 120 particle accelerators, which we'll be building next time. So again, if you enjoyed, remember to leave a like and subscribe for more. And support me on Patreon if you want to mess with this blueprint yourself. Then until next time, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, And bye-bye. Hello everyone, I'm Kibitz and welcome back to Satisfactory, where we have finished up gathering 28,800 copper ore per minute, so we could refine it into 72,000 copper ingots, and all of which is turned into 12,000 copper powder per minute, which will all be used for a single space elevator part. One of the final 4, nuclear pasta. And with all that powder processed, we'll be able to run 120 particle accelerators and make 60 nuclear pasta per minute. Because pasta only needs 2 items, copper powder and pressure conversion cubes, which we automated a long time ago. And so, that leaves only one part left to the project, building 120 particle accelerators throughout this biome, each of which will need 1,500 megawatts to run, which equates to a cool 180,000 megawatts of power for one project. Don't even get me started about overclocking, which we might do, but we'll see. Good news at least is that since we have such a massive nuclear power plant, we don't need to worry about the power too much, unless something weird happens, which means we are just good to rock and roll and automate nuclear pasta. And I've made some changes since we were last here. Project Hoos is up on the hill there. The trains have been reorganized. And I've been putting a lot of thought into how the heck we could build 120 of these and make them look cool. Because individually, they're awesome. They're also huge and have a really weird shape, which is why I chose this biome for the project. Because we have lots of space, which we will need. But you know what doesn't have a lot of space? Our blueprint makers. They can only really handle like 1 particle accelerator. Like, how am I supposed to work with that? I need to build 120 of these things. I can't even fit 2 in a row? Seriously? Unless we did forbidden techniques. But would this look cool? That's the biggest question of all. This project has to look freaking awesome, brother. Nothing less will stand. Maybe this could look cool if we like had 3 together? Why doesn't that work? No, we're not doing this. I think at the end of the day, we're just gonna have to make a lot of small blueprints. And my initial idea was to have like an island chain of these little blueprints dotted around the entire biome. Like it could look pretty cool, like you're going around, then you have all of these things set up, in like a little windmill pattern. And if I worked on the spacing a little bit, we'd have like these little half circles full of like technology, and we'd have belts and electricity flying everywhere, and that could be pretty neat. Except, you know what would happen then? I'd essentially be recreating our plutonium coliseum, which uses the exact same concept. So then, what is plan B? Well, plan B was a little unhinged. I was thinking of making a bunch of giant circles, then having like little hockey puck islands all throughout this biome here. But again, kinda would look like the Coliseum at the end of the day. But also, if you start working with circles, things get terrible. Just terrible. And then instead of circles, the idea kind of got squished, and I was thinking, oh, what if we could squish these blueprints together and use like the outside as like a detail? And then like we could stack all these particle accelerators all the way up and it looks so crazy. And then I realized, oh yeah, I practically reinvented the Hellspire concept except with particle accelerators. Because these are all made up of refineries. And so now, after having this kind of like island archipelago of particle accelerators idea in my head forever, we're back at square zero. Because I don't want to be derivative. However, we are working with particle accelerators. Good thing is, they are not hard to make look cool. And if we just had like huge rows of them, that on its own looks pretty awesome. Especially once they're all up and running. Or if we give them a bit of a paint job, maybe silver, gold, whatever. And then we got a bunch of belts of pasta flying around, some lights, yeah. I think we can cook something up with this. And I'm thinking, if we look down a row of 15 particle accelerators, that would look awesome, right? It has to. Like, I'm imagining it has some kind of trippy infinity mirror effect. Or at least that's what I'm hoping this will look like. Yeah, though, that does look absolutely freaking amazing. And Imagine like a belt of like pasta running through, like maybe through like the little loops down here. Oh my gosh, that looks so cool. Yes, yes, I think we have a concept. Now we just have to do that 7 more times, and ideally in a very, very, very cool building. Because I do like the open concept situation. I have a feeling with the particle accelerators, a lot of cool details will be lost in the sauce if there's too much busyness around them. Like say we take these out, right? You have this thing that starts glowing. You have the loop, of course, doing its little spin arounds where particles accelerate. You have the electricity effects. But even here's a pretty good example. There's so much going on like behind this machine that's just too much. So what's the solution, Kibbits? I don't know. I don't know. I do think we have solved a few variables though. Number 1, yeah, I think all of this has to move somewhere. Number 2, thankfully I had a bit of foresight and I've started to stack materials for the project, but this is clearly not enough. And number 3, we have to encase each of these rows so we get like the cool like visual effect when you look down them. Okay, so I'll start stacking up on items as we work, but I'm thinking we're gonna have the main accelerator building right over here. Centralized in the biome and also over the oil. Like at any rate, we're gonna be collecting that oil, baby. That's mine. So we'll just make a path over here. Just casually rebuild the entire train station, no biggie. Oh man, yeah, that's why you gotta love editing, am I right? Indeed, to bear the inconvenience, except for that one freaking oil platform, you little busta. Why did you have to be right there in the middle of my ideas? It is what it is. A lot of the trains are moved over now. We've got a bunch just from all over the world that are bringing copper powder to this location. With some of it being locally produced, but we'll just belt that over or something later. Main thing is all these trains. This is gonna be the most annoying part for sure, because we are getting copper powder from pretty much every part of the entire world. Over here, we have the Hellspires. We raided the Rocky Desert. There's the unholy pit with 4,000 CPOW in it. Like, yeah, it's all over the place. And with unloading that from all over the place, the throughput of material is gonna be crazy. But past Kibbs has been a lad. He's thought about this a lot over the many hours this project has taken. And I got a good plan. A good plan that was ruined by aesthetics. So I want the train stations to be oriented like this. That's because we have 5 platforms going in this direction, meaning there's a center, and design-wise, having like a center helps things out considerably. But it also means we're missing a train station. This train's going to the pit, this train's going to the Rocky Desert, this is going to the grass fields, and then I have 4 train stations I need to go to the Dune Desert. But we only have room on our platform for 3. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have 2 of those train stations actually go to 1 unloading station at the project here. So stations 3 and 4 will unload 2,000 copper powder per minute right here. And it shouldn't actually be too big of a problem. Because we have the 4 freight cars, that means that each output freight platform, we just need to unload 500 material per minute. And considering we have the Mark 6 belts that can handle 1,200 items per minute, and we can have 2 of those attached to each platform, makes me think that this idea could actually work. Then from there, all these freight platforms have to connect to at least 1 bin, which also conveniently have the 2 inputs, and then that's half the battle. The rest of it is just setting up the bins for everything else, which we can conveniently boop. Got to love it, eh? Yes, this entire project is gonna be a lot of busy work and tracking numbers and a lot of nonsense. All this belt work you see in front of you is actually ridiculously simple. Pretty much, all of these trains are bringing in tons of items. Like for example, this train here is gonna bring in 4,000 copper powder per minute. But the trains downstairs, well, this one is gonna have freight cars of 250 per minute. These freight cars, 500 per minute, etc., through all the trains, throughout all the world. So I've had to keep track of all those numbers, and what I've tried to do upstairs is try to balance them out just a little bit when they're being unloaded. So now, for this train, we have 6 freight cars unloading 4,000 ore, which gives us a really messy number to work with as an output. So through a series of mergers and splitters and balancers, like this little 2 to 3 one here, I managed to make all of these belts equals 750 per minute, which kind of just worked out conveniently, because that way we end up with 16 of these 750 belts, and that works perfectly with how I want to set up the particle accelerators. Because in each row, each machine will need 100 copper powder per minute. If we have rows of 15, that means we need 1500 copper powder per row, which is 2 belts of 750 copper powder, which I have conveniently organized everything into. We'll take belts 1, 2, send it into one of the 8 rows of accelerators, and call it a day. Easy peasy. Almost. Kind of. Well, when we get to building the accelerators, it will be. There's one problem with how I set this up, though. And that is, although the belts are organized and balanced in the way I'd like, the trains are going to be coming in at different times. Like again, this train is just going to come from over the hills there. Other trains are going to be traveling to the other side of the planet and back, though. So throughput rates for those trains might be wonky. And that means, with all of these belts, we need to make a load balancer here. A 16 to 16 load balancer. What kibitz is a load balancer? Well, when you have inputs of unequal amounts, you want outputs of equal amounts. Some things that can cause inequality on the input side could be train throughput, could be machine rates, whatever. What a load balancer tries to do is it splits and merges the belts so that the material is balanced out evenly. And they have lots of blueprints for all this. They have like 2 to 2s, 2 to 3s, 3 to 2s, 3 to 3s, and then the 6 to 6 one I use like once for our nuclear power plant. I was just kind of building it for fun, to be honest. And all of these are available on the Patreon. But what blueprint is curiously missing, you might ask? Oh, I don't know. E 4 to 4 one. Yes, we need to make another load balancer that does 4 inputs to 4 outputs. It should be less complicated than this, but that's okay. But Gibbets, I thought you needed a load balance 16 belts. Correct, very astute of you. And here's my little plan. Essentially, we'll make a 4 to 4 balancer. Pretend this is a 4 to 4 balancer. We will build that 4 times. Once we have 4 of those, we will balance those out, those 16 inputs, through another set of 4 balancers. And then from the first set here, if we redistribute these belts across the other load balancers we just put together, then by the end of the day, the inputs from here will go through all of this and we'll have 16 outputs that are equal. At least I think. I don't know. Thank goodness, though. We have throughput monitors now in the game. So at any rate, we will absolutely use those to see if it works. But step 1 is making that 4 to 4 balancer. I'll make that in a Mark II blueprint maker, so most people can use it when I upload it to Patreon. So step 1 is just getting each of the inputs to the designated output. So whatever's on belt 1 will also go to belt 2, and also to belt 3. Oh, it also needs to go to belt 4. Oh no, oh no, dude. I can see why I never built this before. We have to build another set of splitters in here. Oh, dude. Okay, as I was saying, the outputs need to go to each of the mergers. So you go up here, there. I guess we can use this input. Go all the way out and around to the bottom again. Wait, that first layer already goes to the bottom. Wait, where does this need to go? Oh my gosh, this is confusing me. I'm doing this wrong. How do I do this without going insane? We need to start like 1 layer at a time here. So if we're starting at the very, 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 very bottom, we want to make this scalable. We need to keep track of all this. So we go from the bottom layer, now we go to the second layer, our third layer. So we have the first layer, second layer, third layer. We need 1 more belt to go to the 4th layer. So we'll build this way out of dodge. You will scoot over, you will scoot out. Okay, so what have we done? Whatever belt goes in here is distributed to these 4 mergers. Step 1 complete. Step 2, same deal. Where layer 2 now has to go to each of these mergers as well. This is where the load balancers get a little crazy because there's so much stuff going on. As the machines grow, I start losing my marbles. Okay, this is kind of working out. second layer, goes to the middle, second layer goes to the bottom, second layer is going to the third one, and then we just need the second layer go to the top. So again, we'll just use another bear lift. And I'm spraying them out quite a bit because we still have the other belts to put in, right? And I don't want to block off my space. All right, not bad. No, wait, it's so bad. We still have the two top layers to merge into here, but you might notice there's no merger inputs left. We have to build more mergers. I see why I never built this nonsense. Oh, it was a mess, an absolute mess. But after 1 million years of building and then rebuilding to make more squished, I got it. Oh my goodness. All 3 layers now go to all of the different layers of outputs. This is a 4-to-4 balancer. Man, that is a lot more complicated than a 3-to-3. It's because the splitters down here have the 3 outputs. It makes things so convenient. You get to 4 and this starts to happen. But we're good, we're good, we're good, we're done. Now, here comes the fun part, where we have to build this 4 times. So there's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh my gosh, we have to go from each of those bins to each of these inputs. It's gonna look wild. But we got our 4 there. And then those just have to all go into another set of 4-to-4 balancers. So again, 1, 2, 3, and 4. The last stage to make this all work is we now have to go from balancer to balancer, sending each of these belts into a different balancer, which will look a little something like this, except, you know, times 4. But at least we have plenty of space for this. Oh no, don't even pretend to think about this, Kibitz. You know you won't do this. Please don't even try this. It won't work. It won't work. Kibitz, stop it. You can't build a 16-to-16 balancer in a blueprint. Oh, technically, actually, yeah, you know what? If this was squished up, or if I decided to actually like clip things together, man, I think you could, but no, stop it. We have 120 particle accelerators to build right now, and you have enough on your plate. And also, this entire thing is just getting started. Like, making it operational is one thing. Then there's gonna be the whole stage of making it look cool. I should really start to think about that. One thing we can do is we can lower this floor quite a bit. Just underneath here is a train line, but that's all. So maybe we can have like a lowered metal foundation, just going down a bit. Ooh, and then we can have all of the outputs organized over there. That'll actually be super, super handy, because then as belts come in from the trains, we can either go down into the lower balancers, or we can go up into a different set. In fact, is that good positioning? I think so. Yeah, I don't think items will clip through there. So you know what? This might not be too bad. That is all 16 inputs. We'll mirror that at the end of the line, and then it'll just have just the horrific amount of spaghetti all throughout the middle here. Speaking of horrors, is that a box? Crate? Demon. Go away. We got our 14.6 trillion belts to balance. And in fact, they already are. And it was not bad at all. There's so much space in between here. It's no biggie. Just try to make it relatively compact. And it ended up looking a little weird, not gonna lie. But hey, it should technically, for real, work. So all the train outputs get stacked onto this huge belt highway. Yeah, having the lower balancers helped out a ton, because some of the belts could go low, again, some could go high. Aesthetically, it looks great, and who knows, this might be even a feature of the entire build, if it actually works. So after the second set of balancers, everything ends up all the way over here onto what should be 16 fully balanced 750 belts of copper powder. We just will have to measure it by setting up 16 awesome sinks, along with all of the throughput monitors. Oh, you know what else we need? We're gonna need the copper powder itself on location. I built the train stations, I've built the tracks, I just have to run around and wrangle the trains. And also name some of the stations. What's this one called? 4000 CPOW Inn? I have no idea. I just know we're gonna be using our hypertube cannons a lot to find out where the trains went. Where's that train even going? Wait, is this still online? It is. Not good. That train track's done. This is the train that's going to be going to the top there. So why am I passing by it? Just need to go in, turn this on. Next stop is unreachable. You're unreachable. Why? What did I do? Or what did I not do? Is this actually not connected? It has to be. Enhance. Do we have a problem? I probably don't have the same station name. Or no, that train's still trying to get to this station. Oh. But little does that train know that this doesn't exist. But if that's gone, what happens with Billy? Billy's gone. No, Billy. Did you go to pick up more copper powder? Sir, you don't even know where to go once you even have the powder. Why would you go back here? Are you scared? It's okay. I'm scared too. What are you doing? You live here now, I see. But now if we add that in, that's technically the new station. Save, self-driving's on, and then we'll hear a little bit of a true once you're done your docking process. Now off we go through the woods, literally. And that is the first train set up to go that way. Great. Next, you don't go there. Go nowhere. You are actually gonna start going, to nowhere. Yeah, I still have to go back over there, rename the train stops, then travel around the world, resetting each of the locomotives. Cool. That'll only take no time. Yeah, no, that took a couple minutes, but it's a simple thing. So no biggie. Everything is brought in and going to the 16 awesome sinks for now, so we can conduct our throughput test and balancer test and balancer test. Have all of the throughput monitors all set up. They are all reading 780 because we want them to be 750. So I was like, switching to a lower tier belt might help with measurements. But for a long time, these belts are gonna be maxed out because we have so much copper powder in storage. I've been working on this project for weeks. So we probably have maybe close to 1 million copper powder just sitting around in the world, just in like bins and stuff. So we'll have to wait for all of that to clear out. Then we'll start to see like if any of this stuff is actually working. Or most importantly, if our super massive belt balancer is. And so far, I have no idea, dude. This is as confusing as it is to you, as it is to me. I don't know what I've created, really. Everything's moving, though. Everything's grooving, though. So we're chilling. And since I was working on this project for quite some time, I had a really, really important realization, which makes me even more chillin'. Big chillin', you could say. And that is, the throughput is gonna be fine for this project, no matter how many trains we have set up, because of the stack sizes. So each freight car can hold 32 stacks of items. Most items are in stacks of 100, so most freight cars can move 3,200 items. But with copper powder, they stack in 500. So 500 times 32 is 16,000 items. One freight car can move, which is insane. And like down here, we have some of these trains and freight cars with only like 250 items per minute it's trying to move through, or 500. On the higher end, it's like 600 and a bit, but like, it's all gonna be fine. Those stack sizes just make everything almost irrelevant. The real problem that we'll probably run into with the copper powder is some of the systems I've built throughout the world are just not gonna be like working at 100%, but that is a problem that we will figure out eventually. For now, the systems just have to clear out, and we gotta keep an eye on the numbers over here to see what they like to do. Why would they be going down? I don't know. Wait, I do know. I didn't bring over the copper powder from over there. Okay, yeah, I'll do that as well, and then these numbers should be fine. This is all to say we can move on to the next and possibly final stage. Building the 120 particle accelerators. And because a lot of the work I was doing was so time consuming, I just had time to think about how we will design the factory here. And pretty much it's going to be simple, but require a lot of creative detailing. Essentially, I want to make something like a star. Sorry, let me paint this really quick. There we go. Yes, something like a star, where we're gonna have a center that will distribute items or something, and then we'll have all the rows of particle accelerators going out from the center. And that's kind of it. We want just giant rows of particle accelerators. We don't just want like a farm just laid out flat across the biome. So I was like, you know what? This can work. Yeah, each row will again just have the 15 in it. And once we have enough materials, we'll be able to look through each of the rows, and it should look really, really, really trippy, especially if we mix in like lights and signs and all that kind of fun jazz. And it'll also give us a ton of room to do like a really funky centerpiece design. Though that centerpiece will be extremely annoying to build, I already know it. But hey, this is one of the final projects in the entire world. If there is ever a time to abide by the rule of cool, this is it. Then how do we blend that with the giant pedestal of load balancers and train stations? Well, I'm thinking we'll literally have this be a trophy stand. We'll put all the detail in the particle accelerators, and then we'll have like a really, really basic box underneath it, just holding the particle accelerators up. And that is pretty much it. So we'll have our starter, and back to the horrifically grindy work. Extend that out in all the directions. And then start the real grind, setting up the 120 particle accelerators. Because I already know, even with all the items I have stored, that I am going to run out. And then, so much pain. In fact, wait a second. How many cooling systems will I need? 50 times 120? Oh, 6,000. Quick wire? 60,000. 3,000 fused modular frames. And 1,200 supercomputers and turbo motors. Is that right? Okay, you know what? I don't want to really start this. I'm too scared. Let's see if we can raid our bases. Mostly for those cooling systems. I'm pretty sure we have like tons and tons of fused modular frames stored up for our pressure conversion cubes. It's just I don't know if we ever built cooling systems, honestly. No cooling systems. Alclad sheets. Oh, don't tell me that the only source of cooling systems in our entire world is just down in here in these handfuls of bins. Like in our factory here, this is what supplies my dimensional depot. And we have a total of 2,000 of these? How many do we need? 6,000. Okay. Yeah, okay. Great. But we're making like a quadrillion a minute, right? A quadrillion? 36% clock speed? Okay, maybe I can optimize this, but in any world, it's only 30 per minute. That's still like over an hour of waiting in production time. And supercomputers, we only needed 1,200. And look at that, 1 box. Give me that. And what about my collection bins? 3,000 of that, yes? Oh my gosh, I'm so smart and handsome and great. Okay, we're good on cooling systems. Turbo motors, that's already brought over. Oh wait, we already had the supercomputers? Even better. And the quick wire. Oh geez, let me out of here. Ah! Look, the quick wire is gonna be fine. I have a bunch stored up, but I know I have bins of this all over. Good, actually great. It means most of my time will actually just be in setting up the machines. And my gosh, after all is said and done, it's gorgeous. This was absolutely the right play. We don't even have like decorations done, but even just like this, it's like, what? This is wild stuff. You know, getting into this project, I really didn't think about how 120 particle accelerators would look once built, but woof, gotta say, this is definitely better than expected. And this is just the beginning. We don't even have the items moving and grooving just yet. Oh, and then the detailing. Oh, the detailing is gonna be awesome. I had a really great idea with how we're gonna actually decorate all this. Earlier in the episode, I said I wanted to encase these because I didn't want like the busyness of like the backgrounds to kind of steal the thunder from the particle accelerators. Like if you're looking over this way, the cliff, it's too much. Just want to see the electricity and all the details in these bad boys. So the plan is simple and dare I say elegant. First up, I was thinking, oh, what if we just do like a barn kind of thing? Set up a wall, paint it black, call it a day. And you know what? That would actually look pretty good. Just have that on both sides, throw a roof down, some lights on top, and there you have it. Scale that all the way through each of the rows. And as a bonus, we have easy walls to work with for belt work. But this also kind of looks like a barn. And I don't want this to look like a barn. But we don't have a lot of options. At least not with the walls. But you know what we do have an option with? Billboards. Billboards are here to save the day. If you didn't know, you can press Control and you can have the billboards lie flat against either a surface or against the ceiling. But the amazing thing is that also applies to beams. Beams which can be put on any diagonal you want. So if you have a beam like that, custom little angle, throw this on, and there you go. You have a cool like backside, which can be our new roof. And on the inside, we can make this a shiny sign by getting rid of all the nonsense. Boom! Big light, crazy angle, acts as a roof. It's all of our solutions in one. Now we just need to make something that we can blueprint. Probably in a Mark III blueprint maker. So we'll add in a particle accelerator just to work around. And then we'll start mucking with beams. So down here, have the beam go up. At some point, it's at least just going straight, we'll have like a really nice angle that really hugs the line with the particle accelerator. Go to the top here. And then, actually, we only really need to build half because then we can just save that as a blueprint and flip it around. So if this can work, we're chilling. Again, large billboard. Start with the top here. And if we're splitting it in half, that could get annoying. Maybe we leave it off the top for now. We'll build them on the side here. Line them up. Apparently, I guessed the distance literally perfectly because I'm so smart and I didn't guess totally for real. And then as for these walls, you know what? If the signs can be the roof, the signs can be the walls. Oh yeah, and you know what? The whole idea with encasing these is so we see the particle accelerators more, right? So if we got rid of that, no emission strength, just a void. Well, now there's nothing else to see because all there is particle accelerator. Outside-wise though, well, we have our beams. This is gonna have to be moved up a bit. And now I actually have to use like my brain power. A lot of today is just been doing things over and over again. Give me a minute here. And let me put together this bad boy. So pretty much the entire same concept, spaced out properly with the billboards all painted black, where I built this side first, then mirrored it to the other side, and then once both were together, I put another billboard to kind of bridge the gap in the middle, along with some beams to add some extra color, because it's a little too metally, you know? You know what, when we like extend this out as well, it might still be a little too metally. Which is why everything can be solved with more signs. That's right, more signs on the outside of the other signs that are acting as roofs and walls. It's maybe a little much, okay? Maybe a little much, but I like that it's a little much. This is the Nuclear Pasta Project, the end of Armageddon. If there's a time to go all out, this is the time. Now I must return to mindless spam. First getting these in place. All right, then we just blueprint auto-connect all the way down the line. At least once they decide to actually behave. Thank you, very, what, much? Oh no, not this again. I didn't even think about the materials. These take 73 crystal oscillators each to build? Are you for real? Encased industrial beams? Oh no, wait. I know for a fact we have encased industrial beams all over the place. Now, before I zone out here, let's go and grab the goods. Oh, I also just have my bin here. Nice. But no, I don't think we'll even need that. Downstairs, for our pressure conversion cube project, I set up lots of machines, most of which are not running fully. So that means we can yoink some material. And all of these assemblers here in this chunk are making encased industrial beams going into this one little bin. Well, this one little bin, we're now going to be joined by a few little friends. Just have a splitter there, scoot the items over this way. And technically speaking, these encased industrial beams are being used for our nuclear power plant, so we definitely want a smart splitter set up so that some items can go through their normal production line. In fact, that is going to be the primary thing. But if we have extra, we can gotta use them right now in our dimensional depots. And we can just do the same thing with quartz crystals that we're making over here. And then the crystal oscillators are somewhere around as well. Yeah, it'll be a little bit of extra work, but at the end of the day, we are going to be just fine. And the real question is, after all of this is said and done to each of the rows, how will this turn out Oh my gosh, it was all worth it. It was all worth it. I thought I was going overkill with the signs. No, it was perfect. Everything perfect. This is exactly I wanted things to look. Almost. I love this, okay? This is the direction we're going. Making the centerpiece is gonna be a whole mess. There does need to be like one little teensy change, and that is that these arms, I guess, are way too long. I like how it looks from the inside. Oh my gosh, I haven't even shown you guys how it looks from the inside. Behold! It's gorgeous. Got some little lights on top there. All these particle accelerators will be making some noise. You can see all the way down through the other aisle as well. Like, it's very, 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 very cool. Yeah, from the outside, it just looks too long. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna cut them down by 5 per row. So there's gonna be 10 in each row instead, and we'll just have to overclock them to 150%, which will use quite a bit more power, but again, we are playing by the rule of cool. Ooh, and actually something I have not been checking out is how are we doing throughput-wise? Copper powder has been running through for a minute. What are the numbers looking like? Still 780, really? Okay, that's kind of weird. Something might be odd. Okay, but anyway, I'll cut down these sides and we'll go from there. Hopefully it looks a little bit better. And again, we're going from this to that. And you know what? I like this a heck of a lot better. Not just because the centerpiece is now done, which I'll show you in a moment, but also it just makes the building look a little bit more coherent. Like when the sides are going out so far as, I don't know, it's just too much. This is better. Oh my gosh, the centerpiece here. It looks relatively simple. When you're working with all these kinds of angles, let me assure you, this was not. I don't even want to get into it, to be honest. Just take a look for some inspiration. Wow, wow, wow. Got the core, we're going Iron Man out here, and we're chilling. And from the inside, got a cool center light, did some cool pillar stuff, and by clipping the roof stuff and blueprints together, we ended up with these cool little enclaves of screens, and I put like a pillar in between, and I was like, all right, not the bad. We might even put like a nuclear pasta in here as well. I'm not 100% sure. There's probably gonna be a lot of nuclear pasta moving and grooving around this zone, just because it's all being made here. It's 60 per minute. It might be a little overkill to have pasta on display. We'll see, because we are not dealing with the interior stuff today, or even the belt work today, because this alone has taken like 30 hours. And I still wanna do one more thing. You see like our little pedestal that our star is on? It's not centered, guys. It's not centered. So yeah. We're gonna change that. Real nice and quick. Just gonna have to reroute all the trains as well again, get rid of all the belt work, move all the platforms, just all that kind of stuff. Kibbits, why are you doing this though? Why don't you just put the star centered on this platform first? Because if the star was centered on the train platform, this arm of it was going into that cliff, and then the whole thing wouldn't work. So I was like, oh, okay, guess we're dealing with this now. Yeah, I feel like it's been a bit of a running theme with this entire project. Just nothing's been all too difficult, except for building like this cover here. And those things have just taken forever. But at least now the trains are centered. I made like a really basic pedestal just as a placeholder, and then we will be detailing this and bringing it online soon. However, that is gonna be all for now. So if you enjoyed, remember to subscribe for more. And until next time, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, and bye-bye. Hello everyone, I'm Kibbits, and welcome back to Satisfactory, where we are about done with this super massive nuclear power plant. And in case you haven't watched like the last 30 videos, no worries, I have a bit of a diorama overview right here, where for the most part, we're gathering up resources and making uranium fuel rods. You burn those, that makes uranium waste. Through a bunch of processing, we turn that uranium waste into plutonium fuel rods, and if we burnt those, it would make plutonium waste, which we can't handle. So we're trying to make bigsonium fuel rods, because they take the plutonium waste and produce none themselves. And that's the last set of machines we need to build in order to complete the entire plant. And we've already been making good progress. We have all of the SAM and fixite we needed. The diamonds have recently been completed, so all the loops and all the materials have been gathered up. And now we're going to be taking all those diamonds and turning them into time crystals in like 30 of these converters. And that is really the last big thing we need to do for this project. Making the dark matter crystals is like 2 particle accelerators here. We already have all of the nuclear capacitor we're gonna need. We have all of the resources elsewhere. We need like 4 manufacturers and then a couple more loops to make the fixonium itself. The last piece of the puzzle until we can make the fuel rods. Getting the systems built for them is our big goal today. But first, stage 1, time crystals. Again, real simple recipe, 12 diamonds to 6 time crystals. And if we fully overclock things, we only need to build 29 converters. And the good and bad news around here is since this area is so well developed, there are not really a lot of options for where to build 30 converters. So we're kind of just gonna use whatever space we can find. And the other nice thing is this item is really easy to produce at this stage. We've already completed all the diamonds we need for the project, and we have about 867 and change per minute. So this will almost be like setting up a bunch of constructors that are way bigger and take up an extraordinary amount of power. But that'll be fine. Our power is looking okay, and we shouldn't have too much trouble with it until we want to get this factory fully booted up. Let's get started then. We have some room in the back of this building, so yeah, we're gonna use the space we have. We're gonna spam up as many as we can. It's 1 belt of diamonds, so a simple overflow through all this will work out great. If I had SAM fluctuators, fantastic. Man, I should have known. I should have upgraded some subsystems before starting this, but here we are now. So let's just do what we can. Overclock these out the wazoo. Copy and paste all of the settings. This belt will move somewhere else. We got plenty of room in here. Ha ha ha, XD. And now we just want to start setting up the overflow. So we'll have just a few splitters going in this direction, just like you would, a manifold for constructors, and all the diamonds will run on through easy peasy. The real big thing is we need this belt to continue forward into the next set of converters. And since we have hardly any room at all, our choices are limited. So we'll have like a splitter around here. That'll go over to this converter manifold. Then the time crystals will scoot on out this way, and we'll gather them up. Then we'll have a main time crystal belt probably going along one of these belt highways. Got an extra lane right in here so I can scoot on through. No problem at all. Then the diamonds, I don't know. We'll stack them on top of this belt highway. Figure it out later. And we'll set up the first subsystem for now. And that gets the party started. First 7 are in place. Have plenty of room for everything. And we have a nice little throughput monitor. Right to buy the turbo fuel over there for when the system actually is running. Belt work wise, yeah, we have so much vertical space. Nothing's really a big issue. And it's only 1 item. So it's fine. It's just we've got to build 21 more of these, and they are chunky. Like, they take up 4 whole tiles. And so I realized we pretty much do have to use any space that we see, and I saw this space, so we're working here. And in a perfect world, we could fit like 10 down here? No. Looks like it's gonna be 8. All right, that's not the end of the world. Yeah, we can get 8 down there. And you know what? We have some vertical room. We're gonna build another floor and have another 8. Just up here, probably. I need to see how this looks aesthetically, and I think that will look great. They're gonna be lower than the reactors, and the next tier down is particle accelerators, and then it will be a field of converters. And the other nice thing is that we can fit 8 down here, right, per floor. So maybe we can make a blueprint with sets of 4. Let's get the big blueprint maker, set her on down, and probably not do anything too complicated, but just something simple so I don't have to redo the belt work over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And who knows, might help out in the future as well. You know, for the next time we're making hundreds of time crystals. But no, this will do us well. All the belt work is done skis, and the power is as well. So old items will overflow through here, can go to another layer or another set, no biggie. And then downstairs we have all of the outputs being gathered up. And everything is looking dandy. Time crystal converter system complete. And now can we fit them in here? Like, I know we can fit them in here physically, but the belt work's gonna be real tight and real weird. Don't have a ton of space here. And with this blueprint, we can only fit 8, right? But then the input and output belts for the entire system are kind of gonna be in a wall. It's a little tough to work with. Go through this wall. What the heck? Oh, this is all the walls and aesthetics from the roof here. Okay, so it's hidden. That means we can do whatever we want. Perfect. So we'll have the belts split down over this way. Some will scoot up, some will scoot down to mirroring blueprints. We just gotta make sure our centered. Looks pretty good. Oh, and I didn't even notice that either. But the main splitter is kind of in the middle of the platform, meaning we could do something like this. It gotta mix both the belts together if I'd line them up properly. The LDR, that should be fine to hook up. Then it's just the outputs. They're the scariest bit. So the outputs will end up over here, and they lead directly into free space? For me? Hold up, this could actually be super simple, barely an inconvenience. Have that there, scoots there, runs on down. Then we'll have another system here. This could be super possible if there's not organics behind here. Okay, have solutions. Bury the organics in concrete, thank you. But no, that will be fantastic, because that can probably reach just beneath this platform, and that'll just let us hook up all the time crystals to a main export belt. And since this is a conveyor lift, we have the technology to put a merger right on there, and we are hooked up to the next floor, no problem. Now, does it look good at this point? Because this is almost the whole design. It's not bad. Kind of looks like a bridge. I do really like how these converters look, though, where they just have like the solid black concrete underneath to support them. We have options, but maybe I just get everything working first. And one wonderfully simple boop. And aesthetically, I don't know, I try to add in some more pillars here and there, but I think, like with the rest of this plant, once Fixonium's actually automated, I'll go through everything and do a lot of detailing. Like over here, for instance. I think we could cover this up a little bit better, eh? In fact, we could do that right now. Because since we built this, that was 16 plus the previous 7 we had inside, meaning we've belted together 23 converters. And there's not a lot left. And again, because it's just the one item going into one system, the belt work is very straightforward. Everything worked out fine over here. All of our time crystals, well, they start skeeting out of Dodge. Just where I was saying before, that main belt out this way. Now, at the end of the day, we're gonna be making about 434 of these suckers a minute. And this is the majority of them. Yeah, this is really simple. Thank you, past Kibbs, for leaving that logistics lane available. And you know what? We might be able to knock out 2 birds with 1 stone here. I need a detail some of this crazy belt work over here, and I need to build, I don't know, a handful more converters. What if I designed a building around this, and then incorporated those couple converters? Then we're done. 2 things at once. What a good idea, Kibbits. Thank you, Kibbits. Let's give it a shot. Okay, but like, how are we gonna do this? Well, I always like to have my builds walkable, right? So since we have a path here, that path can go to this platform, and we can build some sort of entrance here. Oh, we even have signs? Oh, even better. Something to read on the platform. It gives it purpose. All right, and let's mix together some squares. We'll have some basic walls out here, just to cover all this up. Clip it into the bins there, because it shouldn't clip all the way through. No, it doesn't, so we can still see the signs and click on the bins, which is perfect. And if we're doing that, maybe we do like a 3-block structure, where you have one big rectangle, kind of covering the main belt merger here. Long story short, this is just a giant like quick wire overflow build. Yeah, it's hard to explain. I've been working on this for a year, okay? Lots is going on. The LDR, it just balances all the belts out so that all these manufacturers are fed properly. Anyway, since we'll have a wall there, we can have kind of like a working zone over here. Kind of like an area we could walk in and see what's actually happening inside the build. Yeah, that should be neat. And so there's some height variation. This side of the build will be a little bit lower. Maybe we can just give it like a tar roof or whatnot. Y'all all know I love me some tar. Very aesthetic. Oh, and then in the middle here, so we can kind of see some of the belt work. Ooh, we could have this all be glass. Switch it up. Not only do we get to see everything, but we have a little bit of height variation. And I love height variation. The most mission critical thing of all is since we're so far along in this project, with all of the builds that we make, they need to still match up with what we've done before. So although I've done arguably some cooler stuff, we need to keep the style that we have going here. So everything's all nice and matchy-matchy. And this fits in perfectly. A couple signs, maybe some windows on these walls, and we're good. In fact, the front here could just be a giant window. Why not? The belt work looks awesome around these parts. Maybe straight up full frame it. Ooh, yeah, buddy. Almost looks like a spaceship. If we had like another build like that on the right here, it's like 2 engines. Or maybe I just be playing too much Helldivers 2. Probably a mix of both, let's be real. Anyway, off to this wall. Maybe we add in the depth, but I also have to work with what I built here before. Have this all be concrete. This will scoot on down, and then we'll switch back to the tar roof design. So this middle bit actually stands out quite well. And if ever there's like a belt in the way, we can just add a floor hole to kind of pretend that it was used and incorporated. And that is amazing. Maybe we can even lower this down a bit, have even more height variation. Oh, we absolutely can. We just barely have the space. Ooh, okay. This is going super well. We're cooking with gas. Yes, this is it. I love it when things come together this way. And then over on this side, just so we can vary up the building's designs, we can introduce like a new shape. So this will go over this way. We'll leave a bit of a landing area over here. And then maybe, oh, there's a walkway right there. We could have like a walkway behind the whole build scooting on through here. Ooh. Yes, dude. Okay, I'm in the zone. In fact, I was 2 in the zone. I don't know, everything was just fitting together so well. We got so many cool windows here, got some beams, a few signs, some decorative pipes, and these height variations, man. Oh, I love me some height variation. We have the signs there, we have the windows here. This centerpiece has all the glass so we can still look through. And then on this end, we're able to sneak a path through the whole 9 yards. And it looks amazing. The best thing of all is it fits with everything we've been building in this area. Fits like a glove. Like, look at it from afar, eh? It's like it was always meant to be there. But then I lost the plot. The whole point of designing this whole thing right now was so we could fit in more converters, but I was just on a roll. And now the whole build is done, and it looks amazing, but there is not really any space or any converters. And you know what, all things considered, it was all worth it. Like, look at this. It looks like all one giant complex here, as if it was always meant to be. But let's get back to the task at hand, eh? Where are we gonna build another 7 converters? You know what? It might be time to use the forbidden space. There's some distinctly empty spaces around our control center here that I've been saving for the very end of the build, mostly for quantum encoders. We don't really have any other options, so guess we're gonna start diving in. Yeah, it's time to cash in some of the chips. We do actually have quite a bit of space and not a lot left to do. It's maybe like 20-ish machines, especially considering all the converters we've already built. In fact, we might be able to fit the rest of the converters right here. We only need a handful more, right? It's not like we can't adjust things a little bit. So let's see how this goes. Perfect world, we can get all of them right here, right now. That's 4, 5, that'll be 6, and then we need 1 more. 1 more? I think we're shy by like half a tile. Wait a second, this is my world. I can do anything I want with it. You are gonna go literally anywhere else. Goodbye. I need that exact half a tile. So we can build the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I'll have to do some groundwork, but then 7. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. Wait, the belt work. They fit in, but what about the belt work? Ooh, past Gibbs, you gentleman and scholar. He left the ground level here free, so I can do all of the merging just right here. Easy peasy. Input-wise, though, practically the same deal. All the free space I could ever wish for to move these blocks literally anywhere else. And then the aesthetics around here with the floaty, floaty, naughty, naughty machine. How do we fix you? We could make this a bridge. Could that work? Pretty much. Gonna have to do some aesthetic designs here and there. But overall, they fit. But are we in the accordance with the rule of cool? Oh my gosh. Not only does it look cool, but they're centered with these reactors in the pit here. Do you see that? Oh my gosh. It was always meant to be. And so with a little bit of extra belt work and aesthetic shenanigans, we now have all the time in the world. Well, time crystals anyway. They're done. Yeah, all things considered, that wasn't too bad. Plus we got a bonus project done. And one of the best parts about finishing a project is checking something off a to-do list. Let's go. That is like the last big part of this puzzle. In fact, I think the next biggest thing is gonna be concrete of all things, where I have a constructor here to represent the project, but we actually need so much concrete. We need 1,750 concrete per minute, and that's gonna be for our singularity cells. And if we just use constructors, which can handle 15 per minute, really, that'd be like 120 constructors, and worse than that, over 5,000 limestone. So yeah, know what, actually, we're not gonna do that. For probably the first time in my life, we are going to unironically use the wet concrete alternate recipe. It takes limestone and water to make concrete. I know, insane. But the numbers, so much better. Whereas with the default recipe, we need 5,000 concrete. With this recipe, we pretty much need half as much. And best of all, Past Kibbs actually had a plan for this. And we have limestone all over the place. And I brought over thousands from other biomes right over to here just for this project. With all of this limestone, just scooted it through the chaos down over this way, where I had this nice little available corner for a handful of refineries. And we're good. Concrete on deck, sip included, and it fills out the area nicely. Not like we really ever see that corner amongst all this chaos. Like, that's where the refineries are, just back there. Because I didn't really want them to be a big deal around here. Like I was saying earlier, there's a lot going on, and I don't want anything to stand out too much unless it's like really, 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 really important. And if we did something like build like a modified concrete Hellspire over in the nuclear power plant, it would just be too much. And we gotta save the remaining spots for the big stars, like the Figsonium production line, which we can actually do all back here, behind our control center. Like back at the diorama here, this was it. These machines, this is like 2 particle accelerators to make the dark matter crystals. Figsonium itself, I think it's like 3 particle accelerators. Then it's like a few quantum encoders, and all of the reactors we need to burn the Figsonium are already built. Like, this is it. It's just gonna be a bit of wrangling. These singularity cells need pasta, dark matter crystals, the plates, and the concrete. Well, at least that's done. Did Past Kibbs actually deal with the plate stuff? Now, survey says Past Kibbs did. I think we're actually making a bunch of iron plates for the nitric acid blenders over here. And I think I need a lot of extra iron plates. In fact, those are iron plates right there. Belt goes to me. All right, Past Kibbs did have a plan here. But you know, just in case, it would be good to double check on what he was doing. I think we're using like a really weird alternate. Using an assembler with iron ingots and plastic. Holy smokes, dude. Are you seeing these ratios? That's nuts. That is really, really, really efficient. It uses an oil product, which is like, but dang. 187.5 per assembler. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 assemblers. Okay, yeah, we're good on plates. We are so good on plates. In fact, it looks like I even set up some smart splitters to send things in the proper directions. Oh, bravo, past Gibbs, you did it. Made future Gibbs proud. Bask in this moment. Might be one of the only times. All right, then we should have pretty much everything we need, and we can start building all of our machines. So back in the area I was pointing out, I did a little bit of prep work, and I just paving the way and getting ready for today's project here. And now we're gonna build all of our machines here and a few over there. And like I was saying earlier, the dark matter crystals, they're only gonna need 2 particle accelerators. So a lot of this is gonna be following rule of cool methodology. I have 1 accelerator there, another back here, and we should have space beneath for shenanigans. Oh yeah, plenty of space beneath. In fact, we could even raise these up higher. This will be fine, generally speaking. The big deal is getting the 3 particle accelerators over here. We're only gonna have 3 to make Fixonium. I really need them to fit right here because these machines are huge and there's no backup spot. And this ain't looking good, Chief. Okay, technically, it's blue. Is it gonna do a little floaty nonsense? Yeah, but hear me out. What if back here is now actually a building? Future Gibbs, you're a design genius. You can absolutely make this look goofy. Good luck, have fun. This is our Fixonium land. All these suckers gotta be overclocked. Overclocked out the wazoo. Yeah, we gotta save on space at this point. The quantum encoders that we're gonna be building later, chunky. And I want them to look very aesthetically pleasing. So I don't want to screw myself over here. Lastly though, we need 4 manufacturers for the singularity cells. And I am certain I have manufacturer blueprints. I have so many blueprints. Oh my gosh, of course, yes. Input only, lifted expandable, lifted for input. I'm pretty sure we have like a stacked, yes, that's lifted stacked blueprint. Oh my god, it's beautiful. And we only need 4 of these? Past Gibbs, you were cooking, buddy. Cooking with gas. We'll have 2 here. Set up the next 2, sure, there. How does that look? It looks phenomenal. What do you want me to say? It looks phenomenal. In fact, I can already see the whole building putting itself together here. We have like a main walking path that goes to our control center, and then the path can go to the left, go through a center area. We can walk through, look to the right, see all that, look to the left, see all this. Oh my gosh, it's gonna look awesome. All that's really left is some wrangling. We gotta get a good bunch of belts through all of this. Let's start with the easiest thing first, those time crystals. Time crystals, we left those off just over here behind these water pipes. So the whole main belt should just be around the corner, eh? Taskib should have done that. Let's pretend they're right here. They go to right there. Skewed over this way. Then we'll pick up the last few time crystals from this set here. Skewed on down here, following the empty belts. Skewed on up here. And then we're practically at our destination. And usually I like to boop in and say, oh my gosh, this is so difficult. Burr, 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 burr. No, this went totally fine. We have so much infrastructure built, and since we're at the tail end of this project, I can just get to use whatever space I want. So everything just scooted on in. Even getting the iron plates, there's another belt highway that I could just stack the plates on as well. And that brought all the goods right to the destination. Even going through like the busy places, like in here. There's surprisingly a lot more space than there looks. And it looks pretty dang busy, I know. But there's still space, see? Iron plates, big chillin'. One thing that was a little difficult was getting the concrete over here, just because it was 2 full belts pretty much, right? Then we have some refineries down this way making turbo fuel, which means we had all this ceiling space. So I was like, a little shortcut just behind all the reactors and stuff. We take those kinds of deals. Concrete goes from over there, scoots by all the train tracks, over across this wall pretty much, and then right underneath the destination. I did have to raise up the particle accelerators though, just so we had space underneath for a little bit of the belt work, but it's fine. And you know, all these machines, they're just small little doodads that don't need a lot of items, just a few time crystals and some dark matter residue. And at least for the residue, it's a gas, so it's not really a whole big thing. No head lift, just pipe logistics. And lo and behold, past Gibbs had all of the dark matter residue sitting right there, ready for this project. All scooted down this way, out through all here, and just to where it needed to be. Most of which is needed for the Fixonium. Each of these loops needs 500 dark matter residue each, which is what each of these pipes are. But then, you might notice, there's no pipe going to one of the particle accelerators. That is because there's gonna be a problem in the future that we're gonna have to deal with. That problem is that when we make the Fixonium fuel rods themselves, there is a byproduct of dark matter residue. And the byproduct from these quantum encoders is going to have to refeed into the process that makes the fuel rods themselves. Things will go wrong there. But at least for now, we got some belt work done. Dark matter crystals hooked up. These machines, pretty much ready to go. Those are belted to here. Just went underneath all of these water pipes down this way, because past Gibbs was generous and left me some room. Just showed you the concrete and the iron plates as well, which just leaves the nuclear pasta, which we already have automated in our glorious Star Forge, which a little inconveniently is kind of like on the other side of the map. So we're gonna have to set up some drones, or just one. I think past Gibbs actually did have a plan for this as well. Just have to remind myself what the heck I was thinking. So we have some drones that bring nuclear pasta from the Star Forge over to our main base right here. So that is going from A to B, and that's so we can use our portal network. Past Gibbs also knew we'd need a lot of pasta to make the Fixonium. So I'm thinking we got an extra drone port around these parts, ready to go. And you better believe it, bud. That is the pasta drone. It's bringing things in this way. Output goes to a smart splitter, with the overflow going towards our main base portal network, and the main output going into a bin, which goes into a drone port, which is already fueled with turbo fuel. Oh my god. Past Gibbs, I do like it when your plans come together. So then we just need a drone here, and we just gotta send it somewhere at our nuclear power plant. And to be blunt, my brain is kind of cooked from decision fatigue, so you know where I put the drone port? Right there. See it? I don't know. I just thought if there's a drone flying in that way, it'd look cool. You already have all of the other bees buzzing about, so why not just add in one more? And the great thing is, if I don't like its position, I can just put it literally anywhere else. And for now, I just want to get this final bit of belt work all together here, so that the entire Fixonium system is practically ready to go. Just need a few things to get things running, like some plutonium waste. Oh boy. And also a bunch of quantum encoders for that extra dark matter residue. Oh, and the Fixonium, of course. However, that big finale will be next time, because we have accomplished a ton of stuff already, and we are practically done. There's only 2 real steps left in the entire nuclear power plant project, and we'll have all of the power in the world. So if you're excited as I am for that, remember to leave a like and subscribe for more. But until then, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, and bye-bye. Hello everyone, I'm Kibitz and welcome back to Satisfactory, where we are about to complete this year-long nuclear power plant project by automating Fixonium. Because all of the uranium fuel rod stuff is done, the uranium waste we can deal with by making it into plutonium fuel rods, but we can't actually burn the plutonium fuel rods in reactors yet, because we couldn't get rid of plutonium waste. So we've been working on Fixonium fuel rods, which is a bit of a complicated process, but at the end of it, we make Fixonium, which takes plutonium waste, turns it into these Fixonium IKEA lamps, and those can be turned into their own fuel rods, the Fixonium fuel rods, and effectively turn plutonium waste into power. Quite frankly, not a ton of power, but it allows us to use the plutonium, which is the best power source in the game, so it's worth it. Now all we have to do is set up all of these quantum encoders. We aim to make 37.33 Fixonium fuel rods per minute. And all this stuff is already automated, so after we build the machines, we have to deal with the pipe and belt work, and also the dark matter residue. Making this final fuel rod has a byproduct, which we have to carefully refeed back into the existing system, or else it will crash. In fact, we're going to be refeeding that extra dark matter residue into making Fixonium itself. So probably by the time this whole thing gets booted up, we'll have a little bit of a problem there. One step at a time. Gotta get the quantum encoders in place and get them all belted together. And over the year I've been working on this, I have saved spots throughout the plant for those quantum encoders, because once they're running, they emit this really cool, like, aurora beam out the top. So the encoders have to be in very specific locations. And with 4 inputs and 2 outputs, yeah, getting them all in place and belted together is gonna be a bit of a time. We're gonna have to build quite a few encoders as well, because we're trying to make 37.33 fuel rods per minute. Each encoder can make 2.5. That's about 15 quantum encoders. But if we overclock those out the wazoo, it actually isn't too many. So at the end of the day, we're probably gonna build somewhere between 6 and 15. Look, we just have to have these encoders in these specific spots, and if it's more or less than 6, it is what it is. And spoiler alert, it's gonna be a few more than 6. These things look cool, and I want them all over the place. We just have to get that belt work done, eh? Oh, and then excited photonic matter. We have trigons, we have these control rods, and Fixonium is somewhere. The photonic matter, well, let's just assume we're gonna build 9 quantum encoders. Means we're overclocking to about there. Now each machine needs 83 excited photonic matter. Okay, that is like the one last thing we haven't automated, but it's the easiest thing to automate in the world. It takes 1 converter and magic. We make it out of thin air, it's just power. And each converter here makes 200 excited photonic matter. Each machine over here needs 83, so that's like 2 and a bit machines, right? Yeah, easy peasy. So we can just have these overclocked and on site next to each quantum encoder. As you've already noticed, we already have a couple quantum encoders here, because the first step in this whole shindig is I want all of the different items for these machines brought to a central location. So the trigons, control rods, Fixonium. That way when something inevitably goes wrong, I know where to look first. And good news, most of the stuff is right beneath here. We have a lot of belt highways around this factory, and would you look at that, my trigons. Get over here, Billy. We are sending you up the wall. Where we actually have space? Oh, almost have space. Drone fuel. Why do you have to be so hungry? What are you even doing? Oh, this is for nuclear pasta. Mr. Kibbs loves his pasta. Took a long time cooking this all up. Anyway, give me my triangles. Oh, but there's something I didn't want to do, but I guess we're at that point. See, annoyingly, we need 1,500 trigons per minute. And a Mark 6 belt can only handle 1,200. And so, we have to go and make another belt from all the way over here and bring it all the way over there. What is this? Smart splitter? I forgot what you're for. And now you're gone. All right. Okay, so with the trigons then, this will be the 1,200 belt, and then we have a second exit here. So this can be another belt. Like, I guess it'll be kind of even. Just bring that up to where the other one went. There's totally gonna be space up there, right? Wow, I can't believe there actually kind of is. I didn't expect this to work out. Great. And the only problem is that, technically speaking, with these big storage bins, the priority output for them is the bottom belt, and this is a secondary output. But since we have 1,500 items entering these bins, things should probably be fine, right? Boats. As for the rest of this belt, we follow the wave. We'll go over to like here, scoot up, scoot over, and And I guess we have to scoot down. What a mess. It's okay. We get out to here. And then there's a free logistics spot somewhere. What the past kibitz? How dare you in this past year make a mistake for me? We are just trying to get belts wherever we can make them work. It's like Satisfactory survival mode, where we are hoping for the best and trying our best. And it looks like that might be enough. That gets those Trigons over to here. Scoot them on down. And we are on a belt highway to the moon. But while I was doing the belt work here, I remembered what that smart splitter was for. You see, once we get Fixonium automated, all of this plant is going to go online. And there are going to be problems. I know it. I just don't know what the specific problems will be. And because of that, we set up an emergency waste processing plant. Because if we get buried in nuclear waste, well, I would like a way to get rid of it. And so we had a smart splitter back at the Trigon processing to send the main output over to the emergency facility, whereas the rest of it will go to normal processing because we want to prioritize the emergency stuff and not making more waste. But I will deal with the rest of that belt work later. We'll get the materials upstairs, and then we'll just have this belt continue through and join up with this logistics lane. I think this already goes to our emergency plant, so that's pretty much perfect. Good job, past kibs. Thanks. Right, that is item number 1, pretty much brought to the factory. We'll just bring her on down and collect up all the friendos. And that's actually probably the hardest part of all this, right? With Trigons down, we need the control rods next. And the control rods are built way over there somewhere, underneath those reactors. We actually automated them a long time ago because we needed electromagnetic control rods for making uranium fuel rods. But I made a ton extra for this exact purpose of using the same production line for Fixonium. So same dealio, where we'll have a splitter here, yoink from that one belt, have some materials go to the left, and then some go to the right, out to Fixonium. Now, do we need to set up like an overflow splitter or something here? By the way, you can hold Alt to replace a splitter if you want. Very convenient. But yeah, do we need a smart splitter here? Should we prioritize one over the other? Yes. By sending the control rods over to Fixonium first, it prioritizes getting rid of waste instead of making more, which is always the goal. Now, as for that belt work, how are we getting a belt over there? Wait a second. Maybe not too bad. Little straight mode belt. Scoot on down this highway. Wait a second. That works kind of well. And then somehow, I really want to have a belt, like right here or something. Then that can go up, scoot down this way, scoot to the right. All is well, good. And then there is the knot. That's where we're going to run into a problem. How are we going to get a belt through here? Well, I think at this point, we just have to dig. I used the 4-meter foundations all over this factory for these emergency kind of scenarios. Because if all of the room for belt work is kind of, well, busied up, then the last resort is we can always have a different platform underneath. And now we can fit up to 4 belts right down this way. And because I have saved this option for emergencies like this should be easily done. We have to also start thinking about final decorations around here. And you know what always looks good? Asphalt. Just switch up the material. There we go. Then we'll bring the control rods straight through here. And once past the knot, we have a tile. Thank goodness. I didn't know if we had one. Whew. Okay, so that can just go over top of this. And we're right by the Trigons and our centerpiece. Right, let's consider that done. And let's look into the final part of the puzzle, Fixonium, which we automated last time right over here. It's just these 3 little loops, fully overclocked, making the Fixonium itself. The output goes nowhere. I didn't set up the outputs last time. Past kibitz? What the? Out of all the things, you know what? It's fine. How much Fixonium are we making? Like 75 per minute? Jeez Louise. I don't know how this will be done. I think past kibs, though, wanted there to be a building to encase all of this. And in that case, I'm gonna have a walkway to walk through the building. Probably have that about here. And then if Fixonium's the main star of the ball, I'd like to have that running through about here. Because then, once we have a belt down, we can put a throughput monitor on that belt. And yeah, that'll look great. Having all the little Fixonium suns scooting on down. Off to the right, we can see the singularity cells being made. Yeah. We're not gonna do a lot of decorating today though. That's gonna be for later. Right now, we're making things work. With the Fixonium here, oh geez. We are in a spot. Where does the Fixonium go? Hold up, I think I have a dream. We could go from this wall out to like this wall. Can we possibly go through this building? This is like one of the most crazy buildings in our entire world. But we can totally fit a belt through here, right? We did before. There's actually room here, excuse me? I was kind of goofing around, but this actually might be possible. Hold up. We'll make this look pretty in a bit. I'm just trying to see if this can work. Oh my gosh, the whole floor is like clear? No, it's not. But wait, some of it is. Go here, up there, over all this silica. The wall is right in front of us. Then where to? We actually have a couple options, but on the other side of this wall, I was like, oh, look at all this free wall space. Let's just use all of it. Ha ha ha. Oh, but there is a logistics tower right here. And then it goes right down to our goal destination. I'm making this work. Somehow the Fixonium needs to get to here. If that's the case, oh, come on. Believe. Can we get the Fixonium to that wall? Other side, no whammies. You know what? That's not... There's like one pipe in the way. Clips a little bit, but it's not the worst. And if we can get the belt over to here. Oh man, cause it's done pretty much. Oh, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. We might leave that. Please let me decorate it, I beg of you. How does that look? That doesn't help at all. Well, what if we had the wall hole over here? You know what? That could also work. To have this run along the wall, then this would go shoot over this way with a straight belt. Oh yeah, that looks way better. Okay, and we consider Fixonium done. Is that everything? We have the logistics line for the control rods. Fixonium's there. Trigon sitting pretty. Hold up. That's it. That's the whole enchilada. Except that Fixonium has me a little worried. Number one, we'll just bring the past over. We belted that last time. And I think the Fixonium's missing something. A, we have to complete the belt work for the outputs, but B, oh yeah, I never belted the plutonium waste over here. Okay, that's not good. Because yeah, there's the pasta, but the waste is nowhere to be found. Where does the plutonium waste come from? Okay, I had to check my notes, but it turns out all of the reactors back here are for burning plutonium fuel rods. We are going to get an absurd amount of power from that. And also a ton of waste. And the waste right now, it looks like it ends up over there. Oh yeah, I remember this bin. This is from when we were testing our emergency plant. So then we just have to belt that waste onto one little belt here, bring it on down here, plenty of space, and then we have tons of belt highways to bring everything over this way. So yeah, the waste will come back down here, through this other giant knot, probably through this building, and then all of the waste and fuel rod inputs and outputs are on this side of the control room. And okay, yeah, a little bit more survival mode belting, but everything should be aligned now, where we already have the plutoniums kind of scooting to our control building, just via this belt over here, goes up over this way, comes back down after passing by all of our control systems, and then the plutonium waste, it goes in over here-ish, and then leaves through this area, and goes up now to our Fixonium setup over there. And yeah, bringing these belts through all these places, they're a bit of a time. This factory is pretty busy, but I keep managing to make it work. Haven't had to move anything too mission critical just yet, but oh man, we ain't even at the hard part yet. The Fixonium wrangling over here. Oh man, dealing with all of these different inputs and outputs while making the whole setup look cool is gonna be a doozy. But you know what's gonna help a ton? painting things gold. I'm breaking a rule. I usually only paint machines gold if they're gonna be using a Somers loop, but look, it looks too good. Look, they got that cool gold ring already built in. Like, yeah, more gold it is. Plus, there's not gonna be like hundreds of quantum encoders throughout our world, I think. So the ones we do have, you better believe we're gonna make them pretty. And also on a very well-designed building. I'm thinking we're gonna do all the belt work underneath here, and then just have a variety of like conveyor wall holes and belt work all hidden around. So we just have to show the bare minimum up top. Now, the tricky thing is, beyond all the belt work shenanigans, is making a building that aesthetically matches the rest of our factory here. But you know what? I think past cubes might have done this work for us already. Because we kind of have these lines right here, eh? Well, in a perfect world, we just kind of yoink that aesthetic right over to here, eh? So we'll go like every second one, delete them, and then we'll just bring these over? Oh my gosh, yes, this is exactly what we're doing. Except what do we do up top? I think we do have one last line here, but I had a bit of a different idea. But that idea's gone because this is looking perfect. Matches with that kind of lingo, goes to there, and then at the end of the line here, we'll have like a main entrance or a doorway into this build. And for it, we just want a normal wall at that point. So we'll zoom down, a couple ramps, and the design like enters the build. It's so simple, yet so elegant. I love it. On to the belt work. All of our friends are right on here, except for Fixonium. We don't have plutonium waste yet, so we can't make any. But we have the other friends, and then again, we have to fit in a converter somewhere to make the photonic matter, but we can worry about that later. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Let's deal with some beltwork stuff. After, fill in some walls. I usually like to do this stuff after, but we actually need to use these walls for the wall holes and stuff like that. But okay, spacing looks pretty good. I think I'll paint the walls black so they don't match with everything. But painting can be done later. Back to the quantum encoders up here. We need to use all three entrances and the pipe. These two are gonna be a little weird because we're changing up the design at the end. So let's go to like this one. This one's kind of normal-ish. We can have a conveyor lift, scooting down to the wall. Easy peasy. Same deal with you. And you know what? Why not 3 in a row? Okay, easy enough. As for the pipe, well, it's gonna have the excited photonic matter inside, at least for the input side of things. So we're gonna have that match the belts, and we're gonna have a golden pipeline here, which again, kinda breaks with conventions. But this is an extraordinary project we're working on. Fixonium, the final part of the nuclear power plant. We gotta go all out, and golden pipes, gorgeous. Right on. We'll kind of copy that to all the rest of the machines here. With this wall, it's gonna be kind of blank. Let me see if I can figure something out there. Okay, that looks a lot better. And with all the golden belts and pipes in as well, I'd say, you know what? Not too bad, not too shabby. Pretty plain, but once we add in like the finer details, like the signs and the vents and whatnot, ooh, that's gonna shine. And the most important thing is that it fits the vibes, you know? We've got all of our lines and our brutalist structures, and that fits right in. And what stands out the most is the most important thing, the quantum encoders. That we kinda have to get working now. And we'll just deal with the inputs first. The outputs, they're gonna be a whole other thing. We can worry about that later. Only a couple inputs. It should be fine. We have space, we have verticality to use, so let's just put in some like temporary floors. And we could use these for some belt work in a second. And then on the bottom floor here, that's like the easiest thing to mess with. Well, the Fixonium's only one belt. The Trigons are kind of the most difficult, so let's just deal with an easy thing first, just to get the ball rolling. So there's 5 machines upstairs, so we just need to split that belt into 5. So we'll split it in half. We'll use all 3 of these exits. So you go up to here. Line up, please. That's probably fine. Then you go to that one, which is perfectly lined up, all part of the plan. Yes! Then the last one, I don't know, I'll go somewhere else. And are the interior belts gonna be gold? I love the gold finishes. All of these finishes are fantastic, specifically copper, but we can't have all those finishes everywhere. Everything is gold and special, then nothing is. Needs to be used sparingly. So back to black, default, thanks. The last little conveyor elevator, up to about there. Scoot that around to the splitter. And all of this is gonna be like an overflow system, right? So I'm not gonna do some crazy load balancing for the inputs. Pretty much Fixonium really is just like a recycling system. It's not actually that important, at least to keep running well. Things get backed up, well then, you know what? That's actually probably fine. We can build some extra capacity for plutonium waste recycling. For now though, that is good. This is good. And you can go to here, and then we just grab the main input way over. What happened? Billy, get down here. There we go. Bring it the way over there. That is one item input. That's the rest. We'll just keep stacking things up layer by layer and using some, probably a couple shelves over here, deal with a little bit more belt work shenanigans. See, when you have vertical space, there is a lot that is possible. And even better, makes things get even crazier. What the frick? I didn't want to get this crazy. There's so many inputs and outputs, and then big part of this is that all of these items have to overflow. Like, we've only built 5 quantum encoders, so I couldn't just belt from like A to B. No, everything had to run through a bunch of like splitters and smart splitters and mergers and all that. And then the residual items had to be organized to go out somewhere else as well. So everything extra goes this way, along with the Fixonium fuel rods. But oh, guess who forgot about the excited photonic matter? It was me. It was me. So after doing like half this belt work, I had to rip it up and somehow get a converter in here, which I did, thankfully. And now that's sitting pretty in the middle of all of this. Oh man, oh man, oh man. What a pain in the butt. Maybe I'm sadistic. I needed it to look cool. So I got a pipeline here going over to a buffer over there. A nice thing, at least, one saving grace, is that we are making a gas. I don't think excited photonic matter is really a gas per se, more so maybe a plasma. But look, in the game, it behaves like a gas. It's a gas. Doesn't need headless stuff. We just hook it up, send it out into machines. We're chilling. So the excited photonic matter, after everything else was belted, scoots around and then enters all of the machines. I scooted it out the back though, over here, in a golden pipe. And then I brought the pipes back out and around, instead of having all of the pipe work out front here. There's a lot of dead space in between the quantum encoders that I wanted to fill in. So I was like, you know what? Giant golden pipe, probably a little bit better. Same deal with Fixonium. Fixonium's gonna go along this belt here, and then we'll get to see it more. It's like, oh cool, IKEA lamps and golden pipes. Very neat. And on that same note, the power was a bit of a thing too, where I had to bring it over this way, over top a beam. Then I kind of centralized it all back here. One of the fun parts about this whole nuclear power plant is all of the power lines are segregated to like their own fuel rod. So the yellow line is for Fixonium, the green and blues are for uranium and plutonium, and then there's a white one that is like our main grid, but it's mostly just out in the control room. So yeah, power is good, except I saw you, demon. Didn't think I would see the red power doohickey? What is the problem here? We chillin'? We're chillin', okay. Simple little mistakes like that are gonna blow up my nuclear power plant. But I caught him. And everything's gonna be fine. Except for the dark matter residue output. Byproducts, man. Always a doozy. For now, all the byproduct dark matter residue is scooting over into a buffer, right? Yes, back underneath the platform here, into this buffer. Then up to the ceiling, and over to what has become like the output wall. As for all of the fuel rods, they're just getting merged together, sent onto this belt, and same kind of deal, output wall. And yeah, that's pretty much the whole enchilada around here. It's Little crazy, but it probably should work later. Much later. No, that is the first set of 5. Now, the hard part, where we want to build a lot of these quantum encoders. They're cool. They have the big aurora, so we want them all over the place. That means we have to get all of the overflow belts over to other machines. And because, again, maybe something's wrong with me, I have decided there must be a quantum encoder right here. What a great position, Kibbits. That's gonna look so cool. I know, right? Except for the fact it's right past the conveyor belt, not like the most busy place in the entire world. I like to cope and say it will be fine, but we have like 2 lines for belts right here. I don't know, man. I'm gonna try my best. Outputs are all over here, past the line. You are just not gonna be here. There's no way, buddy. We gotta get the overflow belts for all the other items, scooting down over this way. We can get them down this way. We can at least get to like around here and do some more belt overflowy nonsense. The main thing is I want all of the inputs, like full speed, going over to here. So if there's a problem with Fixonium, I can just look over here inside this building and chill. After this point, you know, again, it's survival mode. And for these belts, bro, I got no clue. We're gonna boop it. Yeah, oh my gosh, this is like the most insane jigsaw I've ever had to deal with in my entire life. But I'm somehow making it work. Belts go down underneath this big highway, but then they go back up, and then they go over here, and then we have an overflow system. Splits the belts in half. Half are going over that way, and then the other half scoot over this way, and we are able to get 3 of the belts over to that quantum encoder. In fact, we used this entire lane, and I just booped the little encased cell. What is it called? Electromagnetic control rods. Yes, I booped that belt just over, and I made it work. That's what I did. And this is now in place on this beautiful pedestal, which we'll decorate someday. And as for the photonic matter, it's always just a converter that has to sit somewhere, so it's sitting right over here, chilling, and inputting that all to here. Holy smokes, though. Don't you forget about our bestest best friend, the dark matter residue. Still need that. Yippee! Where does that go? Great question for future Kibbits. I couldn't deal with it, man. The belt works already so much, and we'll deal with the dark matter residue later. We still have more belt work to do. We now have 6 quantum encoders, and I've kind of settled on 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want 3 on the other side, I've decided. 6, 9, yeah. Oh, yes. And then 1 inside the Colosseum. I remember from like a year ago, this is my whole plan actually, was to have all of the quantum encoders stuffed in the middle of the Colosseum, only just here. But then over time, I was like, am I really just never gonna be able to see the quantum encoders? I don't think so. We gotta have a few in view, and if we're having a few in view, we may as well have more. But as something of a homage to past Kibbs, we'll at least have 1 quantum encoder sit in here. So I centered it as best I can in this whole shenanigans here. And then the one saving grace is the belt work's actually gonna be really, really simple. A, it's only 1 quantum encoder, and B, there's a logistics store down here. So right now it's dealing with all of the non-fissile uranium, and I think all of these loops are making encased plutonium cells. Yes, they are. Very cool. And with the big centerpiece and wonderful beam shooting out the top. One thing is, though, I didn't think about this, but where are we gonna put a converter around these parts? There is room somewhere around here, right? Not really inside here, but we have a logistics building over this way. Oh, which is pretty busy. What the heck? Oh yes, we have our super massive 6-to-6 balancer, right? It takes 6 belts of non-fissile uranium and balances them out. That was unhinged, Kibbits. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, and then we have extra loops over this way. Not good. Okay, maybe this is gonna be a little difficult. Where do we put 1 converter? Oh, I know. Outside. Why not? We're in the end game. We hardly need to build any more machines. We see space, we can use the space. Because Because if I don't use the space for machinery, well, then I'm gonna have to go through on a decorative pass and figure out something else. Oh, like what we're gonna do over in this area? Oh, that's a future Kibbs thing, man. Nope, we'll have the converter over here making the photonic matter. I suppose all the belts and stuff will come down this belt highway, no problem. Scoot underneath to the logistics floor and we'll hide it all here. Okay, so I was wrong. The belt work under here, not as easy as I thought. And I really had to pull out all the stops, i.e. we had to do some digging into the 4-meter foundations. Thank goodness I built with 4-meter foundations, or else a lot of these projects would be impossible. But no, converter's in where I was kind of had it before. Looking cool, got the nice pipe. Then the belt work and pipe work was relatively simple and straightforward. Everything was already brought down. Scoots here, into the Coliseum. Out reploop all of our stuff. And it all goes back to one centralized location. Or at least the dark matter residue does. We're gonna have to figure out what to do with the Fixonium fuel rods. But for the dark matter residue, brought that up this way, connected the pipe all the way around back here, and then it just hooks up into the existing system we had for the first set. So we have a nice valve to make sure the gas actually stays out of that system. In fact, we should probably have more valves, like here. Yeah, we have to keep the dark matter residue out of the machines, right? So we're gonna have to have more valves on the line. I'll get those in later. Main thing is, the excess dark matter residue is centralized there. And then since we're already centralizing some stuff, I was like, you know what? Let's get the dark matter residue from over there too. So one big old pipeline scooting through the knot and everything else all the way back. How I managed this? Well, through the most complicated belt and pipe work you could ever imagine. But it works, probably. And that's done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Quantum encoders done, and we're on to the final 3. And where will they go? Where they're always meant to be. Right over there, next to some loops, front and center. Then I had this nice big open space right down there. That's the whole enchilada. Now just imagine the very short future, all like the cool aurora beams coming out all of the tops of these, of the Coliseum, all around the nuclear plant. We'll change the time to night with all the auroras. Oh, it looks so cool. But only after we managed to get like 6 belts through here and all the gas pipes organized and luckily it wasn't as bad as earlier today, where a few hours ago I had already set up a bunch of splitters here that go towards the front encoder. So the rest of the belts, I just had to duck and weave through all of this, brought over to here, and then turn those out onto a new logistics path underneath like some pipes and other belts. Then over to the left, way up here, we duck and weave some more in between some pipes and more belts. We're finally at this spot right next to the machines here. Okay, we're done, right? Pretty much. I'm not gonna do anything too complicated here. I'm pretty much just gonna copy the same thing we did for the first set of 5 quantum encoders right over here, because this place is already busy enough and any extra detail will be like visual vomit. And I like what I did over here, where the building doesn't really matter too much, and the machines are the whole pizzazz, which they should be. So hopefully, this will only take a second. And by a second, I mean like another hour. Or what if I spent like 3 hours making things look really, really, really cool? Look, this is an opportunity here. One of the few opportunities to mess with the quantum encoders. They're pretty fun to mess around with. So this time, I did stick with like our initial design, where the power kind of runs alongside here. We have like the platforms, all the belts go underneath, gold pipes, etc. But then I was like, let's split them up. Let's put some extra dark matter residue going over this way, with some valves. So all of the outputs scoot through and we can see them go over this way. And there's a bit of a space down here. I have some more bouvards, more belts where we can see things, more indicator pipes, more visuals, more movement, and all the while, none of the busyness down here really takes away from the quantum encoders themselves. Also, pardon the game stutters. I think the game's unhappy with my activities around here. Anyway, the dark matter residue is organized, then the Fixonium just scoots out on this belt. Got our quantum encoder just sitting over top of some bins of turbo fuel down that way. And then yeah, the dark matter residue, we had to bring it through the floor. I very much so underestimate the amount of belt work that goes into these machines. I'm like, we have so much space under here, brr, brr, brr. And then it all runs out, and I freak out. But this should work. Again, it's like a simple overflow. There's so few opportunities for things to go wrong, right? Haha. I did have to dig underneath the platform a little bit, though, just to get some of the pipes all dealt with, and then some of the belt work. But we had plenty of space down here, so it's okay. And that's where the dark matter residue ends up. Good job, Past Gibbs. Where is here? Is this underneath the loops? This is underneath the loops, right? Yes. Man, once this whole system turns on, I'm gonna remember all of this stuff and know exactly how to fix it. You believe it? No, those are done though. And since we already had like some splitters and like that new infrastructure belt down this way, it's actually relatively simple getting the next machine hooked up. So all the input belts kind of go up over there. Up there, they go through some overflow splitters. They circle around this big block, go over this way, into these belts over this way, or at least underneath them. Man, the stuttering's really bad today, sorry about that. But from there, all the belts go to their final destination, the last quantum encoder, which is designed just like the ones upstairs there. Sitting pretty next to the big box of gold. And that is the whole enchilada. All the machines are in place for the nuclear power plant. And it only took like 12 hours to set up 5 machines. Haha, so simple! I love Satisfactory, the video game. Okay, high key, I really do. It's a great time to listen to podcasts and zone out. There is one mission critical thing I need to do right now before I forget about it. And that is deal with the dark matter residue. I think we will bring the dark matter residue from down there, follow the input belts out and around this way, link up with the extra dark matter residue pipes down there, scoot through this wall in particular, because we have a little bit of logistics room down here. Yeah, we can have the pipe just go through over here, because that's the output. Plenty of ceiling space for activities. And then our end destination is going to be this Somers loop right here. It's going to be making more Fixonium, and it needs about 500 dark matter residue. So most of it will go into that machine, and then we'll need some overflow dark matter residue going into these particle accelerators here that make dark matter crystals. You know, it really shouldn't be all too bad, unironically. Think the junctions have priority inputs. Like priority 1 is whatever enters through the bottom here, and then priority 2 would be whatever input goes through the side. And then priority 3 would be an input from the top, but we only need 2 inputs, and then the output will go out through the top here. So we'll just have some valves in there, valve over here. This pipe will connect to the 3 quantum encoders that are just over that way, and then this pipe will connect to the quantum encoders that are just over that way. We have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 over there. Main thing is, can it all fit in one pipe? That is the biggest question. Please, please, please. About 75 per machine. So 75 times 7? 525 fits in a Mark II pipe. Perfect. Okay, so all of that can scoot over here. It's a gas, so it shouldn't be too big of a hassle. Maybe we scoot it up this tower here, just out and around this way, I guess. Or maybe along the wall. Oh my gosh. Along the wall down here. Wait, did I already set this up? Is that what this pipe is? Look, it's been a long time between boops here, okay? I forget half the stuff I'm doing. It looks like this is for the dark matter residue. Then it's gonna do the junction stuff here. I don't think so. Junction stuff, you're going over there. Now I'm really hoping this works. So the dark matter pipes are connected. Really wasn't all too bad. Goes over to here. We have a valve, and that valve leads into the Fixoni machine here. Good? Great. While I was doing all the pipe work, I realized something though. We have 10 Fixonium machines, right? Fixonium fuel rod machines. So 10 times 75, 750 dark matter residue per minute. So it had to be 2 pipes. So most of the dark matter residue is actually here, but some of it had to be split over this way. So from the other few systems somewhere, I think just over there, I used some valves to redirect some of that stuff over into this pipe, Now we have 525 here. Because all in all, we do have to make dark matter residue, and we are doing that with some sand. And the residual stuff just is input into other systems. So yeah, some residual stuff goes into the final loop, the other stuff is inputted into the beginning of the system, which goes over to those loops, and these loops, and all over the place, and it'll be fine. While I was running around dealing with all the residue, I was like, hey, let's deal with the last belt in the whole system. For Fixonium fuel rods themselves, which I reorganized and painted so that I'd remember where they went, and then sent them to their designated reactors, which are the first reactors I set up in the whole plant, right in this middle pit, because with 37.33 Fixonium fuel rods per minute, we are able to run 15 nuclear reactors. And all of these have been sitting here waiting for a year for their delivered fuel. Pipework's done, power's connected, and we are ready to rock and roll. Rock and roll next time because I'm cooked. Getting belts for all this, that, and other places while trying to figure out aesthetic designs was a doozy. And I just want a quick moment to enjoy the nuclear power plant now that it's done, before we turn it on to test it and watch everything collapse. Hopefully not too badly though. That'll all go down next time, where we'll test out the entire plant at full power, do the final decorations, and complete this year-long project. But again, that's gonna be all for now. So remember to leave a like and subscribe for more. And until then, have a fantastic rest of your day, and bye-bye. Hello everyone, I'm Kibitz and welcome back to Satisfactory, where after many weeks, we are ready to produce the final piece of the puzzle to activate our nuclear power plant. Pressure conversion cubes. Because with them, we will be able to make plutonium fuel rods, thus getting rid of all of the nuclear waste from the prior steps of our nuclear power plant project. Because we already have uranium fuel rods, but if we burn them, they make nuclear waste. The nuclear waste can't be destroyed. So we automated a bunch of other production lines, and then once we have those pressure conversion cubes, we can use the processed uranium to make the plutonium fuel rods, send those to an awesome sink, and safely be able to run all of the uranium fuel rod power plants. And this last little cube was a little difficult, because it required fuse modular frames, and that's like a bit of a whole thing. 15,000 iron ingots, a bunch of oil, all that jazz. And now today, all we need are 3 more production chains. We need crystal oscillators, circuit boards, radio control units, and then finally just a handful, like 100, assemblers for the cubes. And after weeks, and weeks, and weeks, today we'll finally be able to automate them. So let's start with the easiest project first and go from there. And we will be starting with circuit boards. We need about 500-ish of them per minute, 550 actually. And we're gonna be using a very weird recipe that uses silica and copper sheets called the silicon circuit board. And we already have all the copper sheets. And last time we got all of the silica using this cool dissolved silica alternate recipe chain. So with all those materials, you just have to bring them to some place to build. This is where I'm a little bit more concerned. Last time we went around making like 150 refineries, and at this point, the base is getting a little busy. Like, it is huge, but it's a little cramped in here. However, we can move things around, and this is gonna be perfect. I would prefer there was a pathway here, but we are starved for room. This might be one of the last places around where we can actually build. Because like every corner, again, is refineries. And then I've been a little busy these past couple months, so the rest of the area ain't looking too hot either. So no matter how convenient or inconvenient, this is what we got. And with this project, we needed the 550, right? So how many of these machines do we have to build? 550 divided by 12.5? That's gonna be a big number, isn't it? That's not a big number. I can work with that. Well, along our journey, we invented this chunk blueprint. I usually used it for encased industrial beams, but my gosh, it's being useful. It is a giant blueprint with 24 assemblers in it. It is very, very, very convenient, except for the fact it is too tall for most of my base here. So we're going to have to sink it into the floor a little bit. Hello, truck stations. Goodbye, truck stations. As cool as it would be to have an open roof, aesthetics are kind of going out the window right now. This is the final boss, the end of the line, and I want my cubes. Holy, this blueprint though is nuts. It likes the game just a little bit, but my gosh, is it convenient. Now we have to build 2 of them. So come with me, friend. Holy, survive! Oh my gosh. Everything's fine, everything's fine, no need to worry. Just gotta set her down gently, let her rip, and replace a couple of those tiles down there. That'll be fine. That is 48 assemblers. And then just when we go into the corners here, set the recipes, copy and paste them, and send a couple on 50% clock speed. That will work. Now then, we need the inputs. The silica is upstairs though. The floor above? Well, well. Yes, yes it is. These 2 belts will be silica. But right now, to keep the silica operation working, we have to sink everything, or else fluids will back up and it'll shut the project down. Or vehicles will get deadlocked. Excuse me? It's the trucks. The trucks have decided to be creative lately. We'll leave them to their business. Right now, silica stuff. One thing I've realized is we have to keep the silica moving always. If there's a stall in the system and this whole thing pauses, essentially our nuclear power plant will then pause. And that cannot happen. So the silica must always flow. In that case, we need a permanent solution for those awesome sinks. And I see a blank wall in front of me. Right now that thing is worth $1 million. So I have 2 sinks sitting right there. I'll bring the silica just out and around. And at this stage, we will have an overflow smart splitter ready to send the excess material into the abyss. What a nice solution to such a simple problem. So with that moved, everything will be fine with our whole distilled silica setup, and we are able to bring the material to where it needs to be. So I just continued it down the line here, up and over and into one of the pits beneath, so we could go down a whole floor into our chunk blueprints, which I have fully set up and balanced a little bit to get going. The deal is, I want both of these to run at the same rate. So 22 running here, 22 running there. So what this is a 2-to-2 balancer. Takes 2 random belts and balances the output to be 2 equal outputs, which can be very convenient when systems might be unstable. As for the copper sheets though, well, these are kind of everywhere. Last time, yeah, again, we were putting down a lot of refineries. But the copper sheets were located in just one area in particular. Down through here, up over this way, through the north wall, down into this zone by the trucks. You know what? No walls. And right over to here. At least this is most of them. All 1,209 get balanced out here. But we got it. We're good. System is connected. And our first task is complete. Wonderful. Circuit boards, done skis. Now for the difficult stuff. See, we need like 55 crystal oscillators per minute, and the manufacturers aren't that good. We are going to be using the recipe we've used in every single playthrough, which uses a little bit of rhubarb, AI limiters, and of course the quartz crystals to make the insulated crystal oscillators. But each manufacturer only makes 1.875, so you can do the math. They can tell you that that's gonna be a lot of manufacturers. And did I mention we didn't have a lot of space? Yeah, no, we don't got a lot of space. Which means we're gonna have to pull out the emergency measures. We're going to have to go uppies. See, my initial plan was to have all of the pressure conversion cube stuff done below this power control floor here. This is kind of like where I run around usually, going over to my hypertube cannon room, or I'm gonna have my portal room around here, and our main power augmenter. And it'd be nice if this was like the cutting off point between like the old tech and the new tech that would be upstairs. But unfortunately, we are just radically out of space. So let's see what we have available. This is a lot of space. Okay, we are probably gonna use this area. Then there's some space over that way, but that area is going to be for my factory of factories. Once we get the nuclear power plant online, we're going to upgrade the space elevator, and then we are going to automate all the materials we need for Mark 6 belts, automate power shards, and all that kind of jazz. So that space is gonna kind of look like this space. Maybe upstairs, there's a little bit more room in like a little corner somewhere, please? Where's upstairs? I'm upstairs. Oh, oh, oh. Wait a second, is this the immediate next floor? Hold up. Ring, ring, hello. Oh, I see. This could work very, very well. We could stack the manufacturers up through here, and then what's above here? Oh gosh, the end of time. Okay, we do not go up there, that's too scary. But we might just be able to make this work. This area for crystal oscillators, that area for the radio control units, and then we'll figure out what to do with the cubes. But for now, let's try this out. So again, we needed about 30 manufacturers for this project to work, right? Let's see if we can measure the space out. So one manufacturer, sitting pretty down here, is equal to, let's say, 3 foundations, or 12 meters. Okay, well how many foundations of height do we have? There's 10. There is 7. 17 divided by 3, it's gonna be about 5. We're gonna have to leave room underneath, because we have to remember the belt work too, even if we wanted to stack these up. But this should be okay. Let's say we can stack 5 here. It's looking like 5 would work. Then, if we had 5 there, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Perfect. If we stacked everything, we could fit all 30 manufacturers we need off in this little corner. Just have to move some belts and stuff. And also means we're gonna have a row of manufacturers up front here for the next stage of making the radio control units. But you know what? Who cares about that? For the radio control units, what is the recipe for them? I think we're using the control system one. Check my notes, and we are. I'll have the circuit boards, aluminum casing we did last time, Rubar we automated eons ago, and yeah, we still need those crystal oscillators. And because each manufacturer makes a decent amount of control units, we shouldn't have to build as many manufacturers for the entire project. Except I was wrong. We need almost 200 of them. So that means we need another 37 manufacturers. You know what? That's bad. Well, we can fit 15 in a row here probably. And then could we fit the rest over that way? Real talk, we don't even have a choice, so that will have to work. We have 37 power shards left in the world. Yes, I collected every single power slug in the world and used all the power shards now. So we're relying on lizard doggos. But they've kept me steady. So maybe I'll just have to wait a little bit, but essentially I will make this work. Let's just focus up on this area. These belts, I don't know what they're doing, but they're gonna be doing something somewhere else. And then we have some blueprints that will make this project a lot easier. It is a lifted manufacturer, and I'm thinking we could modify it. So the splitters down here, instead of just going to one machine, we could have another machine above it. Let's make some blueprints. Pretty much we'll have one blueprint that is just the splitters and the first manufacturer, and then, I don't know, let's just build it. The problem is, I don't know what can fit in this blueprint maker. Although it is big, manufacturers are really big too. So let's see. Place this right in the middle to get her started. Get rid of the excess material that we don't need. Along the back, we can have vertical mergers to deal with the outputs as well. Can we just get 2 at least in this one blueprint? Oh yes, we can. So that will go there then. What is with the stilts? I will fix that, don't worry. And then that will connect up well. Okay, we're not gonna do this. I'm just kind of testing this out to make sure this all works out. Like everything's on the right heights. We can put this in and it actually lines up. It does. Perfect. For now, that's good for our first blueprint. And you know, maybe even our second, because we could have those manufacturers just up in the air. And then could we just fit one more manufacturer down here? Oh, it doesn't fit? Come on. That's all we needed to do. Whatever. You can always just save something as a temporary blueprint, get rid of some of the excess parts, and then shimmy it on up exactly to where it was before, so I can't place that thing down here. Ah! But at the end of the day, it'll be fine, which it is. So we'll have to stack the two blueprints on top of each other and then do the belt work ourselves. I also added in some beams, because having just the random machines stacked up upon each other didn't look very good. In fact, having this weird void underneath also isn't the best, but we'll probably just be keeping that. Sometimes it is what it is. All right, move out of the way, old blueprint. New friend coming through. It's this one, an expandable version of the stacked manufacturers, and then the big three to expand on this system. All right, now it's just a bit of spacing and making sure that I don't move. It'd be nice if we could have a tile on the right here and on the left for excess belt work. Like, we have a lot of material that's gonna be going through here, and it looks like we have enough space. Each manufacturer really only needs 3 tiles, right? And we have 10. That's not good. So 3 is one manufacturer, another 3 is the other, and it's looking like we only really get away with half a tile on each side, or a full tile on one side. And I think I'm gonna go with that option instead. Let's move this right into here, make sure it's all nice and aligned. Looks good. Shoot the next one on in next door. And wait, why is this a full tile out and why is the spacing working so well? I don't know, I don't care. I am so excited to get the pressure conversion cubes automated today. I'm just moving as fast as I can here. Look at that, a full tile in between all machines though? Wow, living in luxury. Okay, now we stack. If I hold Alt, are we pretty? we're not there yet, but we're pretty much good. Then we just scoot down a little bit, a little skedaddle. It's a little dangerous. Is this all lined up properly? Looks pretty good, looks pretty good. I'm gonna call that pretty good. And it's just that easy. Do the same thing again. We'll scoot down, nudge up, good. Hold, nudge down. There we go. Whole wall of 15 manufacturers sitting pretty. God, I love stacking manufacturers. It's my favorite. Look at them go. Now for its mirrored set. Now I really have to have a tile in the middle here. We're gonna have to build all of those vertical splitters and mergers, right? It's gonna need some space. Also, aesthetics, right? Rule of cool, always on deck. Looks aligned, good. Place it, send it, looking good. And the last set, fantastic. Hopefully one tile is enough space. Actually, that's gonna be beautiful. No matter what we do, we're gonna be able to have like a walkway going through some of the machines. Ooh, look glorious. I love being able to hold this in blueprint mode. It's so easy to build en masse. I've built systems like this in the past, actually. Specifically for crystal oscillators as well, called beast systems. And they all look just like this. But let me tell you, this is the fastest we've ever thrown one together. Maybe it's all the experience, right? But no, that is 30 manufacturers built in a few minutes. Now just for the inputs. So this will go all the way, oh, it doesn't reach all the way up. No, my dreams. Okay, things were going pretty well. We're due for a bit of a hiccup. Gotta make the story interesting, right? Right. Easy solution though. We'll just have these floor holes here. This will go all the way up. Connect A to B, no problem. Then this will go into the floor hole. That annoys me greatly. This will go right into the floor hole. We can continue the pattern up. No problem. It even connects up to the old belt we set. Now are the heights aligned properly? We have this there, looks good. This here, looks good. Actually does connect. It does, but I don't know if you guys are seeing this as well, but there's like a little dip in the belt there. I will delete everything and change that, don't you worry. I don't know why that happened. But the main thing is, I'm testing the proof of concept. Like, this will work just fine. Oh, that's now really weird. So this is at the same height, but up above, it's at a different height. That is extremely weird and worrying. I love the vertical lifts and splitters and mergers and whatever, but they do have quirks. Hopefully this is not one of those quirks. I don't know. The main thing is, this should be fine. I will expand this system out through all 30 manufacturers, and then we'll just have to go on our shopping trip for the items. But I don't know what to say. I put all the belts together and stuff like that, and then they connected differently when I set them up. Like some of these actually just connected straight from here to the machines, and then sometimes I had to put a belt in between. I don't know. Main thing is everything's flat, looking good. Oh, and like it's all connected now. Wow, fancy, isn't it? Look at all those beads. Like I was saying earlier, we have this nice little walking path that goes through all of the machines. We can actually see what's happening on them. We can see the items. Got rid of the floor down there, so it looks like it's just one big belt going all the way up. And I'm very happy with it. Then I even went ahead and started building the next set of machines. Just the same thing over and over again, right? This time though, for my new friend, the radio control systems. We'll get to these after. I just wanted them in place for now. So we got the 2, 3, and a couple more over this way. Let's focus on the main boss right now. Getting this system online. Did I connect the belts up over here? I did. So outputs are scooting on through and down over this way. The nice thing about this system, at least, is since each manufacturer doesn't make a lot, we don't need to bring in like dozens of different belts for all of the machines. I was able to bring everything in via one 780 belt each. So we got the quartz crystals, the rubar, and the AI limiters. The crystals are just from our distilled silica project last time, because to start the whole thing, you use raw quartz and nitric acid to make quartz crystals, and then silica as well. So it's very convenient. And we just whipped together those chunks earlier, and they've been running just fine. And the rubar, well, yeah, we've had the rubar available for a very, very, very long time. All in preparation for this single project. Thank you, past Kibs. You're a hero and a scholar. Or you will be if this actually does work. I don't know though. I really don't trust the vertical splitters and mergers. They're quirky, but everything connected. There's no reason it shouldn't work. And so far, it is. Okay, great. So everything overflows down through all of the splitters down this way, loops on around, and is mirrored on the other side. And then everything just goes uppies. The oscillators will end up over here. Just put together a quick old Binarinsky temporarily, just to see how things go. And then let's check all the machines, if you don't mind, because I don't trust them. Good, weird. Might be an overflow thing. Why doesn't this machine have any items? Getting real nervous now. Yep, whoa. A classic past Kibs mistake, just not putting in the splitters. Okay, you know, honestly, I like seeing problems like this. Sometimes some problems take a long time to actually reconfigure and fix. When I just simply miss a couple splitters, it's a nice sigh of relief. Just throw those in, they connect up just fine. Everybody's happy. Yes, there's items in there, items over here, and where are my items up here? Oh no. Ah! Okay, we have a problem. Why are the items from down here not going beyond the floor hole? Okay, yeah, you know how I was saying I don't mind small problems? Yeah, big problems? Kinda do mind. Here's the deal. I can delete this and try to reconnect a lift from A to B, but I'm pretty sure I can't do that. But I have to try and attempt the fix, because clearly just looking at this any longer won't actually change things. So, please connect. Okay, cool. Very, very cool. I don't know why this is broken, and I don't know how to fix it. So the problem is, right, is we have to bring this all the way to the top manufacturer, but the conveyor lift doesn't go all the way. And clearly, splitting up the conveyor lift with the floor hole is causing the problem. Like, all the items stop at this floor hole. It is the problem. So how are we gonna bring a lift all the way to the top without using the floor hole trick? Well, one really bad option is we'd have to bring all the items from the overflow all the way up onto the ceiling, then have the splitters go down through the rest of the machines and meet in the middle. That would look hideous, and that'd also take an extra hour and a half-ish. How else can we change this? We could try the exact same thing again and hope it just works the second time. It could honestly just be how I placed things. Like maybe I placed things in the wrong order. I messed around with the vertical splitters and mergers a lot when they first came out, and I found that sometimes if you place them just in a different order, they behave differently. Don't ask me why, don't ask me how, just is what it is. Let's try this out. Bring this to here, right? Then we'll bring this all the way up to the top. Do the items move through? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Then what if we start building the splitters at the bottom? Splitter 1 in, works just fine. Splitter 2 in, works just fine. Yes. And now splitter 3. Oh, first the floor hole's too high. 1 second. Oh, wait a second. That's probably it. That's probably the whole issue. It's the floor hole. The floor hole is in the wrong location. I think it just needs more space because maybe the game is not able to like process the belt being this short. I think it might actually be something like that. Wait a second then. So maybe a mix of both things. Like we spread out the floor holes a bit better. Then I also focus on the order of operations. So starting at the bottom and then working our way up. We already know the first two are gonna work. That'll be fine. Now will this continue to work? That actually is like even less space. Maybe I goofed. I don't know. Ooh, okay, apparently it's working now. Maybe it's just an order thing then. Because yeah, that conveyor lift down there, that is small. But things are moving through. So I guess it's just the order I built things. Maybe I don't know, maybe I built from the top down. Main thing is, all of this just has to go. Sucks. But both myself and a lot of members of the community know that the vertical mergers and splitters have a character. So I'm sure this will be addressed in the future. The big thing is, I was able to fix everything. It didn't actually take that long. And things are running smoothly. Look at all those oscillators. Wow, wow, wow. 100%. Numbers, good. Machines, running. And best of all, it's aesthetically pleasing. I'd actually have been really upset if we had to do like the bring all the items to the ceiling and down. That, no. No. This is great. And now we have our crystal oscillators, meaning we just need the radio control units. Pressure conversion cube time. Ooh, wow. These things though, they're gonna be a bit of a thing. They need more items. Specifically, they need thousands of casings and thousands of rubber per minute. And like I said, we already have all of the material. Fast Skibs handled it. However, that means we still have a lot of belt work to do. It's gonna be several belts of both the casings and all of the rubar. And spacing's a whole problem. It's only 4 for the casings. That's good. All these casings are being used for the radio control units. It's about 5,000 aluminum-ish. So we'll send that out here. The big item elevator. Okay, please actually be a way through. We need to get to all the manufacturers. Yes! Okay. Whew. Everything is fine. One of the reasons why I wanted to keep a lot of the materials for the pressure conversion cube stuff down that way is because we have our whole main room right behind here, right? And it blocks off a lot of the through lanes for our base. But apparently we dodge everything. We can just bring all of the rubar and casings to here, skewed on through, and hopefully everything will work out just fine. I suppose we should focus up on building the manufacturers next. So we needed 37 of them, but we already got a lot done over here. Just to recount, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, so you're telling me we only need 27? Oh, we can fit 27 in here. I have a third eye, okay? Third eye for manufacturer blueprint spacing. And in here, I'm pretty sure we can fit 24, and then we'll probably have to do some overclocking. So let's see, 2, 4, 6. Oh yeah, and then we're gonna have like a tile on the left. We have the whole front area for extra belt work. We need a tile in the middle to deal with all of the lifts. That is 12 right there. We're gonna have a huge middle space then maybe. So let's go right to the other end. 2, 4, 6, tile. I'm just trying to get like a rough guesstimate. That's 12. Wait a second. Wait. No, that's 24. Okay, and then we just have this weird amount of space in the middle. And I guess that's how we're gonna have to split the items up. Again, it's thousands of casings in Rubar. So we can't just have one belt snake through all the manufacturers like we did with the crystal oscillators. No, it's gonna be a bit more involved, which sounds like a lot of fun. I'm excited for this. We have the space for it, luckily, right here. I can make anything happen. My goodness, using vertical space for belt work is a dream come true. Something I wish I had done more in my previous playthroughs. But then again, I didn't have as much technology back in the day. So for now, 12 times 90, that's the big number. Can we fit all of that onto a 780 belt? Ugh. No, we can't. That's going to have to be a Mark 6 belt. All throughout my world, I've been pretending that we have Mark 6 belts when we don't. It's probably gonna be the death of us. But we call that a future Kibs problem. Right now, look, it's an arrow pointing us in the direction of victory. We are going to have all the splitters in here. And then since we have all the space in the middle, we'll have splitters down this way. Move the items through both sides. Because besides the casings, the circuit boards, the oscillators, that can all be done on one belt. Easy peasy. The Rubar, 45 actually. It's 540. Okay, so 540 here, 540 there. Not as big of a problem. Anyway, the oscillators would go through there, split up, scoot over. Is this belt not long enough? Are you for real? Are you for real? Are you for... Look, I used a lot of my sanity points already fixing that lift issue before. I just want this to be done. I want my cubes. Anyway, one item will go through here. Overflow out the wazoo. Mini lift will work right here, right? Praise be mini lift. That will overflow through all of that. Enough spacing for this. Totally connects for real, believe it. And then this one. Oh, this goes down here. All right. No problem at all. Beside it looking hideous. I think I'll space this out a little bit better because we have so much room. Generally, it's not going to be a whole complicated mess. The mess is going to be bringing the items over and dealing with the balancing work. Let's just keep the hard project in mind as we get through the simple stuff. So spacing has been redone. It looks a lot better. Down through the middle here, the splitters have been reorganized because remember, some of these items only need one belt, like the circuit boards and oscillators. So they'll go into here, and that's split to more splitters. It overflows through all 24 machines, and it'll be fine. A couple manufacturers that we stuck over this way, they're gonna be the residual machines. When we're done balancing this whole system out, kind of all the excess stuff will just overflow to this, and the numbers have to work because of the production rates from previous steps. But back to this area, got the duct tape out and put the rest of this all together and figured out what to do with the center here. Just have these sloped belts looking all fancy like. Inputs out through here. Output will come through the middle and end up on some kind of platform or something here. Depends on how crazy the belt work ends up getting. But with the output, we just use the mergers that go vertical. We go onto the ceiling, and they all merge together onto one belt. It's only 165 radio control units. It's nothing crazy. Now the Wrangling will be crazy. Again, we gotta get thousands of aluminum casings. And then as for the Rubar might not be a whole thing. What's going on upstairs? We're gonna have to like siphon some off of this supply chain here. I think I already did that earlier. I did. Past Gibbs, what was the situation over there? Oh, a sign. 383.66 down that way. 216.34 free. I'm gonna guess that equals 600. I don't think this is a 600 belt though. I think this is a 780 belt. Actually, wait. Logically, it has to be a 780 belt because look at all the items here. If this is 600 per minute, this wouldn't be working like this. And also, that little gap in the belt confirms my suspicions. Yeah, these are all 780 belts. Because with the balancing I did down this way, it's an overflow system. And because we're using 780 belts to make 780 belts, what will happen is there'll always be a stutter every so often. So this is another Mark 6 belt will fix it kind of problem. For now though, all the rubber in the world, of which we need 1,648. So that's gonna be 2 belts and change. 2 belts and 88 to be specific. And then yeah, like all of the casings. You'll come up this way and off to the races. Oh brother, that was some mighty wrangling we had there. But all the belts all together and we are ready to distribute. So everything ends up going right into this wall and we just have to make it all bounced out into all of these. How do we do that? Well, let's focus up on the aluminum first. Most of these belts are 900 items per minute, and one of them is 540 items per minute. This is why I wrote things down. Oh, it's 596. So that's gonna be that belt. Okay, that belt is 596. What we'll do is, knowing that this 24 set here and that 24 set there means 1080, we'll split some of the items off of here, send them onto these 2 belts, and then combine the residual of the 596 with the other 900, and that will go to the last couple manufacturers over this way. Logically, it makes sense. In practice, how do you set that up? Great question. Let's just do the classics. Set up a smart splitter, get some mergers, you go to A, and over to B, and then set the front. Well, actually, wait. I was gonna say set the front to overflow, but technically speaking, we just have to have a splitter here. Again, like logically, everything should balance itself out, right? Yeah, no, that's fine. So you go to here, you go to there, the 596, you just scoot on this way, and then you go on your merry way out to the last couple machines over there. I'm not used to things being simple. It can't be this easy. I'm missing something, right? Task cubes, what were your shenanigans? Is this gonna distribute to the left and right? Ah, okay. That's how I distributed the 24. I did the bottom 12 and then the top 12 as 2 independent systems. That was kind of clever, actually. Good job, me. Thanks, me. So where does the other belt of aluminum go? It has to go up above to here, to there, to here. Ah, mystery has been solved. A to B, aluminum Dunskies. Next, Rubar. You seem difficult. We're gonna deal with the easier stuff first. Hey, you, circuit boards. Scoot on down there, friend. We have places to be. You're gonna go down to here, because it looks like we're gonna need a little bit of space. And all we need that to do is to split between 2 belts. No, it just has to overflow over 1. Yeah, which one? This goes into a splitter, and it splits between the top and the bottom set. Yes, okay, so you, 1 splitter, good sir. From A to, to B, B, C, D. That's what we need to do, right? But now that introduces a couple other problems. We need this now to go this way. How? You know what? Just to throw an extra wrench in the problem, I also want this to go over top of here. Why? Because it'd be aesthetically pleasing, but to mentally exhausting. Consider some options. Does this splitter actually need to be down here specifically? Absolutely not. We have a lot of space. We could just set this to straight belt build mode, have that there, and we could just have the splitter over here. Then we could go, oh my gosh, yes, we could go over to here. That's the right height. Hold up, cooking. Head on down beneath this platform. There's nothing in our way. There's nothing stopping us. We're free. Yippee. Okay, great, great, great. This belt over here, it's the same diff. We just need that to follow along over this way. So we need to get it through the pandemonium, which won't be a problem at all. We have plenty of space. That will go to here. This will go there. Maybe I fibbed. This might be a little difficult. Need this to duck and weave through everything. And it totally clips there. Dang it. Just with 1 belt, we have all this vertical space, right? For any reason, we could just go up the wall and go over. Gibbs, why don't you do that right now? That's exactly what we're gonna do. Head that way, make it look better, go up and over, and that will be fine. We'll concern ourselves with it a bit later. Dorubar. Are these both 780 belts? They are not. One of them is residue from that other production line that we saw earlier that I thought was a 600 belt. The one on the right is 88 per minute. Seems fine. And I'm about to make it super unfine. Okay, so I've been building all of this pretending that we have the Mark 6 belts, right? And those can handle 1,200 items per minute. So, technically speaking, if we brought these 3 belts up to this 3-to-3 balancer, it would work as a bit of an overflow, where we could then bring these items back down into these 24 manufacturers, and then the last belt up top would be balanced out, because this is a 3-to-3 balancer, and then we could just send it over this way. And, you know, like, technically it would work. I'm a little hesitant with this, though, because before we have the 1,200 belts, this is not going to work really at all. And then after this project is done, we're going to be running the nuclear power plant, and a system like this is a giant red flag for future Kibs to fix, because this idea can work and it's right in place already, and that's what we're going to do. Don't worry, though. I got a plan. I'll leave future Kibs sign. Ah, isn't it beautiful? See, everything's gonna be fine. Whole system looks great, it works, and I spruced up this area a little bit once I actually figured out a solution, so that it looks pretty as well. Wow, wow, wow. My favorite change, though, was we have the output that's gonna go down the middle here, right? Well, I brought it up onto this platform that I forced in here, put in a little item counter, and a bin. So now we have everything go into the bin for the next phase. We have the item counter that we can keep reviewing. It all looks fantastic. It really does. I'm quite impressed. The last part of the whole party is just to get the AI not limiters into here. Crystal oscillators. My mind is cooked. There's been a lot of items that I've been trying to keep track of, and I'm going crazy. I just want my cubes, all right? Let's get the cubes. Second to last stage. Click, clack. There go. The oscillators. Split up to go upstairs into the system there. Downstairs here, it's relatively simple. Just like the oscillator setup, everything goes up vertically to here. We didn't even have to worry about the 4-hole stuff because we didn't build that last 5th manufacturer up top. The system is working just fine. Control units are ready to go. Over this way. Belt work is good. Oscillators being distributed. No cookie problems here, right? Nope, this is set up relatively traditionally. No vertical mergers or splitters here. This splitty boy is organized in a delightful way. Get our control units automated. Wonderful. And in no time, items anywhere. Probably they'll start from over here first. The radio control units from over this way are actually gonna go up here, go through this way, scoot into this. This is just a concrete pillar attached to a wall hole there. A nice little trick I saw on the Satisfactory Reddit where somebody just like nudged a wall over, put the wall down temporarily, put the conveyor wall hole in, and then nudged over a concrete pillar that was painted black, and it ends up looking like this cool little tube. They just put like a beam on top for extra aesthetics, but really all you need is this, in my opinion. Anyway, well, that's where those radio control units will go, and now we should have some in the bin. 78 per minute. I want more. Where are my hot plates? Here are my hot plates. Look at them go. I'm going to make so many. It's like a classic hot plate food. I don't know, scrambled eggs? Whatever. I'm gonna make so many pressure conversion cubes with you little guys. Let's go into the bin, brother. It's time. It's cube time. Destiny awaits. All we gotta do is make a couple assemblers for the mighty cubes. And how many assemblers do we need? Lots. But we have the fuse modular frames, we have our radio control units, and because we're making so many radio control units, we're gonna be able to make, what's the math on that? 82.4 pressure conversion cubes per minute. That's a lot of cubes. It also means we need 82.4 assemblers to be built. And the space situation is kind of over. The battle, oh my gosh, I'm pretty cooked on that front. This was kind of it. This was the last of the space. I don't know where any more would be. Literally, I'm looking at this right here, and I'm thinking of using this space. Oh my gosh, though. Wait. We are out of options, okay? Just humor me on this. Part of me just really doesn't want this to work, but I already know it will. Oh, we totally could do this. We need almost 100 assemblers. We have space right here above the train tracks if we subdivide the floor. I have no other option. We have to do this. All of the assemblers are gonna be built right in here. Okay, item-wise then, we already have the radio control units right next door. Then downstairs, we have our fused modular frames. But how far downstairs do we have to go? They are on the floor, this blender. That's not too bad. One little lifterinski and we're good. Oh my gosh though. But if we activate the pressure conversion cube assemblers, that means all of these machines are gonna boot up again. That means all of that will boot up again. That means our whole world will be activated. And our power situation is not good. We are on the brink of disaster. Turning on a system like this with a power grid like that? We have to do it. I've come this far. There ain't nothing stopping me now, brother. It's ride or die at this point. High likelihood on the die front. Okay, let's build out the floor. Just all the way across. Why not? We're gonna need the space. We can't really overclock things. Power shard situation will not handle this amount of machines. Then I've gone ahead and prepped a pressure conversion cube system. This is just like our quick wire system where we have a bunch of, what are they called? Assemblers that are pre-set up with belts, except I've made some modifications. For now, we've left some belts at the beginning and end, so when we set up the first batch, we can go and switch this into Blueprint Auto Connect. Connects there, the belts connect, and there we go. Easy peasy. No more belt work required. Just connecting the power from A to B, and we're good. That is already 16 assemblers built. And I guess, again, one of the nice things, too, is that we are done with, like, the heavy production lines. The pressure conversion cubes, they need, like, one fused modular frame per machine and 2 radio control units. We'll get the 2 belts ready, bring them up here, and overflow them over there. I suppose a lot of this project is going to come down to aesthetics. We'll have the walkway going over this way. We'll have one more system right next door. Then we'll have a lot of space over to the left. So I suppose I could just space out these assemblers a little bit better and then have a ton of storage for the pressure conversion cubes somewhere over there. Okay, it doesn't seem too bad, and I want to get this system all built as fast as possible because the power is not going to last very long. Okay, we gotta go. We gotta go fastly. In fact, Kibbs, I've had enough. It's time. Hit it with a boop. And what a glorious boop it has been. Because we had so much space, I was able to leave some air gaps in here. I have 2 buffer bins just down here, sitting with all the items. And look at the belt work I managed. Because of the pathway I wanted to include through here, I couldn't just stack up the belts on the right, or else they'd ruin all the aesthetics. So what ended up happening is the outputs go through this way and are on the main platform. And then I did the overflow set up beside the platform underneath this walkway. So there's one lift that goes over to the left and another lift that goes over towards the right and over top of the walkway we built over here. Now, we are going to add in more like pillar supports and all that kind of jazz later on, but general design concept-wise, this is perfect. It's perfect. It's everything I wanted it to be, except for the location. It's a pretty monumental project, and it's kind of just haphazardly thrown somewhere. But also, we didn't have any other options, so it is what it is. The big thing is we can activate the system right here, right now. We have to activate it pretty quick here because I don't know when the power is going to blow out on us. But at least for a couple minutes, we will see our first pressure conversion cube assemblers maybe come to life. Why isn't that loading with material? I don't know. There are some problems. What the heck? Maybe this is a really bad omen. Oh, how is there a freaking radio control unit in there? Hey, buddy. Dad, what are you doing hiding in the splitter? What a goofball. Okay, apparently I misbelted some items at some point. So I just have to take some of these out. Allows the other stuff to be loaded in. System's fine. At least I don't have to dismantle anything. It also should mean these other systems are running. It's gonna be a very, very slow startup, but as startup nonetheless. I can't believe this. It has been, I don't want to know how long, a very long time to get these pressure conversion cubes automated. But this is it. We've done it. We should be seeing a couple on. That's my cube. Get back here, friend. Goes off into bulk storage. I just wanted to fill up some of the space, so I built a lot of the tiny bins. And at the end of the line, we have our tiny little cubes. Our pressure conversion cubes. The last piece of our nuclear puzzle and a gateway part to the rest of the game. But how are systems faring? That's more so the bigger question. The power grid could not survive barely with nothing running, and now we're running up on 100,000 megawatts. Our production, woefully behind. Okay, got about 3 hours-ish of battery life. From testing I've done earlier, this number is way too high. And in fact, we probably only have like 2 hours of real battery life available. The good news, I've been a little proactive, and with my extra Sommers loops, I built an extra alien power augmenter over there. It is plugged in, by the way, it's just a visual glitch from this distance. But yeah, extra augmenter, sitting pretty down there. But even with it running, the grid screams out in pain. Like, this is it, the whole enchilada. And even worse, this consumption number is only gonna go up as our stockpiles of supplies run low and more machines actually have to boot up properly. So the game plan for the time being is to build up as many pressure conversion cubes as we can while we have battery stores available. Shut all the systems down, and then next time, figure out how to boot up our nuclear power plant. Because with all of this online, power will never be an issue again. However, that will be all for now. So if you enjoyed, remember to leave a like and subscribe for more. And until then, have a fantastic rest of your day. And bye-bye. Hello everyone, I'm Kibitz and welcome back to Satisfactory, where we have collected all of the uranium in the world, processed thousands of different items, and nearly drained an ocean so we could run the ultimate nuclear power plant. And now that we've automated pressure conversion cubes, we can safely run it without drowning in nuclear waste. Let me explain. In our diorama world, where each of these machines represents an entirely different production line that we've needed to get the system running. From quartz crystals, AI limiters, Arubar, rotors, electromagnetic control rods, all the way up to the uranium fuel rods. Yes, we actually have those automated, and we're making 50.4 of them per minute. So Kibbs, that means you can run the nuclear power plants, right? Yes, actually, we can. We can run a lot of them too. Problem is, we would end up making like 2,520 nuclear waste per minute, which we can't destroy. Because as we all know, fix it does not waste. That is unless you just constantly flush it down the toilet, because, you know, always that option. Oh, it's one at a time though? Bruh.
Did you not see the sign?
Oh, Ida's not a fan of that. Also, I'm not a fan of this, which is why I'm glad there's a second option. Processing the uranium waste through a very complicated system into plutonium fuel rods, which we could use for power, or we can actually sink those in the awesome sink without any issues. Which is our whole plan, because if we use the plutonium, we get plutonium waste, and well, then we're back at square one. The last thing we just needed was the pressure conversion cubes, and since we have all the other systems done, all we have to do is set up a couple assemblers to combine the encased plutonium cells with the cubes to get our fuel rods, and then we can safely run our power plant. Probably. Because some of our systems aren't working optimally, because I've been reluctant to upgrade the space elevator and get the Mark 6 belts. And that's kind of because we can't really add in any more systems, as we are already out of power and have 6 hours of battery life remaining. Oh, or 4 hours. Or 5 hours? 3 hours? I have no idea. Long story short, we get the power plant here running. Once the reactors come online, then we're gonna have the power to automate the Mark 6 belts. We'll upgrade everything, and then hopefully we do all that before we drown in uranium waste. Got it? Cool. So step one, we gotta get to the ceiling of our base here, and we need to set up a drone port to bring the pressure conversion cubes from here all the way to the other side of the world. We have a drone port ready at this point, but we need more here. We have one there. We could do a temporary setup, or we could put the drone port in its proper position, which is going to be right up on the side of the base. See, there's been a lot of planning that's gone into all of this. Many hours toiling away at spreadsheets. So at this point, it's just putting the final pieces together here. Like figuring out at the nuclear power plant where we're gonna automate all the plutonium. So quickly, friend, onwards. To what? Where? What? Okay, to the abyss, I guess. Oh, wait, no, now it's going back up. Where are you going? Can we still hitch a ride? Come on, come on, come on. It's perfect. Now. As I was saying, we've got to find a place to automate all plutonium fuel rods. So that drone will eventually land right there. And then we need some space for plutonium. And it could be here, but later on we're going to be dealing with Bixonium fuel rods. So I do need to remember to leave space for that as well. And I've kind of left that area and this area for those projects. Like, for plutonium, we really don't need too much. We just need a couple assemblers. It's like 18 of them. And past Gibbs did leave a spot where things could work. Just right over here. Ooh, actually, I just checked my notes. We need 44 assemblers, technically speaking. So we're going to have to overclock. And even when we overclock these, it's going to be 22 of them. So right here is 8. So can we get 16? I think we can. We're gonna have to retrofit the blueprint, but it'll be okay. A little bit of customization never hurt anybody. Except even with all of these, and after we fully overclock them, we need another 2, which is tricky. Oh, wait. It is tricky, but it is also possible. Put one assembler in here, the other in there. And once the recipes are all set and power shards are in, we are ready to go. So that just gives us one little belt headache to figure out first. And that's getting those pressure conversion cubes down there. So what I did was I brought them from their drone port through our main control building, through all the walls, all the stuff, out to an output zone for all the fuel rods and mission criticals. After they go through the control room. Here's where we can see all of the different items moving through once the power plant is active. So the last shipment of parts went through this slot, which is for the cubes. Then they go out through this wall, down their path this way. And then I just had to belt them all the way to the other side of the plant. From here, down onto this belt highway, through all of our other shenanigans, past the uranium, and then way back underneath those reactors there. Which took no time at all, was barely an inconvenience. And now we have everything we should need to make plutonium fuel rods. Just reorganize the assemblers a little bit, made it a little bit more pretty. Made the pathing all right, and without further ado, this just has to go to there, and that loads in the cubes. The plutonium cells were preloaded, and now we've done it. The final stage of getting the nuclear power plant online. There we have it. Our first plutonium fuel rods, yippee! All to go into the sink and get us awesome shot points through their own very convoluted set of belts that goes all the way up here, all the way to there, and all the way back to the control room, where they can be redirected to their proper destination. Oh my gosh. I actually can't believe it. That was the final step. The power plant is ready to come online. It's actually so crazy. I've been working on this for so many months. I wonder what mistakes past Gibbs did. Probably nothing, right? Probably not. Yeah, no, it's all gonna be fine. It's gonna be a great time. We're gonna make so much power. It's gonna be amazing. And even if we do end up with some uranium waste, we can flush the toilet for a little bit. It'll be fine. All right. Well, what we just need to do is send these fuel rods into the system, because we don't have the Mark 6 belts, we're not making a whole whack of them, but on average, we're making about, well, sign says 15 per minute, but that goes up between 15 and like 40. So we'll see how that goes. The main thing is we just need to switch one of these levers. Oh, to send them into the power plant. Probably this one, right? Right. All right, what that does is it turns off a awesome sink up there. The fuel rods will start backing up, and then they'll overflow at that smart splitter over into the proper system. Once that happens, you rock and roll. And the production is picking up just in time. Things are almost backed up, and it's time for the show to begin. So the uranium fuel rods will head through this way. They're gonna go up into that control building there and then be distributed across the hundreds of nuclear power plants we have spread throughout the entire biome. Now, will one belt be wrong? Will there be problems? Certainly. Hopefully it's nothing too mission critical. But we're looking pretty good for now. And off go the fuel rods. So some of them get distributed down into this set, like that one, or some are distributed over there and other places. Again, I've been working on this for months. I'm kind of relearning the system as we're going through it too here. These are looking good. The water is all hooked up. That's what all these pipes are for. That goes down this way, that way, and it's just an overflow system with the fuel rods until they all back up as the power plants come online, brother. And for a brief moment, we're big chillin'. And that moment's over. The uranium waste has begun. Let's breathe for just a second though, you know? Look at them. Aren't they beautiful? Making 2,500 megawatts per minute. Oh, and that's just for now. See, later on, we're going to fully overclock all of these once we automate power shard production. So this is only the beginning. Enough. We gotta find the waste. What's going on with the waste? We have to make sure all those systems are running fine. In the same kind of way as the uranium is spread out, the waste is collected onto a couple belts here and goes back through the control room before being distributed to where it's supposed to go. And with the waste, if things don't work out properly, we do have an emergency system where I can flip some levers inside the control building and all the waste will end up in these couple bins here. Let's check out the control room once again, where I think things are fine because our monitoring room is looking good. This is the control room for the waste. If there is ever a problem, we reconfigure these smart splitters to send the waste down a different belt, and then inside the control room itself, oh, look at all our barrels of fun. All right, let's stop looking at the barrels of fun. Back to production. The waste leaves the control building and goes into this weird cube. And inside the weird cube are mergers and splitters, which take whatever input we get out there and evenly distributes it out this way into a variety of blenders, like the ones up on this roof here. These blenders take the uranium waste and process it into non-fissile uranium. After its quick dip in the forbidden Kool-Aid, it's off to the Colosseum, where it engages in its greatest battle, going through, I think, like 60 particle accelerators or something like that. I've lost count. There are a lot of them. Each particle accelerator cycles between 250 and 750 megawatts. Times that by a lot, and that's a bit of a power issue. Oh wait, it would be a power issue if we weren't already making so much power. There's a freaking power pole around these parts. Ring, ring, hello. Actually, okay, there we go. Where are we at now? 225, up another 65,000 megawatts, and the number keeps rising. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot to show off one of my masterpieces in here. This is a 6-to-6 load balancer. Just like with the uranium waste, we take the belts of non-fissile uranium, and no matter what we get here, it goes through this balancer, and we get equal belts leaving here. So we can know all the systems on the other end will run efficiently. Ideally, hopefully, maybe, I don't really exactly know. We did a little test back in the day just to make sure some of the belts went to the right locations, but this is the first, like, big run-through. Anything and everything can go wrong. And again, if it does, even for a couple minutes, we're in a bit of a spot. A little bit of a spot. But everything should...
I shouldn't go into this being such a pessimist, dog, but I already know it's about to be a bunch of bullshit. I already know, man. I just dropped the video talking about how hip-hop is on the way out, bro. I mean, the bit being dead, dog. You know what I'm saying? Hip-hop got the damn defib on it, bro. We don't, though. There's no defib on hip-hop, bro. Nobody is doing anything that can actually save hip-hop on, like, the mainstream stage, bro. Dog, all the top dogs is on the way out, bro. Cole, Kendrick, Drake, Pusha, M, Tyler still there. You feel me? But, you know, I don't think Tyler gonna do nothing to have hip-hop with motion. You know what I'm saying? I don't think, and no shade to Tyler, I just think hip-hop is too far gone. You feel me? But anyway, it's like I just had this whole conversation on my own little soapbox talking about how hip-hop is on the way out, even though there are so many fire, dope-ass rappers. See, look, matter of fact, I just posed the Patreon with this question, bruh. We about to get active on the Night's Watch, bro. You feel me? I posted this today. So many dope-ass rappers under the radar. Name your favorite rappers that don't get the attention they deserve. Deontay Hitchcock, One Take Timmy, Montana 300. Them the first rappers that came to my mind, dog. Ren, Hobson, Swoop, Tory Deshaun, Jared Sanders, Saba, Mac, Homie, Isaiah Rashad, Kenny Mason, Rome Streets, Mozzie, Don't Trip, One Take Timmy, Van J, I Am the Real AK, No Big Deal, Justin Freeman, to name it. See, this is where, you know what I'm saying? Like, I say, and I'm trying to, you know, do what I can to pump some life into it, you know, as minuscule as the effect will be, bro. But we gonna get into it on the watch, bro. We gonna highlight the real hip-hop shit, man. Some of these big names in the game that should be much bigger than they are, but, you know, are forced to be up under the radar just because that's not where hip-hop currently is, bro. And that's the rappers with bars. We're gonna highlight the rappers with bars that don't get they just due. And with that being said, we are tapping into none other than One Take Timmy.
I love my kids to survive too much, but they still have me waking up crying too much. The rap game about vibes too much. Yeah. They ain't caring what you saying in your rhymes too much. They been overlooking mine too much.
That ain't that by the bitch. That's why we here. That's why we are fucking here right now, goddammit. With that, y'all let me know in the comments, bro. What rappers are fire rappers that don't get the credit that they deserve? Shit, I got Marlon Craft. Dog, Marlon Craft. You know what I'm saying? Hell, even your boy KB, the GOAT of damn Christian rap, if you ask me, dog. But anyway, I digress. And get to what we're here to do, and that is to get a snapshot of where hip-hop is headed to, because I peeped that XXL has dropped a few freshman ciphers, right? And that'll give us a gauge on where we're going. It's been giving us a gauge on where it's going, dog, because it's just been year after year after year of bullshit after bullshit after bullshit on these XXL ciphers, bro. Right? You know what I'm saying? So maybe they're going to switch it up and give us some shit that provides some relief. But I doubt it. But I can't be pessimistic. I gotta be optimistic, right, to enjoy it. But this one is 2026 XXL freshman cypher with Trap Iggy, YK Niece, Skrilla, Babyface E, and Belly King. I know Belly King. I know who that is, bro. Right, that's that. I don't know if he white, bro. He either white or albino, but dog sound like a brother. See what it do. Before we do, like always, man, Pete the Drip. Shop, StevieKnight.com. Humble these hoes. You know, you know. Pull up to the Patreon, my night watch shit, man. And yeah, I got a network of bros online, community network of bros online, real life anyway, where the objective is to be better, right? Get better, 1% better every day, dog. Physically, financially, emotionally, with the women. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you need help in or whatever you want to help bros in, dog, we doing it there, man. So pull up.
Like I was able to get 2 people that I keep up with every week, every few days.
That's hard,
Um,
bro.
yeah, and one lives in Canada, one lives in California.
That's
So
hard.
yeah, man. So that's really been helping me, and just so many things, man. Seeing people in there, and being able to, share my experience, knowing like I'm with a lot of like-minded people. I'm back in the gym. I'm doing a lot better, and that community has a lot to do with my success so
Bro,
far.
that
So I
shit makes me
really
happy,
appreciate
dog.
that.
I can't even tell you, bro. That shit gave me chills. You fucking telling me that, bro, because that's the goal, man. Without further ado, let's get it. DJ Drama.
They love how a nigga talk, ain't got a deep voice. Came from Carolina, I got cuz up in Detroit. Bad minds, I treat cars just like street toys. Came to the hood, ain't check in, you need a detour. Niggas love to say they rich, but do you feed the poor? I mean more to my state than you mean to yours. You walk through and close shit. I open doors, I rap shit that street niggas, they feelin' pores. My lawyer Bud Crawford, he read it beat bodies. Trench baby, if I got it, nigga, we got it. Cash money, Birdman, nigga, we pop it.
Is Terrence Crawford. We really beat bodies.
I mean more to my state than you mean to yours. You walk through and close shit. I open doors. I rap shit that street niggas, they feelin' pores. My lawyer Bud Crawford, he read it beat bodies. Trench baby, if I got it, nigga, we got it. Cash money, Birdman, nigga, we pop it. Call the plug, I need it ASAP, I mean rocket. Trap nigga, I'm serving bowls out the studio. E keep a 40, he ain't gotta tell me when to go. He shoot and I shoot, niggas doing pick and roll. Shoot a nigga 4 times and run, that's a give and go. Blowing up like I thought I would, thought I should, thought I could. It's all good, the lifestyle of a real nigga on a daily. Never saying fuck the streets, cause the streets pay me, nigga.
I mean, it wasn't trash, but it's pretty mid. You know what I mean? I've heard way worse than that. Right? Anyway, let's go. This says YK Niece. That reminds me of like YK Osiris. Is there any relation though?
Fuck the streets, cause the streets pay me, nigga. You know how I'm coming, bitch, I'm coming hard. Bad bitches shaking with my well, bitch.
Basura. Basura.
On Boulevard. He wanna eat me up, but I won't let him. I told him buy a bag, spin that cheddar. Done it 42 inside my section. Go and sleep a bad bitch, wake her look better. West side bitch, and I break that shit wherever. And if she won't smoke, it's whatever. I throw it, I throw it, I throw that way on goddamn.
Like, I don't want to be nice, bro. I don't want to be nice, dog. Like, you gotta be nice, bro. I don't want to run nobody. Man, fuck that, bro. You got the nerve to come up here looking like that, sound like that. Trash. Trash, bro. Trash, dog. Like, we know what real rappers, real female rappers look like, sound like, dog. Double X. Like, you need to stop giving Double XL so much credit, dog. But, like, you can't because once upon a time, they had talent coming through. And it's like there are talented rappers, new younger rappers out there that deserve to be platformed. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know, like, do these rappers got motion? They got, clout, right? That's probably what it is. Like the age of social media, bro. They gonna give the views to whomever like got a buzz. It ain't about the bars, right? Trash. Hip hop ain't hopping no more, boy. Sad sight to see, man. Hopefully this shit get better right here. Let go.
Rockin' double season, then I told the Drake, got couple bees, picked
You
up.
look like somebody.
And if she won't smoke, it's
I
whatever.
rounded too far.
I throw it, I throw it, I throw that way on goddamn.
Rockin' double season, then I told the Drake, got couple bees, picked up body teas, and then I heard you told you bit the cheese. My first lemon squeeze, I did my first draw, I didn't freeze. Riding with BD and FA on the run, did that with ease. Feds and spin the block 2 times, ring the rosy. Fucking with that dog food glass, ain't got no 10 fresh out the nosebleed. 5-star bitch, I take on the prime in a tuxedo. 5-star whip, I hit the gas, man black, I really speeding.
Why he rapping like that? He not on beat. Trash. Trash. Bruh. I don't even rap, bro, and I rap better than that, goddamn. I don't even rap, but I rap better than that, goddamn. Shit, let me go up on double XL. I just go up there and don't even say nothing. Might as well not say nothing, just be quiet, dog. Quiet is better than this bullshit. Let go.
This shit getting bigger. I got niggas that got more money than I got, and they asking me for a picture. She mad about a hoe, I didn't fuck, I should've hit her. Then I X'd her ass out, nigga, just like Twitter, and I'm on double X at a L. I ain't had no cosign, I did this by myself. Ministry so burnt out, cause niggas just gon' tell. So if you do that shit, you might as well do it yourself. What else? A lot of these niggas not my mans, I don't fuck with niggas. Off the meds, I'm moving slower than a caterpillar. Nigga hating, but he really wish he had a picture. You a natural born bitch, ain't no savage in you. This not a club show, bro, we at a venue. I told her no, but she still got it tagged in you.
Belly Gang gonna be the best, dog. Cause just his swag alone is gonna shit on everybody that's up there. Not to say Belly Gang is like some ill lyricist, bro, but at least he got star power. You know what I'm saying? You don't know who bro is. He got it factor, bro. You know what I mean? He was meant to be in front of the camera, dog. You could tell doing this rap shit. Everybody else, dog. Like, I'd be out there salivating if I was Billy Gang, bro. I'm about to eat all these motherfuckers up, bro. He finna go crazy.
And I don't even think I kiss it, but it's good on you, baby. Let every nigga know I hit it. I just put up 80 racks.
I ain't gonna say, bro, Babyface, he ain't trash, bro. He definitely better than, he probably the best one up here, but it's still mid as fuck, considering, bro.
Slide's gonna be fuck all this rap, bro, I'm spinning. Hitting her from the back, bro, I'm in it. Got some racks and gave away a scat, man, I did it, nigga.
Hey, Drawn, cut that motherfucker.
Yeah, already different. Cut the beat off. Already different. Come on, dog. Show these motherfuckers how to at least captivate an audience. You know what I'm saying? Real motherfuckers in, dog. Like, I already know Billy Gang, he ain't gonna be for everybody, bro. But he got star power, bro.
Hey, Drawn, cut that motherfucker. This beat cool, but it ain't really my flavor. They be calling me a white boy. Whole time my great grandma was a slave. I'm so motherfucking sick and tired of hearing that rat Atlanta phrase. That shit Gucci did, them ain't no Atlanta ways. See, a nigga like me, I ain't never been some fool, nigga. Even in the can, did a couple push-ups, held my weight just like a man. I spent the 80 on my teeth, but I ain't never did no floss shit. I never showed my hand. Fuck you know about getting put in the cell with a junkie. Let them know, hey, look, home, on the street, I get money. In this room right here, that dirty shit we ain't gonna have. I might buy them commissary jet or make them take a bath. Every time I get locked, this big money on my books. Any courtroom I ever been in, I ain't never been shook. Stood up and told the judge I ain't never been a crook. How can I cook crack when I don't even know how to cook, nigga? Yeah.
That's a butt cheeks. Bruh. I wish he would have put the beat on. It would have sounded better with the beat on. You know what I mean? He out-swagged everybody, bro. But hold on, they got any more? Do they got any more, man? I need to see something, bro, that just, you know, get a motherfucker juiced up. I need to see something that's at least inspiring a little bit, bro. Cause ain't none of this shit hitting on nothing, bro. Ain't none of this shit. Let me see what they say in the comments, bro. The fuck that I just listened to, facts. Skrilla sound like when the teacher asks you to read out loud in front of the class and you just try to get it over with. Facts. Facts. Ain't that the fucking truth, bro? Hold on, dog. Hold on. Trap went wild 100. See why TDE signed him. That's the first dude. Every day we stray further from the masterpiece of the 2016 XXL Cypher. I low-key want to do that. Let's do that. Let's play where we are now, and then I'm going to go back in the crates and show what it's supposed to look like. I don't even know who's supposed to be in the 2016. I don't even know who was in the 2016. I don't remember, dog. But it just shows you the fall off of hip-hop. Let me see. Is there any other XXLs on this bit? How long the video is? 14. All right, I'm gonna go to 2016, bro. Fuck this. I ain't wasting my time with this bullshit. I'm not wasting my time with this bullshit, bro. 2016. Who's in 2016? Oh Lord, boy, I can't. Kodak Black, 21 Savage, Uzi Vert, Lil Yachty, Denzel Curry, bro. That shit got 240 million views. Hold on, let me see what this shit talking about, bro. Because them ain't it for me. But Kodak still here, 21 still here, Uzi still here, Yachty still here, dog. And the irony and all this shit, bro. And this further proves the state of hip hop, bro. Because these ain't rappers. All they do is reflect the hip hop audience, bro. The fact that people appeal to these rappers so much, bro, they are bullshit when it comes to hip hop. They are bullshit when it comes to bars. They are bullshit with anything that comes with. They are bullshit when it comes to anything of substance. Anything hip hop, bro. Anything hip hop, dog. Ain't nobody gonna be talking about no Kodak, 21, Uzi, or Lil Yachty 10 years from now, dog. You know what the one they may be talking about 10 years from now? Denzel Curry. Because he can actually fucking rap. Like, the irony in that list of rappers is that Denzel Curry has the least amount of notoriety, got the least amount of attention, the least amount of fame out of everybody on that bitch, bro. That's crazy, dog. It's crazy. It just shows you the direction that hip hop was headed, bro. Let me see what this shit talking about. Let me see what this shit talking about. 240 million. I wonder how much the one with Dot and who else was on Dot? Yellow Wolf on that bitch?
Rest in power, it's all about power. Squeeze two lemons together and really all you'll have is sour. Diesel, niggas will smoke your ass and have the juice. Riding around in an all black coupe, couple of pitches that's ready to shoot. Shit, ducking and bucking and dodging and dropping with 40 gate ounces and
the
cigarette
only rapper up there, dog, and Man. Yeah, the fans just got retarded.
Couple of pitches that's ready to shoot. Shit, ducking and bucking and dodging and dropping with 40 gate ounces and cigarette butts. Fucking around with the up echelon, they will turn you the cues and I hope you be gone. And roll the overload, cranium overdose in the cascade. What the fuck is the house? Click on your pap. Pitches a rap. Sierra, my witness, I pray for a nap. Younger than the rest will return with the pass. Kicking ignition, put on the gas. None of you niggas is acting that jazz. Go team in the Glock and the snipers and gas. Bring gun, particles, turn you into molecules. Planet shrooms, I'll take you to my panic room.
Yeah. All these niggas stealing my style. Can I get my flow back? Yeah. Bop on that bitch like Kodak. Yeah. Bitch, you know that. Yeah. I push your shit all back. Told that bitch I got money. Ayy. Counting them hundreds is nothing. Ayy. Told that little bitch I got money. Ayy. Told that little bitch it is nothing. Ayy. Hit that bitch right from the back. She got turkey. I knock out that bitch like it's stuffing. Yeah. Told that little bitch that I'm with it. Told that little bitch that I'm with it. Ayy. What? 21 little boat. Yeah. Just a curry. Cut your throat. Yeah. Kodak do the most. Yeah. Told that little bitch I got all the money. I swear this shit is just nothing. I just be dancing right up on that bitch. Yeah. Would you be stunting?
I ain't said nothing, bro. You see what's freestyling, bro, but freestyling about a bunch of nothing. That's crazy.
Gangsta Brazil.
That when I gained on that boy, not my friend. I hate when my gang, this ain't gain to feel all of my pain. When I was struggling through the rain, when I had no guard with no ice, wasn't no food but rice. All of these bitches, they want me, but they get one night. Fuck them. I give a fuck what you saying. Bitch nigga, no, I ain't playing. I'm by my fatty. Selling team, we ready. Fuck up that nigga if he talk out too heavy, I'm body. Chains on my neck cost me 20. Look at your diamonds look like they fake. Young nigga in the Gucci stands. Fuck with me if you wanna die. Young nigga, I don't want no suit and ties. Fuck no. Love boat.
21.
It wasn't trash, bro. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be, bro. But still, dog. Bro. All them motherfuckers is more popping than Denzel Curry, bro. That tell you everything you need to know about hip hop today.
21. 21.
Gangsta Brazil.
I sent my bitch to the store cause we ran out of soda. Bitch, I'm trying to cook this Yola. 100 round drum on the bottom of that shit. Chop a nigga down like a fucking lawnmower. AK-47 around my motherfucking shoulder. Pull up in a Rover, then I put off on the pistol. Put up on your bitch, she suck my dick and then you kissed her. Young savage bitch and I don't play around with them swishes. I just smoke them woods. Bitch, I'm from the hood. Zone 6, Boulder Crest Road. You can't go there. 21 gang, bitch.
21.
I'm in NYC. I think I got a fucking show there. Hold up. Roll it on my wrist. Roll it on my bitch.
Bro, would y'all seen this shit, bro? Would y'all have ever imagined that this man would still be popping 10 years later? Like, ain't no fucking way, bro. Ain't no fucking way at all. Even with a little yachty shit. I mean,
30 on my waist. 30 to your face. 60 to your face. 90 to your face. That's a closed case. You an old nigga. Man, you washed up. Young Savage, man, I got my car washed up. Put up on a motherfucking nigga rocked up. Then I put up in a motherfucking Brinks truck. 21.
Now who the fuck picked this little sorry ass beat? I'm from the ugly corner, man, them little sour ass streets. Now, homie, I'm the one who let your starving ass eat. You was hungry, I ain't have to let your sorry ass eat. My cousin G1 got out for manslaughter last week. Gave my dog a $1.50, that nigga brought me back 3. I'm a nigga broad and get up all in them cheese tied. They dead flies.
it sound like Kodak was from the slide, bro. I wish he would have kept that bit going. I wasn't mad at that because he was freestyling, bro. But regardless, dog, I been trying to have some silver lining, bro. I wasn't as pessimistic as I thought I was initially gonna be, bro. You know what I'm saying? There was enough there to keep me up, right? But still, though. You know what I mean? Like, hold on, bro. I got to, bro. I can't end it like that. Yellow Wolf, Kendrick Lamar, Lil B, Side High, the Prince, bro. 2011. We fell off so much. This is so sad, bro.
Goddamn, look who just stepped in. The cat done woke up a wolf from the den. Hey, not long ago I was wiping his ass. Now he's a rich rapper, wiping his ass with cash. It didn't take much for me to realize I was on my own, moving through the woods like Donkey Kong. I adopted that classic rock soul. My mama was tooting heavy with bubbles to black crows. We got the
like, even from this alone, like the delivery, the style, the originality, bro, like you could tell that this motherfucker had something here. There was star power here. There was something here. Regardless if you like him or not. There was something here. You know what I'm saying? There wasn't no bullshit here.
In the boondocks, grain fed cattle meets we gon' shroom pop. I'm in touch with my inner star, you watch. I stand up in Hollywood and spit moon rocks. Bitches wanna know the real Yellow Wolf, really. All the hooker get to see is catfish Billy. The world around my childhood was a crooked wall. I had to reach high to see above the weed fog.
And of course, I'm speaking from the perspective of somebody that's watching this shit and has no idea who the rappers are, dog. Because the whole agenda behind Double XL, the whole intention is to put the world on up-and-coming rappers that you may not be aware of. Yella had already had a buzz at this point, right? So if you know Yella, you know that motherfucker's fire. But for those who don't know who Yella is, dog, even if you don't fuck with how you sound, you could tell that there was something here. Like, you wouldn't be surprised that this motherfucker, well, I know, I certainly wasn't. I can't speak for y'all, but definitely doesn't surprise me that Yellow Wolf is still here, bro. It's surprising as fire as that man has become, like talented, right? But I didn't know bro had all that in his bag. But that's a whole different conversation. It should not be surprising that Yellow Wolf is still relevant. 15 years later.
I'll pop your head if you talk shit and bust your eye. You know I'm southern, I got a grill and a dirty crown. Y'all coming with me, I'm the future of town. It's going down, shady.
What up? We catch the beat. What up? Sweat swag. Face God, I hear you. What up? Sweat swag. Yeah. G shit. What's up? Huh? Look, I'm beyond the most slept on, stepped on, step songs, father of rap songs, writing my wrongs, writing the book of songs. This is the word to the Holy Quran, or whatever that's foreign to you. I find it funny that you embracing the storm. Wake up, ring the alarm, or wake up with a bomb through you. It's bad dad kids with bad dads, cops with bad badges, big bullets, no my bads. Once them guns shoot you, I said, yo, I might go. Out is the Mike Jordan, lacing my Jordans and yelling out ISO. I turn your idol, whip him and bruise him, stick poison inside his pie hole. Sad that you know him. We influenced our hardest thousands, 999,000, but who's counting? Thirsty for success and we drink from the youth fountain. Big headed trying to stay grounded like a delinquent in middle school clowning. Drowning in the seas, they want life jackets. While we swim back we yelling, nigga, please. Pay your respect or recognize the alphabet. You can't survive in a room full of G's. Coached by my uncle Lil Maine, I resemble him. They trying to steal the game and we killing all thieves. Make them all blood, make them all bleed. Motherfucker die, put a ribbon in the sky till Stevie Wonder sing. King of all kings, jokers and New Jacks can get dealt with. Royal flush with
He's freestyling too, ain't he?
shit and say these things. Man, lean on them cause half of these niggas Maybelline. All made up. About to go dummy on a dummy. What?
Yeah, he
Treat them like you walked away them stuff from Mr. Trunks. You fucking with a giant. I'm Forrest Whitaker sparring with some Forrest Gumps. What you want?
Look how good I look.
Nah, fuck out of here, Lil B. We need Saha. Saha, dog. And this is a little ironic too, bro. Well, I don't know. It depends, bro, because some would say Saha is the nicest up here. The nicest up here, right? Lyrically. Man. Some say that Saha the most lyrical motherfucker to ever come out of Atlanta, right? That's a conversation. That is a debate that people have, right? But, you know, it's crickets as far as his career, his success as a rapper, right? Not necessarily due to, not necessarily sure what it can be attributed to, right? Because the mere fact that Yella and Dot garner such careers goes with the audience. The audience fuck with real shit. So I don't know what it was about Saha that like, he didn't really have no real records, bangers. Might have put him on because he was with Kanye and all them shit, right? Big Sean and shit, right? So I'm not sure why that shit didn't turn into what it's supposed to turn into, though. But lyrically, dog, like you don't get much better than Saha.
Dope fiend music. Plus I'm a rapper.
Shut up.
I'm done.
Yeah. Nah, I ain't done no faking, but here come the H gang. We was the shit before the K came. I hate lanes. They get mad because we make change. And I ain't even have to bake cane. But I keep the weight gain on the freight train. Fuck dope, I'm on the cushion, the haze game. In the streets, I got a great name. I'm a pimp cause I break Danes. Play with my pay, I send my great Danes. Pause at the bass bang. Trapping was cool till the J came. Then they found a couple clues in the yay dang. Then niggas change colors like the fake chain prince of the South, ho. You won't catch me without dro. I'm like T.I. Pimpins in my jeans and I ain't talking about Levi's. I keep the cushion like the couch folk and the toy like G.I. Joe. Better G.I. blow. You pussy niggas wanna fight, I be out those. The devastate rightly each eye close. Cause I'm swinging the 3 plus 3 5 foes. We got niggas, nigga E.I.O. What you seeing off the pound, nigga, we see our foes. Catch me in the back with 3 bars load. And I ain't fucking with you niggas cause I see y'all hoes. Saha. Let's get it. Good.
Hip hop fell off so much, bro. So much, dog. From this to that bullshit I sold y'all at the beginning, dog. That's crazy. Thoughts?
Guys, everybody has been spamming me this link from G-Bay to check out why Warcraft was great from the start. The timing of this video is just perfect because we finished Warcraft 3 and we've been digging in some of the lore from Warcraft, TBC, and Wrath. And now we're checking out G-Bay's explanation of why Warcraft was so great from Warcraft 1 and 2. Let's hop into it.
I want to tell you a story about my favorite video game advertisement of all time. We're in Irvine, California, many years ago at Blizzard Entertainment's headquarters. And today, the technical support team is sharing a voice...
I'm going to pause it right here, guys, and hopefully we don't lag this time. Bro, this screenshot is legendary, and I think that's boom, right where we cut out. Look at this, man. It's like midnight or 10 p.m. or something, and these guys are just in the office like, holy crap, we need to eat. Have you guys ever been working on a project before and then you didn't even realize it's been like 10 hours and you're like, oh, I need to eat. What the heck? I actually forgot to eat all day. It seems like one of these days, it's like they were just like building WoW and they're like, holy crap, we just skipped lunch. Like, all of us skipped lunch. Like, we need to like eat. Like, we're just like sitting on the floor, no like, it's just so OG, bro. Yeah, there's like a beer right here. It's probably like midnight or something. Legends. Look at these legends. Are you kidding me?
voicemail that one customer left over the weekend. Although its exact wording has been lost to time, every employee from back then remembers how it went. A caller was in the middle of leaving a message about some game he was playing when halfway through the voicemail, his wife started yelling at him in the background. You could hear her shout from the other side of the room, "Get off that stupid game!" The guy responded, "1 minute, honey. I just have to get this taken care of." At which point, she came back at him with, "That game is the reason we're not having sex anymore."
Whoa, 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 is that a real quote? Oh my gosh, I've never... It kicks ASS PC Gamer. It's the reason why we don't have sex anymore. Actual quote from the wife of a tech support caller. What? Was that... Wait, I've never heard that quote.
When I first read this story in Jason Schreier's book, Play Nice, I couldn't believe I had never heard it before.
I need to read this. It's actually on my to-read list. Oh my gosh. Play Nice. I need to check that out.
What a great anecdote that so perfectly encapsulates how good some games can get. It certainly feels fitting that Blizzard were the ones who received this message. If you were trying to compile a list of all the games that are literally better than sex, it would be hard to not populate it entirely with titles from their golden age. But with that context, it might be surprising to hear the game that sparked that voicemail argument wasn't World of Warcraft. It wasn't Diablo or StarCraft or even Warcraft 3. That quote was about Warcraft 2, the base game, not even the expansion. Now, when I first got into the Warcraft franchise by playing through Warcraft 3 and now my classic WoW series, I kind of...
Guys, I already miss Warcraft 3. When I was making breakfast this morning, I was like, man, that Arthas mission was cool, you know? Like, dang, Jaina doesn't stand by Arthas' side. She dips out on him. It's like, ooh, that must hurt. Like, I was literally thinking about that this morning.
Assumed that these were the games that made everybody fall in love with Azeroth. Obviously, they weren't the first, and maybe the titles that came before were great for their era, but I mean, just look at them. The first Warcrafts were in 2D, not even in isometric perspective. Most of...
Wait. Is this...
Look at them. The first Warcrafts were...
Was this Warcraft 1? What is this? I actually haven't seen gameplay from this. What is this right here? This is Warcraft 2, and this is the remaster, I would assume, because like everything looks really crispy. This is Warcraft 2 Reforged. Okay.
We're in 2D, not even in isometric perspective. Most of their stories were told through scrolling text before each mission. They certainly don't look very impressive from a modern lens. For all the epic moments this series would come to be known for, I thought that there was no way these games had that same kind of compelling story and characters and gameplay. But after hearing that anecdote about the voicemail, I had to find out for myself. So I went back and played through every campaign from Warcraft Orcs and Humans and Warcraft 2 Tides of Darkness to see if they really are that good. And not to spoil anything, but say a prayer for my wife.
Well, dude,
Warcraft Orcs and Humans was a...
Okay. G-Bay, unbelievable. Okay, need a second here. When I was playing through Warcraft 3 a week ago, or whatever, everyone said that Warcraft 1 and 2 didn't really stand the test of time like Warcraft 3 did. Do we still agree with that? Because I was like, oh, like are Warcraft 1 and 2 like this goated? And people were like, yeah, they're really good, but they don't really like stand up like 3. Yes. Okay, so you guys still agree with that. Okay, so I'm curious G-Bay's take then, because you guys seem to have the perspective that they're great, but they like don't stand the test of time like Warcraft 3. So let's take a look. So like Warcraft 2 is great still, but Warcraft 1 is more of like a you had to be there. Okay.
Significant title in that this game begins with Blizzard's first ever cinematic. A narrator introduces us to the setting and conflict. In the human kingdoms of Azeroth, a prosperous civilization lived until suddenly, one day, orcish hordes appeared. Nobody knew where the orcs came from and certainly weren't prepared for their ferociousness.
The Dark Portal.
Regardless, these two sides are now locked in a seemingly eternal conflict. It's up to you, the player, to lead either faction through its respective campaign and win what will come to be known later as the First War. We're going to play through both campaigns start to finish because there's a lot to talk about here, but starting off with the human side of things, our first mission sees us take up the role of Regent to King Lane Rin of Stormwind and serves as a basic tutorial for how an RTS works. We're tasked with building a barracks alongside 6 total farms to earn victory, which does well in not just teaching the basics of RTS mechanics, but also exposes us to some of the quirks we're going to find in this game. Like in Warcraft 1, all the buildings have to be built on roads that you can expand out from your town center at the cost of gold, which kind of turns this title into a mini city manager just as much as it's an RTS, especially since poor city layout can lead to some traffic jams of workers if you don't do a proper bit of city planning. Fog of War is also a little unusual here. Warcraft sees players starting off each level with limited vision and a completely obscured map, as RTS games typically do. But in this game, once a unit explores a portion of the map, you gain vision of that area forever. This first mission also teaches us scouting is ultra important in relation to resource gathering, since at the start of the mission, you not only can't see where to harvest lumber or gold from your starting position, but you're also not given enough gold in your closest mine to complete the level, meaning you're going to have to explore and find the second gold mine on the map if you're going to progress. All in all, this whole mission does a really great job of giving a crash course to the real-time strategy genre, and it was important that Blizzard tutorialized well here, since Orcs and Humans was one of the first RTS titles to ever be released. As a bit of history, the game that most credit with inventing the RTS genre was Dune 2, made by Westwood Studios, released in 1992. Many like to call this the first real RTS game and say that Warcraft Orcs and Humans was the second real one.
So this was in 94. I was just about to ask, and then Jibe read my mind through the YouTube video and answered my question. I was just about to ask, when did Warcraft 1 come out? 1994. I was born in 1993. I was 1. That is crazy. Dude, that is so OG. It actually kind of looks good, too. It seems very immersive because you can't, like, see anything and you have to go exploring. Wild.
As the story goes, Blizzard employees got so addicted to Dune back in the day, while also growing frustrated with certain features it lacked, that they wanted to make a version of their own. Namely, Dune didn't have any kind of multiplayer, and Blizzard thought it might be fun to play a game like this against other players, hence their insistence that this title would allow for PvP game modes over LAN or modem networks. This being Blizzard, though, multiplayer was not the only thing they brought to the RTS world. There were tons of other things that Orcs and Humans did first, before any other contemporary, my personal favorite being how it treated story. Keep in mind, back in the 80s and early 90s, this was still the era of gaming governed by John Carmack's quote, that story in a game is like story in a porn movie. You expect it, but it's not that important. As such, most games from back then were happy to leave story absent or just license a popular franchise that could imply a narrative. That's what Dune 2 did after all. While that game had its own campaigns with various players.
Like, the thing is, I think I would have actually agreed with that like 10 years ago, or even maybe five or 6 years ago, right? Like when I was a PvP first player, and when I was like gaming StarCraft in 2010, or when I was getting Legendary in Hearthstone, you asked me what the lore was, I'm like, I don't care. I am owning noobs. So like on that level, I actually agree with him for a lot of my gaming career. But now that I've played Warcraft 3 and I see how much soul it adds to the game, and like, I don't know, man. I feel like story is so darn important. It's like that hook, if you know it or not, it's still like bringing everyone together, you know?
Factions. It wasn't too innovative narratively speaking, mostly content to draw on a fantasy world that many audiences already knew. Blizzard were originally planning on doing the same thing, as co-founder Alan Adham was hoping to license the Warhammer franchise for their RTS to help sell units. It was only after some employee pushback that the company realized it might be more fun to have complete creative control over where they took their game. Eventually, after committing to building their own original fantasy world, narrative director direction was mostly given to the producer and voice actor Bill Roper, who penned a lot of the lore and backstory. There's actually a really great anecdote about how he was brought onto the team in Play Nice. Originally, Roper was just hired to do freelance work, recording voiceover for a demo that would later turn into the game's introductory cutscene. He wasn't given a script for this and had to improvise nearly all the lines. Bill still enjoyed his experience with Blizzard so much, though, he wanted to be hired full-time, going so far as to promise their co-founders that he would wash Alan's car and give Mike Morheim a rare Magic the Gathering card if they gave him a job, which turned out to be unnecessary, as his work already impressed both of them so much, he was hired to write the rest of the Warcraft narrative. This narrative was then revealed to the player either through Bill's own voice in the introductory cinematic, or it was told through text in the pre-mission briefs and the manual that came with the game. This manual is particularly great since you get to see Bill's words carving out the very first pieces of lore and backstory for this franchise, right alongside artwork by the recently hired comic book fiend Chris Metzen. Anyway, getting back to gameplay, after completing our first mission, the next few teach us a bit more about the basics of how combat in an RTS works. We're slowly given new units to unlock, new buildings to construct, and eventually take down an enemy base, exposing us to the Horde and their war chief Blackhand, leader of the Blackrock clan. Mission 4, though, is when the game really starts to kick into gear. One of the heroes of Stormwind we were introduced to through the manual.
Dude, like, I can't believe it, man. Like, I mean, I can believe it, but I'm such a noob. Like, the Dead Mines was introduced in 1994. Like, did I know that? I mean, I feel like I probably should have known that. Moonbrook. Orc Camp. So this is like Stranglethorn Vale, I guess? Grand Hamlet. You were young then? I know, it's wild. It has been 20 months since Sir Lothar, one of the Crown's greatest heroes, led an expedition into the Dead Mines to search for the lost Tome of Divinity. Huh. It's not Van Cleef in there? They were never heard from again. However, the Great Knight has recently appeared to the Abbot of Northshire in a vision. Bro, like, this lore is ancient. Grand Hamlet becomes Duskwood. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Like East of Westfall. Dude, that is, I don't know, I'm just nerding out over here, guys. I'm just nerding out over here.
Sir Anduin Lothar has been sent not long ago into the Dead Mines to search for an item called the Tome of Divinity, but having not returned for some time, the monks of Northshire Abbey sensed he's in trouble. As such, King Lane orders me to go into the dungeon myself to rescue him. And let me say, when I came across this mission, it frankly blew my mind. As someone that first got hooked on the universe of Azeroth from Warcraft 3's storyline, then going and playing through classic WoW, one of the things that shocked me about World of Warcraft was how little connective tissue that game had to the title that came before it. At least if you chose to play a human going through their starting zones, you didn't really get any regions or characters or references to Warcraft 3, not for many levels. Personally, it was
like, I mean, Kel'Thuzad you're not gonna see till like Nax, and then like Kael'thas, Illidan not till TBC, Arthas not till Wrath. Yeah, that actually is interesting when he does it when he says it that way. Forsaken Seymour, yeah, a bit. Thrall and Org, true. But like, if say like for someone like G-Bay who's like level 30, right, on Alliance, because I mean I've made all these connections, but I've played all these expansions, right?
Until I discovered the story of the Defias Brotherhood and then plunged into the Dead Mines that I was really sold on playing all the way through WoW. So I was frankly stunned that the Dead Mines are also the moment where you get sold on the very first Warcraft. Here, we're given a proper dungeon crawl and no build mission where our limited forces of soldiers have to make our way through the underground caverns until we find Lothar and bring him back safely. This was actually, to my knowledge, the very first no build mission ever created in an RTS campaign. It's a really fun kind of challenge the genre would later become known for, and this level introduces you to the idea really well, giving players clerics who have an active ability they can use to heal their forces anytime they start taking damage. Oh yeah, this is also the first time a unit has had an active ability in an RTS. God, we are 4 levels in and we're already seeing how this game was so far ahead of its time. My favorite part was...
Has anyone went to school for game design in the chat? I don't, like, there's probably someone. Do you learn about Yes? Okay, a couple people. Did you guys take a class on Warcraft 1? Like, did you... Yes, that's my bachelor. Did you guys learn about this? You probably did, right? I guess it's straight up history. Yes? No? No? For the people that have game... Oh, you guys didn't. Because I feel like this would be, like, really big. It's like, okay, it's like a first... One of the first RTSs, one of the first this and that. First, no build mission. Like, this is crazy. Yo, what up, Dwight? I see you on YouTube, man. What's good, man?
Still the storytelling, though. As we plunge deeper into the dungeon, it's not long before we come across some pixelated body horror of fallen soldiers showing the fate that Lothar's companions suffered. Even when Blizzard were dealing with such low-scale images, they still found creative ways to build a sense of atmosphere for their world. It might be worth mentioning now that I am playing the remastered version of this game, by the way, a remaster Blizzard released a few years ago that is actually surprisingly good. The one downside of the remaster is there are some updated graphics that don't look nearly as cool as the original pixel art, but you can turn those off by hitting F5, thankfully. After making my way through the mines, I managed to find Sir Lothar and escort him back to...
I like how G-Bay shares my opinion on this, that like, when I played Warcraft 3, it's like, no, you gotta go with the OG graphics, man. You can't just like upscale, like up-res everything, you know? It's like so charming, dude.
Safety, mission complete. In our next few missions, we get some more name drops, visiting locations we recognize, from Stormwind and Northshire Abbey to Elwyn Forest, even beyond the fact...
Wait.
Recognize, from Stormwind...
This says Stonewind Keep. Was it initially called Stonewind instead of Stormwind? Was that original? Stonewind? Before the war? Wait, actually, I never knew that. What the heck? Before the war, it was called Stonewind. I wonder why it went from Stone to Stormwind. What's the lore there?
To Northshire Abbey to Elwyn Forest.
Elwyn Forest, Grand Hamlet, Temple of the Darned, Medivh Tower. This, I think, is Goldshire. Oh my gosh, this is so cool.
Even beyond the fact I get to geek out about these places I already know, I had a lot of fun in these missions seeing some of the similarly innovative level design. While some of these were just basic levels typical of an RTS game where I need to build a base and go destroy an enemy, in others, I need to go and defend a village that's already under attack first, saving buildings that I would otherwise have to rebuild. Or I might already be given an army that needs to go and free some imprisoned workers before I'm allowed to build anything myself. To my knowledge, Dune 2 and other games you could call RTS titles from before, they never really had this kind of setup. They were always the same formula of just building a base and then eventually raising an army to go destroy the enemy. The fact Blizzard had such forward-thinking level design by comparison really makes this game hold up to an astonishing degree for something that is 30 plus years old. I do know a lot of what makes this game so accessible for me is the fact that I'm playing the remastered version though. Like on the original MS-DOS or Mac OS version, the controls were just barbaric. You couldn't right-click a group of units and make them do anything like harvest, move, or attack. You always had to hit a keybind for every single command. H for harvest, M for move, A for attack. If you wanted to highlight multiple units, you also couldn't just drag your mouse. You had to always hit control before clicking and dragging to create a selection box. And of course, there were no conveniences that we've come to expect in RTS games, like being able to control group certain units. To Blizzard's credit, this game did have very modern controls for its time. This was actually the first RTS ever to have multiple unit selection with groups up to 4 soldiers you could command at once. Although that doesn't make up for the fact that even if you wanted to do something like move your camera screen on the original, you couldn't just drag your mouse to the edge of the window. You also had to hold control while doing even that. That's one of the things that this remastered version does so well. It introduces just enough niceties like right clicks and control groups and other modernized camera controls to make the game much more playable, but it doesn't give you everything you're used to in an RTS. There is no queuing units in buildings, no rally points or shift commands. The lack of these features feels appropriate for an older game since they are just conveniences, and the fact that they aren't included creates just enough friction that it makes the game a bit of a challenge to beat. I am slightly ashamed.
I was just gonna ask that. He's reading my mind again. I wonder how hard, has anyone replayed Warcraft 1 and 2 recently? Like, I wonder how hard it is to actually beat. Like, are gamers by today's standards just way better? Like, would we just one-shot all of this? Or is it actually like You have to take a couple hours a mission and kind of get hard stuck on some of them. They aren't too bad. It's not simple. Warcraft 2 is hard. I played 2 and it is hard. Interesting. Maybe gamers say are actually worse because now we're used to looking everything up. I don't know.
To say I needed to restart a few missions when playing through the game on my own, but that also makes this a fun game. A game's not at its best unless it's really pushing you to think hard about how to beat it. Anyway, though, the real highlight of this title was still the story, and Mission 8 is when the story kicks into high gear. It's now, we're told, the evil warlock Medivh has begun draining the soul of the land to increase his dark powers. As such, we need to take a party of soldiers into the Tower of Karazhan to go slay him and his minions.
We're already in Karazhan in Warcraft 1. That is crazy. Medivh's a warlock? Did I know that? Why did I think Medivh is a mage? Why I think of Medivh as a mage, not a warlock. Am I trolling here? There were some retcons. Oh, okay, it is a retcon. I was like, warlock? They actually changed it, okay.
Although this Medivh character comes seemingly out of nowhere if you've only been paying attention to the game's manual explains the story a bit more, giving a year-by-year backstory on his origins and lore. There we learn in the year 559 he was born to a mysterious traveler woman who disappeared shortly after his birth. As such, he was taken into the court of King Rin III as a ward of the kingdom. Then, one night, it was revealed the poor child had some kind of curse, which caused him to inadvertently kill his own father in an explosion of magic before falling into a deep sleep. He only woke many years later as an adult and powerful mage, disappearing suspiciously close to when the horde of orcs showed up to attack Azeroth.
Oh,
that was when
Medivh's
mother returned, letting the kingdom know some dark force had corrupted her son, and that he was now a beacon of mystic power. As such, it falls on us to enter the tower where he resides and slay him ourselves. And honestly, this was so cool to go back and experience after playing Warcraft 3. As a reminder, in that game, we learned that the prophet going around trying to save humanity and the orcs is Medivh, who mentions that he was trying to atone for some sort of sins as he previously doomed humanity. You don't really get to learn much more about it in that game. You have to go back and play the original to see exactly what happened, which is so cool. Anyway, I go into Karazhan and slay Medivh, which proves to be a challenge with some of the incredibly dangerous minions he summons, but I get the job done, allowing Stormwind to turn its attention back to the Horde. In the next series of missions, I'm told to take my army on the offense as I begin marching attacks against Blackhand and his Blackrock orcs scattered around the borderlands and Black Morass. Things are going well enough until suddenly King Lane is assassinated. Some half-orc named Garona breached Stormwind Keep and managed to slay the monarch. His last orders were apparently to make me the Grand Marshal of the army. Now we have to strike back, firstly by taking out a Temple of the Damned in another super fun dungeon crawl. Each one of these missions, of course, has not only progressed the story, but has continued on.
I'm like, yeah, I'm really curious as to why Blizzard laid things out this way. So you have Warcraft 1 that just like starts so fast, right? With like these storylines, Medivh, Karazhan, this and that. And then when I played through Warcraft 3, it kind of felt like the same way. It's like, holy crap, these like Kael'thas and Illidan and Vashj, right? But you don't start seeing a lot of these characters till TBC. It's like the expansion pack. You would think that a lot of these characters would have been like in Classic WoW, but they weren't introduced till TBC and then till Wrath. But in Classic WoW instead, we have like, you know, maybe a lot of these side stories, like the Dead Mines, with like Van Cleef, or I don't know, just like random quests in Westfall and stuff. I like that's interesting. They didn't just go like straight to it. Honestly, it makes it kind of cool. Like you don't even see Kel'Thuzad till Naxx, which most people never did. It's actually kind of cool. It's like really like this really slow build. They were planning for TBC early, and they knew they had to add content over time. Yeah, it was kind of cool. Like, you don't actually see a lot of these characters till TBC. You don't even see Arthas as the Lich King till Wrath. So, what the heck?
Unlocking new units for my race. now giving me access to my entire forces, including the ultra-powerful water elementals. These, once researched, are creatures that can be summoned by my mages that only last for a timed limit, but they are incredibly powerful and are super fun to spam in the last few missions. It's always fun at the end of an RTS campaign when you get to go mass units like this. The campaign finale comes shortly after, when we march and assault on Blackrock Spire to slay Blackhand and finally push the Horde back. In terms of levels, this one feels like a doozy, as I have my water elementals I can spam, and I'm even given a mage from the start, so I can summon one right away. But the orcs also have their own necrolytes that can summon their version of this unit, the demons, who hit even harder. Not only that, but I also have to destroy 2 Horde bases before I can even march on Blackrock Spire, a pretty tall task considering that I need to fight all these enemies while also holding off the harassment coming from the Horde foes that keep on attacking my peasants, trying to damage my economy. It takes some macro, but it's not too difficult, as after a while I managed to succeed, destroying the Horde's chain of command, at which point I'm rewarded with the game's ending. The only reward you were given for beating the campaign is the ending, which honestly feels really cool. I forgot that old games used to just have these simple endings that might only give you a victory screen with maybe some special art or animation alongside text telling you what happened next, but that still felt so satisfying. The human campaign's ending isn't necessarily anything special, although it does hint that there is still the unresolved issue of trying to figure out how the orcs made their way into Azeroth in the first place, which we will get to in just a moment. Because of course, the story is not done. In fact, there is something I've been hiding from you all so far. While Warcraft 3 and many later RTS titles would have multiple campaigns that all told separate arcs in the single continuous narrative of the game, back in Orcs and Humans, that was not the case. In this game, these campaigns just told 2 separate sides of the same story, with one of them being considered canon that actually happened. Now, the human campaign does have a lot of bits and pieces of the lore that are considered true. Sir Anduin Lothar really was one of Azeroth's champions who did go into the Dead Mines in search of the Tome of Divinity and needed rescuing. King Lane Rin really was the ruler of Stormwind during this era and really was assassinated by the half-orc Garona. And of course, Medivh's story was all true. He really was born to a mysterious traveler woman who was cursed in some way we don't know yet, before then becoming a powerful mage who was slain in the Tower of Karazhan, although canonically he was killed by Anduin Lothar and his apprentice Khadgar instead of me. But all that being said, this game is playing through the events of what happened during the First War in Azeroth, and the victors of that war were not the humans. In the Orc campaign, you take on the role of second in command to Blackhand, who again is the current war chief of the Horde. That means you play...
We brushed up on this lore like 2 weeks ago. I'm trying to recall. The Orcs kind of like own... I don't know exactly when in the timeline this is. But they like kind of own for a bit, and they push the humans to Lordaeron, right? The Orcs like take over a lot of Eastern kingdoms. They kind of own Stormwind. They just like destroy everything, and the humans have to go up to Lordaeron to be like, yo, we're kind of screwed. Yes, this is that. Okay, this is that story. Okay, cool. So we'll figure out more.
As Orgrim Doomhammer, who you can tell is an important character since he is who Orgrimmar will be named after many years later. The orcs, coming from their homeworld of Draenor, had been filled with bloodlust, going around conquering and enslaving basically every race on their home planet. Even after many victories, though, they hadn't satisfied their craving for war, which created a risk that the various clans of orcs might begin fighting each other. That was when the Warlock clan, sensing the danger to their race, found a way to open a portal to Azeroth, which, after a series of events, kicked off the Horde's invasion. Now, Blackhand has assigned us to an outpost where we are meant to take a battalion of our own clan's forces and fight the humans. And this campaign is just as fun, if a bit more challenging than the human one. It all starts off very similar, with many missions mirroring their human counterparts. The first level, of course, is a tutorial where once again we're taught how to scout for gold mines and construct basic buildings. The next few see us attacking humans in the Swamp of Sorrows, and eventually we're told to sack the town of Grand Hamlet, a settlement that we're going to cause such devastation to. Humans will eventually have to rename it to the darker Shire it becomes. One of the famous fun facts about this game is that Blizzard wanted to ensure gameplay was balanced competitively in multiplayer matches, so they made every unit between the orcs and humans nearly identical. The footmen for the Alliance had the same armor, damage, attack speed, and sight as their counterparts, the grunts for the orcs, for example. This mirroring was true for most units, each having a counterpoint that the opposite race could build, but there were still a few unique differences that would naturally lead some players to prefer playing one race over the other. A few of those differences were minor stat tweaks, like the human archers had 1 point greater range than the orc spearmen, but the orc spearmen had 1 point greater damage. My favorite difference, though, is that each race had unique keybinds. Again, going back to a comparison with Dune 2, up until Warcraft, most RTS games were mostly played with only the mouse. Any hotkeys that were available were normally ubiquitous across any playable races or factions. I'm sure Blizzard were originally tempted to do the same thing when creating Warcraft and mirror hotkeys across races, if for nothing else than for the sake of balance, but instead, they chose not to. It was only for the basic soldier units made in the barracks, but Horde players built their 4 main units with U, S, R, and T, while the Alliance players built theirs with F, A, K, and T. This small difference might not seem like much, but play this game long enough and you will start to build a little bit of muscle memory. If you're someone that naturally keeps their hand around the ASDW keys, you're gonna have—
That would seem really annoying, to be honest. Like, when I played Warcraft 3, we went grid layout, because it's just like, makes a lot of sense. Q, W, E, R, A, S, D, F, Z, X, C, V, like, it just makes a lot of sense.
Have a lot easier time playing the Alliance if you want to rush footmen, since you are going to be spamming the F key when building units in your barracks, compared to the Horde, who have to jump all the way over to the U key for their grunts. However, if you would rather go mass knights, that's going to be a lot more difficult for the Alliance, who have to go all the way over to hit K instead of hitting R for the orcs to build their—
When you guys are spamming F in the chat, I thought my stream crashed again. I was like, oh, great.
Wolf Riders. I'm not sure you could say one is superior to the other, they probably even out, but the simple fact that there are unequal moments like this between the two races will naturally leave some players drifting toward playing one or the other, and the more they keep playing the race, the more that's going to get ingrained in their muscle memory, which is so cool. Even from the very first Warcraft, there were little ways Blizzard found to make players identify a preference with either playing Horde or Alliance. Getting back to the—
That is kind of cool. We were having this conversation the other day with iPhones, where if you have an iPhone and you text someone else with an iPhone, you get the blue texts, but if you text someone else that doesn't have an iPhone, they text back with a little green text, a little green text bubble, so like everyone knows who has the iPhones versus not, and then like you can only FaceTime other iPhones, because I was talking the other day on stream, I was like, I have an iPhone, but like, I use all the Google stuff, like Google Maps and Google Mail, like Gmail and like Google Calendar, and someone's like, yo, just get an Android. It's like, my whole family has iPhones, and then I'm the green texter, and then I can't answer FaceTimes. Like, this is like I feel like Apple has done the same thing, right? You just like, I mean, I guess it's a little different, but you see what I'm saying? Little masterminds over here. It's like unbelievable.
Campaign, though, Mission 4 is when we get to see some divergence in the story, which further characterizes the difference between races. While the human version of this mission saw us plunge into the Deadmines to save Anduin Lothar, in the orc version, we learn that Blackhand's daughter, Griselda, has run off with a band of ogre outlaws, and we are sent into the Deadmines to slay her at the war chief's request. Not only does this show us how brutal the Horde is firsthand, but we also get to see their ruthlessness in the actual gameplay. If you remember, we had human clerics to heal our soldiers in the human version of this mission, but one of the other differences between races are the spells that the mages cast. For the orcs, we have necrolytes who cannot heal, instead having the ability to raise the dead from corpses nearby, making it a bit trickier to get through this dungeon as each one of our allies falls. I managed to complete it though, which rewards me with the next mission, where I am sent to establish an outpost in the Red Ridge Mountains. Blackhand is the leader of the Black Rock Orcs, which means I am the reason there are Black Rock Orcs out out in the Red Ridge Mountains. Ah, how cool is that? Mission
Pretty
6
rad.
gives us a bit more unique level design with another throwback to WoW. Here we get to attack
Pretty
and raze
rad.
the town of Sunnyglade, but rather than destroy all of it, we're told we have to keep a tower intact so the orcs can study the research the humans had been doing into magic there. Firstly, this is a great bit of game design, having to raise a whole town while keeping one building alive, and it's also a little bit of a challenge considering how damage works in this game. I haven't mentioned it yet, but some of the difficulty that comes in playing these missions comes from how tough the units can be to control. Units aren't quite as responsive as they'll be in later RTS titles, and one of the most powerful units in this game, the catapult, does not have regular locked on attacks. Instead, it fires an AoE projectile that will land wherever a unit was when fired. And since it hits AoE,
I mean, we already kind of talked about this, but I wonder if, like, the players that played World of Warcraft in 2004, they were already Warcraft fans since 1994, so they played Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, and they hopped in WoW. Obviously, WoW did incredible, and everyone got addicted, and it blew up. But I wonder if some of the OG Warcraft fans were like, where's Medivh? Or, like, where are some of these, like, major storylines? Like, you can see bits and pieces, but... You know what I mean? Oh, definitely. I wonder if that was, like, being talked about. Like, I feel like, to an extent, G-Bay might feel that way a little bit. He's, like, trying to get into the story, and he's like, there's a lot of side stories, but, like, where's the meat, you know? I never even thought about that, because I never knew about the lore. But, like, looking back, I'm like, I think people might have been thinking about that now, right?
yeah, this can either wipe out your whole army if you leave them clamped up exposed to an enemy catapult, or you can even damage your own units from afar if your AoE is not very careful. I managed to besiege the town though and destroy Sunnyglade apart from its tower, and that is when I noticed something really cool. If you take a look at the map layout in this mission and compare it to classic WoW's world map, you can see that the tower we have to leave standing eventually becomes the Tower of Azora in Elwyn Forest. That is such a cool throwback. Again, I can't help but geek out every time I see something like this. I'm sorry. Of course, the story doesn't end there. In our very next mission, we're told that Blackhand has overextended his forces, allowing us, Orgrim Doomhammer, to march our orcs, overthrowing his leadership and becoming the war chief of the Horde ourselves, which I happily do. By now, I'm getting used to the catapults, beginning to understand their power, and it feels really fun to complete our coup in the middle of the First War. The next mission keeps the pace of things going, as Garona has been captured by the humans and is being held in Northshire Abbey, likely just before assassinating King Lane, so we have to go in and save her. This is another great mission that's even more of a challenge from the last dungeon crawl, since, again, we have no healers. What we do have instead are necrolytes, as well as a few low-health peons who are prisoners that we can set free, with the implication being clear. We are meant to slay our own allies so we can raise them as undead, making the trek through this dungeon easier, something I actually have to do because this level is so challenging I failed it the first time. In the next few missions, we lead our forces to victory in the First War, raising a variety of more human villages. Some of these are more name drops, like when we're sent to destroy Goldshire and Moonbrook, two more places you obviously get to see in classic WoW. Actually, on that note, can I say, look how accurate the world map is here.
Okay, yeah, let's definitely take a look at this. We have Orc Camp. So this, I guess, is Stranglethorn. Dead Mines, Westfall with Moonbrook. Okay. Goldshire, Stonewind. So I guess it got renamed to Stormwind at some point. Northshire Abbey. Temple of the Darned. Is Temple of the Darned Karazhan? Red Ridge. Blackrock Spire. Stonard. Rockhard. Black Morass, Swampisaros. That is, dude, that is so cool. That is so cool.
Compared to the Azeroth we see in World of Warcraft, another huge...
Oh, Medivh's Tower is Karazhan. So what's the I didn't see Medivh's Tower. And there's Elwyn. Oh, interesting. So this, they actually flipped, though, because Grand Hamlet is Duskwood. Elwyn is now here. Duskwood's east of Elwyn, or like southeast. Like Elwyn, I guess, is like shifted up. Okay, so this is a little different.
Shout out to Bill Roper and Chris Metzen for crafting a world in this game.
It's where warlocks do their epic mount quest. Okay, yeah, I know exactly what you guys are talking about.
That is quality enough it could last with minimal changes for literal decades. After all that work, though, we enter the campaign's finale. Now it's time for us to march the Horde on.
Okay, so what the heck is this about? The map says Stonewind Keep. In game, it says Stormwind Keep. Am I trolling? Did they like change the name at some point, but didn't change it on the map?
Stormwind Keep and sack the human capital. By now, I've unlocked my version of the water elemental, the demons, who, again, are slightly different in that they have a melee attack rather than ranged, but hit much harder by comparison. Even so, this mission is pretty tough. Now, I not only need to destroy 3 Alliance bases, but I also have to do so while fending off attacks from raiding parties that include invisible units that can pop up out of nowhere and kill my peons. I didn't even realize invisibility was a spell the human mages could get. I keep on amassing an army and taking down enemy structures, even though I constantly find myself crippled from the harass coming from those cowardly Alliance. But after a while, I managed to destroy the human base and march on Stormwind Keep, successfully destroying the city, kickstarting all the trouble that the Stonemasons Guild and Defias Brotherhood are about to have to go through. In our victory screen, we can see how things played out in the end. The Horde have claimed victory, scattering the Alliance survivors up north, as Doomhammer is now cemented.
So the Stonemasons Guild and the Defias were the ones rebuilding Stormwind after the orcs destroyed it, and that's kind of what kicks off the lore to Deadmines. That's interesting. Okay.
As War Chief, and the Orcish Shadow Council hints that there are lands across the Great Sea we should explore further. The Warlocks also wish to experiment a bit more with the Dark Portals so we can potentially subjugate other worlds, although that is a story for another time. But all in all, holy hell, this game is good. I honestly just wanted to play through this game in this video before doing anything else, so I could say that I had a complete picture of the lore in the Warcraft franchise, but I did not expect that the gameplay was gonna be so fun and the lore was gonna run so deep. Warcraft 1 really showed that all the great things this series would come to be known for were present from the very start, which is insane to see firsthand. But of course, this is not the game that's better than sex.
Okay. Warcraft
Just 1
2.
year after Orcs and Humans released, Blizzard managed to build and release the game's sequel, Warcraft 2: Tides of Darkness.
1 year
And if
after?
any game was a single catalyst to Blizzard's eventual world dominance, it was this one. Warcraft 2 was a milestone not just in dwarfing its predecessor in sales figures, but it also had so many more innovations it brought to the quickly exploding RTS genre. This was the first game that allowed players to use a right click to command units rather than those keybinds. This was a game that included sea and aerial combat alongside the basic land battles everyone had come to love. And this was the game that cemented the tone for the Warcraft franchise. Of course, Warcraft over the years would come to be known for its incredible ability to thread some very dark and metal storylines alongside more lighthearted jokes, which paired as these beautiful opposites. The first game had a few jokes, like if players clicked repeatedly on a single unit, that unit would start to get annoyed.
What? What do you want? Why do you keep touching me?
Warcraft 2, though, took this tone and ran with it. In this game, not only were there all sorts of Easter eggs to be found and other sneaky jokes that players might stumble across, but Blizzard went so far as to create specialized versions of stuff like voice lines for the review copies they sent out to gaming publications.
I love your publication. Remember, a good review for Warcraft 2. You're the best writer in all the land. Have we kissed your butt enough yet?
Most importantly for our purposes, this was the game where Bill Roper handed off story direction to his manual designer, Chris Metzen, who expanded the Warcraft universe beyond anything anyone could have expected. Warcraft 2 opens with another cinematic letting us know that this game takes place 6 years after the First War. The Horde, having won after sacking Stormwind Keep, forced humanity to flee across the sea north, where they set up a new human capital of Lordaeron. There, humans formed a proper alliance with the dwarves and high elves of the region that helped them expand their arsenal for defense. Meanwhile,
the way I understood it is there was already humans in Lordaeron. They didn't set it up there, and they met with like the other humans that were already in Lordaeron and like made a stronger stronghold. Yeah, there was. Okay.
Orgrim Doomhammer is preparing to lead the Horde to chase down the human survivors, eager to wipe out their new capital out of fear that if he doesn't, humanity will exact revenge. All of this kicks off what will come to be known as the Second War, where we will see a variety of beloved characters featured in this game. Sir Anduin Lothar from the first has been promoted to Lord Regent and leads the Alliance forces, whereas the Horde is still primarily led by Orgrim, but also the leader of the Warlock clan, Gul'dan. Once again, we can dive into the manual to find a bit more detail, namely that Gul'dan was the one who worked with Medivh to open the Dark Portal in the first place, bringing the Horde of Orcs to Azeroth, as the two were apparently scheming to try and find some strange tomb of Sargeras, only stopped short when Medivh was slain. Maybe most impressively to me, though, this game has another world map included that is shockingly accurate to what we see the East.
Alright, this might be really dumb, but how many times has, like, Medivh died? Because, like, if Medivh opened the portal and was slain in the tomb of Sargeras, then Medivh dies in Warcraft 1 when the humans... Oh, maybe that's retcon, because it was just the human campaign. Only once? So, like, right there? Okay. And I guess the human campaign death when you go into Karazhan doesn't count because it's the human campaign isn't lore accurate, so that death doesn't count. Once he's killed by Khadgar. Okay. Okay, okay.
Eastern Kingdoms look like in Warcraft 3.
Wait, I want to go back and see this screenshot too. Let's go back just a second.
Another world map included that is shockingly accurate to...
So this is from Warcraft 2. With Alterac, here's Hans Stromboli Keep. Dunmodir, here's the bridge. Grim Batul, Tunnel Kaz, Ironforge. Oh, Tol Barad. Crestfall. Zoldair, Kilneas. Dalaran. Hillsbrad. Terran Mill, South Shore. So they did move this landmass up. I guess just a little bit. It's more like that now. Yeah, wow, this is pretty rad though.
What we see the Eastern Kingdoms look like in Warcraft 3 and Classic WoW. Yeah. Oh, it's so good. But
pretty
before
rad.
I get sucked into geeking out over the manual again, let's go ahead and dive into our first campaign, this time starting with the Orcs. If you've played this game before, you probably know why I want to save the human campaign for the end.
Bro, this is rad. They just have like sketches here.
Me once again about how to build a campaign for the end.
I keep trying to pause it at, like, dude, it's just like, look, it's just like actual sketch. Like, that's so cool. Look at that, man. Just, wow. It just, like, that's rad. That's Metzen. That's Metzen's art. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, yeah, literally says Metzen in the game. He, like, signs it. Oh, yeah, he has his signature on all of these. Metzen right here. You can see it. Oh, that's rad. That's really cool.
Played this game before, you probably know why I want to save the human campaign for the end. The Orc campaign kicks off with another tutorial teaching me once again about how to build a base. Here I'm meant to build a series of farms and a barracks at Zoldair so I can prepare to launch an attack on Lordaeron in the near future. Already you can see that this game has some impressive innovations, especially when compared to Warcraft 1. For instance, this was the first RTS to introduce a non-permanent fog of war where I can still scout the map to reveal obscured terrain, but now if I want permanent vision, I need to build structures or leave units close by, an idea that obviously became revolutionary for the genre. After learning basics, Mission 2 teaches me about the new races introduced. This one features a rescue mission where I need to go and save the troll Zul'jin, leader of the Amani tribe, who has been captured by some humans nearby. This is our first experience with a unique dungeon crawl mission in the game's sequel, which is fun to see one of these so early, especially since we have another non-traditional goal of leading a trapped unit back to this circle of power. Upon unlocking my spearmen, we are then introduced to our first bit of naval combat, where we learn how to construct a shipyard and build an armada, something we can only do after collecting oil from various deposits across the sea. That's a little bit of a modern resource for this fantasy setting, but hey, it's fine. After learning all of that, we then get into our first proper missions, raising the town of Hillsbrad and completing Act 1, which rewards us with a pretty horrifying cutscene.
Sheesh. Whoa.
Wow, the Warcraft universe is so metal. I say that in every one of my videos now, but I can't get over it. Orgrim is pleased at the destruction I've wrought on human civilization and now tasks me to head to the Dwarven lands of Casmodan. Here, I should help secure the region of Dunmoder for the Horde, pressing forward further toward Lordaeron. In general, Act 2 continues as an RTS does, introducing new...
So, I'm assuming he's playing with remastered graphics here. Does Warcraft 2 not have the option to go to the old ones? Because I know in Warcraft 1 he preferred the old graphics, but like clearly these aren't the old ones, right? It can, it does? Okay, so he's not opting to use the older ones, it looks like. Unless these are the old ones, which they're like way too crisp to be the old ones, I think.
New units I unlock, teaching me about more features of this game, like the ability to build new town halls for expansion. But Act 2 is mainly significant because this is when you learn that Tides of Darkness is a pretty hard game. Okay, keep in mind, this was released back in the era when games had no difficulty settings, and however difficult the game was going to be was how difficult it was going to be. Games in general skewed on the harder side, as developers back then wanted to make sure that customers felt like they got their money's worth with a real challenge that required some thought and skill and investment if they wanted to see the end. But even by those standards, Warcraft 2 is a shockingly challenging game at parts.
Really?
We aren't at its most difficult by a long shot. Currently, the most frustrating part of gameplay comes from having to hunt down every single last human building and unit across the map to claim.
You would think that like 20 years later or longer, it's like, when did it come out? A year after 1995? Like 30 years later, 31 years later, that the better PCs, keyboards, mice, like computers, we've played so many games at this point. You would think we would beat it like in our sleep, like so easy, but that's just not true. It still is. Yeah, it's still challenging 30 years later. That's actually kind of crazy. Games are easier now. Yeah, I guess so. But like still though, like you would think, like imagine back then playing on like this like tiny little screen with like the mouse with the little ball inside, and it's like, I mean, I guess that's kind of what the developers wanted. You'd be stuck playing through a game for like months or like at least weeks, depending on how much you played.
Victory, but with all the mechanics that we now have to juggle between land and sea and eventually air, all while also still not having the conveniences of things like rally points or building groups or unit queuing, it's gonna make the game pretty challenging by the end. Anyway, after destroying a city named Stormguard, the capital of the human nation in the Arathi Highlands, we are then treated to another great cinematic, including the turtle submarines that the Horde now has access to. Absolutely adorable. Fittingly, our next mission is then naval-based,
nice.
requiring us to raise an army to go and destroy a late-game building, a human castle that stands on the middle of a well-defended island. We're told that we have to go and do this so we can capture a runestone that will allow Gul'dan to teach our ogres how to cast various magics. And I'm gonna be honest, this is the first mission I really struggled with. Okay, having to both...
The improvements between Warcraft 1 in 1994 and Warcraft 2 in 1995 seem mind-blowing. 1 year. How did they go from Warcraft 1 to this in a year? Although he's playing on the new graphics, so maybe it's hard to tell. But like, just look at, like, it's mind-blowing. 1 year. Yeah, I know this is remastered, but he was playing the remastered Warcraft 1 too. It's crazy.
Both raise an army strong enough that you don't just get wiped by the insane defenses this island has, while also making sure you build up a large enough separate army to defend your base from the multiple human settlements that are gonna all come at you at the same time. Not to mention, you're on a resource limit because it's not that hard to run out of gold in the only few gold mines you have nearby. Yeah, I'll be honest, I cheesed it. If you're struggling with this mission, you can send a destroyer that can attack the castle you need to take down from the sea in a position where none of the human units are going to have vision or range to attack it back. It still took me ages to build up a large enough force to take the island after that, because I didn't realize that I just needed to have one unit go touch the runestone after the castle was down. But hey, You don't get to call me bad unless you've beat this mission legit yourself. Now with the rinse.
Yo, I need to steal that. I like that. You can't call me bad unless you've done it. Yeah, that's solid.
Down in our possession, Gul'dan is able to unlock various spells for our ogres, and we use our newly powered units to press forward into Tyr's hand, establishing a base that can cut off supply lines to quell the loss. Once that's done, we're in a position to go and lay siege to the Alliance's primary oil-producing city, the city of Strathholm. God, Strathholm just can't catch a break. Finally, though, once we raise that stronghold to the ground, we march onward to quell the loss. Apparently, our success has inspired Gul'dan to create the Death Knights, which we use to march on the Elven capital, destroying that bastion too. All is going well for the Horde, but that is the moment that the plot is about to get a major twist.
Are those ogres just butt naked? What the...
In the following act, we learn that Gul'dan has betrayed the Horde. Nobody understands why, but the Warlock has run off with his forces, raising volcanic islands from the ocean's floor in search of the Tomb of Sargeras. All of this should sound pretty familiar.
Yeah, it's the flashbacks that we saw in Warcraft 3. They happened in Warcraft 2. Cool. I was also thinking, Warcraft 2 came out in 1995, and Warcraft 3 came out in... What is it, like 2002? 2002. So there was 7 years. So Warcraft 1 was 1 year away from 2, and then 7 years till 3. Obviously 3 plays so much better, but like imagine the hype for 3 after 2 being that good, and now there's an actual fan base. Holy crap. Oh, because they did StarCraft in between? That makes sense.
If you've played through the Frozen Throne, and it is very cool seeing this cinematic depicting something where I know exactly what's happening, even though I'm sure it was a mystery to kids back in 1995. Our task is to go and destroy what remains of Gul'dan's forces, the Orc Stormweaver clan and the Twilight's Hammer ogres. I personally love this level. This kind of setting and narrative device is the perfect thing for a game centered around introducing naval combat. I get to be sailing around this archipelago of islands that Gul'dan raised, wiping out his forces, although his fate is obviously left a mystery until the next game. With the subversive armies taken care of, it's now time to lead the Horde to attack Lordaeron. Before we do that, we first need to take out Dalaran to cripple the Alliance defenses, another city that can't catch a break. They put up a hell of a fight. These later missions are when the difficulty in Warcraft 2 really starts to ramp up, especially since both sides have now unlocked catapults, where once again, AoE damage from these can wipe out your forces, either from an enemy's catapult or your own friendly fire. AoE becomes even more of a threat when you unlock the final units, Dragons for the Horde and Griffin Riders for the Alliance. These units are insanely strong and deal massive AoE in a line of attack, but once again, they can hurt your own units if you don't micro carefully. And microing is actually surprisingly hard in this game, because the way it works here is that if a unit does an attack, that unit cannot perform any other action until it would be ready to attack again. This is in contrast to modern RTS games where players can move units around between attacks, but here, if you...
Bro, like, so the only RTS I really played before Warcraft 3 was StarCraft 2, I believe. Nothing else is coming to memory. Maybe I played a bit of StarCraft 1 as well, but like so little it doesn't really count. So I just thought all RTSs behaved like StarCraft 2. I didn't realize how darn smooth StarCraft 2 was with optimizations with movement. Holy crap, you can just like click somewhere and they'll all like fluidly funnel through. They never get stuck. They never, like StarCraft 2 is just so smooth, man. I didn't even realize. The pathing is so good.
You aren't able to attack again, you aren't able to move either, so heavy hitters that require a long recovery period can be sitting ducks. It feels really frustrating at first, but the more you play this game, the more you get used to it, and even start to find it really fun, if for no other reason than the challenge. By the final mission, when I am laying siege to Lordaeron, I'm mostly mass building dragons, although still on the edge of my seat trying to micro them around correctly. In general, I think the best way I can describe Warcraft 2 is by saying it's that kind of game where you don't realize how tense you are while you're playing it. It's not until you stand up from your computer after you're done that you feel a twinge in your back because your shoulders have been scrunched up the entire time while you were grinding out missions. Anyway, after however many hours, I finished the Orc campaign, wiping out Lordaeron, which rewards me with another banger cinematic that is once again so brutal. Gosh, what a horrifying cutscene we get. The orcs in Warcraft sure used to be evil. If nothing else, this game has certainly taught me that. The narrative in Warcraft 2 is a little bit different compared to its predecessor in that this game doesn't have two alternate timelines for each campaign, with only one being considered canon. What's considered to have actually happened in this sequel does include quite a bit from the Horde playthrough. The Runestone really was captured by Horde forces and used by Gul'dan to train the Ogre Magi. Zul'jin and the Amani Trolls really were rescued by Doomhammer after being captured by the Alliance. Much of the High Elf land is actually destroyed by the Horde. Stormguard really does fall in the Arathi Highlands. The lands surrounding Lordaeron are also destroyed, and the city only stands because Gul'dan really did betray Ogrim, pulling his forces from battle to leave and search for the tomb of Sargeras. But if you want the true canonical ending, you have to beat the human campaign, which might just be the most difficult challenge you ever see in an RTS.
So, you guys were saying this final mission's really hard, and I was just gonna ask about the canonical ending, because I was like, wait a minute, is that what happened? But I guess he answers that right here, so we'll find out.
Human campaign begins when the King of Lordaeron gives me orders to go off and build some outposts to help fight back against the orcs who've been harassing human settlements in South Shore and Hillsbrad. These early missions once again serve as a variety of tutorials the same way all the other campaigns did, explaining how to build buildings, unlocking new units through rescue missions, and teaching the basics of naval combat. Even though this is pretty much the fourth time I'm going through this RTS tutorializing, I honestly found this campaign's early missions crazy fun anyway, because the king that's sending me on these missions now, it's King Tyrannus. Yeah, that one. The admiral teaching me about naval combat is Admiral Proudmoore. Yeah, that one. The regions I'm doing all this in are South Shore and Hillsbrad, where I'm about to get answers to questions I was literally just asking in the last episode of my Classic WoW series. I really don't think I can overstate how incredible it is that these games hold up so well, from the simple fact that Blizzard chose to tell a continuous story for all these years. Even though this story is still mostly told through scrolling text and game manuals, I found myself so invested in a 2D RTS from 1995. Anyway, after the first few missions where I successfully proved my tactical prowess, repelling the orcs from South Shore and Hillsbrad, in the next act,
I feel like G-Bay's enthusiasm here is similar to, like, as a WoW player, me playing Warcraft 3. He played Warcraft 3 and now he's playing Warcraft 2. He's like, oh, like connecting all the dots after the fact is just so cool, man.
The High Command sends us off to the front lines where we first fight off the Horde from Dun Mojer before pressing further. This is when Lord Anduin Lothar from Orcs and Humans makes his return, as he helps guide us to wiping out various orc encampments in Thandol Valley and the primary base of operations they have in Khazmodan. And once again, some of these missions prove to be a real challenge. It's really hard to describe this accurately because on the one hand, these levels never really feel like you're on equal footing to the AI opponents, but it also never really feels unfair. In some ways, this game often feels like what an RTS does when it's at its best, giving tactical battles that are enough of a challenge that when you overcome one, it often feels like you did so through your wits and genuine military strategy.
That's right.
This is definitely the kind of game where if you ever got stuck on one of these levels, it would be completely worth it to go out and buy a strategy guide that would give you a build order or a unit composition to make things a bit easier. Anyway, I managed to put...
I feel like the big difference back then with gaming was that when you got stuck on a level, you were just kind of stuck on that level, right? Like, you could maybe start reading some forums somewhere from users that, like, can explain it, but, like, YouTube wasn't... You can't just, like, look up a YouTube video of someone doing it and how to cheese it and how to beat it in 4 minutes, right? It's like you were just kind of stuck on it for a while and you had to, like, sit there and think about it, or, like, ask a friend at school how they beat it or something. Or, like, maybe... yeah, you had to ask the video game nerd at school. Exactly. Yeah, unless that was you, which I wouldn't know anything about. But that's not the point. The point is, you might actually just get stuck for a while, or have to go find some forum where someone may have given useful advice, or maybe not. But nowadays, all these YouTubers and streamers that are so incredibly good at playing video games with multiple rank 1 titles are just giving out all the strats to everyone else, right? It's like, come on, guys. Completely ruining it.
Push back the Horde's forces after a few restarts, at which point Lord Lothar asks me to aid him in the Northlands near Quel'Thalas. That's because there's been a peasant uprising who I need to put down so we can maintain the region. At first I figured this is just another mirror match mission, but I am then surprised when I find that my foe is draped in the color orange. Hang on. Orange subversives in the Northern Eastern Kingdoms? Are these the Syndicate I just saw in Classic WoW? I doubt these guys are literally the exact same mobs I was just fighting in Hillsbrad, but playing through this level starts to give such great context to the region of Hillsbrad and Alterac and how they ended up the way they did years later. It is so fun every time I see this. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm repeating myself again. I put down the Uprising, which rewards me with another cameo. Now Lord Uther Lightbringer and his paladins come to offer aid, as Anduin Lothar asks we escort him to the island township of Kyrdero, which we do no problem. This mission was actually a fairly easy one compared to some of the other recent missions we've seen, since Uther's ship is the only one we need to keep alive. I should have known, though, this quick level was setting me up for frustration, since the next mission turns the
Bro, I don't know if I'm a weirdo, but I just don't like ship missions. I feel like in any game I've ever played, it's like, just get me on land. I don't know, man. It's like it's just, I don't want to be in a ship and have to put my guys in a ship and then out of the ship and then back into the ship and then back. It's like, just let me fight him out. Let me just duke it out.
Difficulty all the way up. Okay, so mission 10 is when I'm told that we've captured a number of the renegade Alterac soldiers, and I need to transport them through Horde forces to Lordaeron for interrogation. As simple as that may seem at first, not only is this going to involve building up a large enough base to a point where I can tech up to transport ships, while also fighting off 2 Horde factions that are attacking me at once, but these peasants also aren't accessible by a single body of water. There is a strip of land with another Horde encampment cutting the map in 2, so I also have to wipe out that base and then rebuild another shipyard and transport, and then I also have to build destroyers because there's a whole maze of Horde towers I need to sail through to actually reach the prisoners and take them back to base. I know you're watching a YouTube video, and I'm probably compressing and summarizing each one of these levels into a minute or 2 of commentary, but let me try to give some perspective. A few of these missions are taking multiple restarts and hours for me to complete, and it's so fun. Gosh, it is so fun the way that this game challenges your patience and skill, and it makes beating these levels feel so satisfying. Anyway, after I managed to succeed in bringing the prisoners back for interrogation, that gives me some pertinent intel. The sovereign ruler of Elturek, Lord Paranold, has apparently been working with the Horde since the beginning of the war, having signed a non-aggression pact and allowing them passage through the Arathi Highlands. As such, we are told to go out and wipe his kingdom and its capital Stromgarde from the face of the map, which will leave nothing more than a little outpost in the region years later. This leads to one of the most fun missions in the whole game, as it starts off with a whole peasant rescue mini dungeon crawl that then feeds into an all-out assault by land and air on a well-defended fortress. For a level that may have just started off as a simple excuse to have a mirror matchup, it feels really fun, and beating this mission rewards you with entrance to the final act, which is one hell of a ride. With the Elturek Rebellion destroyed, it's now time to finish the war with the Horde. The Orcs are planning on retreating back to the mainland of the south. Before they do, Lord Lothar and Admiral Proudmoore order us to go and cripple their naval supply lines to make retreat impossible, which goes by swimmingly. At this point, the Orcs have fallen so far, they seem ready to surrender. They send word that they wish to parley, so Lothar goes off to meet with Orgrim Doomhammer at Blackrock Spire. In general, this feels like a really great moment. There can finally be peace between the two races, and what a great character to go off and negotiate that peace. The hero we saved all the way back in Warcraft 1, negotiating with the character we played in that game's opposite campaign. But then, no reports have been heard from him in days, so the king sends us off to Blackrock Spire to investigate, and then the mission starts with our camera centered on Lothar and his troops.
We are under attack.
Now, this might have not looked like much to you, but honestly, for 1995, it was shocking. Anduin Lothar was the one hero of the Alliance who had been around since the first game. He had been a staple of the franchise and the longest continuous character in the narrative so far. Not only that, this was the first time an action we had no control over played out in-game rather than just being told to us through pre-mission text or the game manual, and that made it heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking that you could try to restart the mission as many times as you want, attempt to take control of Lothar and save him, but no matter how many times you tried, he would always meet the same fate.
I wonder if anyone somehow cheesed it to where you kill all of them. I mean, it looks pretty unwinnable, but what if there's some random cheese? You get to a certain spot, I don't know, and you actually kill all of them. You're just like, all right, now what? I tried as a kid. I'm sure people tried.
My research for this video, I saw comments from people who played this mission back in the day that said when they saw this happen, they were devastated. Nobody expected this. It genuinely shocked people to a point where gamers on early internet forums would share cheats that you could use in the console command just to have a way to save Lothar. Of course, wanting to avenge him, I moved my army to take down Blackrock Spire and all enemy forces. This was made easier by my newly unlocked mounted griffins, who were still just as slow and difficult to micro as the dragons were before, but I managed to destroy the enemy's stronghold, which then feeds into the last level of the game, which I was not prepared for. Alright, so now the Horde has been beaten back, it is time for us to end this once and for all by closing the Dark Portal itself. With Lothar dead, it falls on me to lead a strike force to destroy it, claiming ultimate victory for Lordaeron and the Alliance, and that is going to be easier said than done. The level begins when players are given a well-stacked army to the south, the first task being sailing this army to the mainland where we can establish a base. There's only one spot you can land, defended by some Horde forces and towers off to the west. And on my first try, I figured it shouldn't be that hard, so I sent my forces to try and destroy these towers and the Ogre Magi behind them. Okay, maybe it's not going to be that easy. I can see now I must need to land my army at the same time as when the boats are hitting the shoreline, so I can defeat this surprisingly large foe. So I do that, but everybody still dies? Okay, maybe I need to micro better. What if I take my ships and use them to pick off some of the enemy towers and catapults before I then land the whole army? As a reminder, the catapults as well as the towers in this game don't attack units with a locked-on attack. They still have their AoE that can be dodged. It's hard to dodge their attacks with my slow-moving destroyer. Oh god, it's really hard. But after a few tries, I finally managed.
If I'm doing that on stream, I look over on the chat, guaranteed, everyone's saying, he must be trolling, ... No way he's this bad, ... Like, guaranteed, if I do this on stream, that's what the chat, it's like, this has to be rage bait, ... Like, guaranteed.
Managed to kill all the towers and ogres here, landing with my peasants to build up an army, ready to macro up and take on the Dark Portal, only to have a dragon show up and AoE my whole force down before I can train a single new unit. All right. Maybe this level is going to be a bit harder than I thought. At this point, I am not ashamed to say that I felt a little lost, so I looked up how other players strategized in this level because I just kept on failing at it over and over, and it turns out the human campaign finale of Warcraft 2 is famously one of the hardest levels to ever be put into any RTS ever. It turns out the general strategy is, first, you have to be amazing at microing your boats around to pick off the towers and catapults so you can land your forces on the shoreline intact. Then you have to kill all the ogres while keeping your rangers alive because the game is going to be throwing late game dragons at you over and over ad infinitum until you complete the mission. Armed with this knowledge, I got back to trying to figure something out. After my first few attempts, I managed a playthrough where I landed my armies on the shore and kept the rangers alive. You get better at microing here the more and more you play. I also learned that the 3 orange dragons that showed up and killed me on one of my playthroughs only came because I destroyed every single one of the ogre buildings. That's a trigger the game has, and I can stall their attack until I have some defenses if I leave one of the ogre mounds up. However, as I land another run and start rushing farms to try and train more troops and bolster my defenses, I quickly learned that the game sends so many regular dragons at you regardless that they still wipe out my archers and my whole base before I even train a single new archer every single time I play this level, no matter what I do. Back to the drawing board. Okay, so then I figure out that to beat this level, you have to use some towers. You're supply blocked until you build up 1,000,000 farms, and increasing supply to build new units is just going to take way too long. Instead, you need to rush a lumber mill to unlock ranged towers, and then you can start using those as defenses against the dragon.
Once again, on live stream, just use towers, bro. No way he's this bad. Towers, question mark? Towers, obviously, ... Like, guaranteed, you guys. Guaranteed.
Armed with this new knowledge, I got a really good run on my next playthrough. I sniped the whole coastline for a clear and easy landing with almost my entire army surviving. I rushed the correct buildings, teching to towers fast enough that they actually propelled most of the
Someone typed exactly what you would type if I was playing this. Bros saving towers for Warcraft 3. That is an actual sentence someone would type if I played through this live. Bros saving towers for Warcraft.
New knowledge, I got a really good run on my next playthrough. I sniped the whole coastline for a clear and easy landing with almost my entire army surviving. I rushed the correct buildings, teching to towers fast enough that they actually propelled most of the
Someone typed exactly what you would type if I was playing this. Bros saving towers for Warcraft 3. That is an actual sentence someone would type if I played through this live. Bro saving towers for Warcraft 3. Yep, that would be typed.
Back. I got a real proper base built and started working on my economy, successfully expanding to destroy the ogre encampment while fighting back the 3 orange dragons that all came afterward, and I keep this run going. I keep it going for 60 minutes. I'm successfully fighting off the dragons, building up a larger and larger army, and when I think I have a large enough force to expand further, I start moving across the map, and then my army falls, and I can't rebuild it because all of my gold mines have run dry. Not only Is this just a really hard level because you have to fight off late game opponents constantly, even from the very early game, but you're also effectively on a timer because you're given a limited amount of gold where if you use it unoptimally, you can't beat the game.
Wow.
But I keep trying. I get really good at sniping the shoreline, keeping my ships alive. I get really good at taking the beach like it is goddamn D-Day. I start to learn exactly how many towers I need and where to build them so I don't waste any gold buying more defenses than necessary, but it is still not enough. The dragons still overwhelm me. Eventually, I figure out a slightly cheesy strategy. I can be mass rushing Griff.
So this is what's so fun about like old school gaming. Like, you're just kind of stuck for a while and what you've tried doesn't work. So you have to actually just get good by trying other stuff that doesn't work and other stuff that doesn't work until you find a strat that does, and when you beat it, you're like, oh my gosh, we did it, and it feels so good, you know? Like, what was the mission in Warcraft 3 for me that took like 4 hours? That's how I felt with that one, where you had to micro 3 armies at the same time. I had to like run my army through and like destroy all these things. It was so hard, but we did it. And it was like, oh, it felt so good, you know? Imagine beating this in 1995. If you actually beat this in 1995, you are a certified gamer. Absolute certified gamer on an OG computer, OG mouse keyboard.
Griffin riders, of course, can fly directly to the Dark Portal and destroy it without having to make my way through the wildly large number of other Horde forces that populate the map. So I learn how to defend my little landing zone and mass rush flying units. It takes ages to do. It's so hard. And after so many tries, I finally get a run where I train what I think are enough Griffins to win the game. I make a beeline for the Dark Portal with them trying to finish the war. And when I get there, I met with aerial resistance of flying demons that tear my Griffins to shreds. They're so hard to fight back against because of the terrible micro that comes from my slow-moving riders who just keep on accidentally attacking each other. Oh God, I fail again and again and again. I am shocked at how—
Is there no saves in Warcraft 2? Like, does he have to start over every single time?
Hard this final mission is. And then I try one more time.
Here we go. Here we go. You got this, Chibe from the past. Nice. W. W. Perfect spacing. That's what we're talking about. Towers are taking out the dragons. Cinema, man. Oh, he's happy. You can see it in the mouse movements. Finally.
Honestly, seeing that cutscene, I felt more accomplished than I have maybe ever before playing any video game. My body was so filled with adrenaline, I literally jumped up from my seat on that victory screen and started shouting as I paced around the room while the ending cutscene played. Oh my God, yes! Oh my God! Yes! Yes!
That's how we should feel.
Let's go! Woo!
That's how
Honestly,
we should feel.
this brought me back.
So good.
This brought me back to when games were something that you didn't necessarily beat because you wanted an achievement or whatever. You just wanted to beat the game because then you could say that you had beaten it. The cutscene you're rewarded with after finally accomplishing what felt like an impossible task moments ago, even a low poly cinematic like this, that was sweeter than any reward I could have been given. It made it all worth it. You know, looking back on the experience now, I honestly don't know what I expected when I started this video project. But suffice to say, I did not expect that these two games would be as good as they were. I thought there might be glimpses of the greatness that Warcraft would eventually have, and that you could maybe find bits and pieces here and there that would hint at how good this series would become. But no! These games weren't just like laying the groundwork for Warcraft to eventually become great later. Everything that makes this franchise great was there from the start. So I guess going back to the question I asked at the very start of this video, are these games worth it? Should you pick them up yourself and play them even after all these years? No. Do not play them. I stopped having sex with my wife so I could beat this damn game.
We don't need that level of honesty, brother.
It's still just as addicting as ever. I haven't even gotten to the expansion for Warcraft 2, Beyond the Dark Portal, which is just more of this. More challenging RTS missions with whole new mechanics like heroes that you get to play. Alaria Windrunner, Khadgar, Grom Hellscream, and more. Apparently, this is even harder than the base game. People have called it the Dark Souls of RTS titles, unironically, not even as a joke. I'm sure I'll play through it later, though, and make a separate video essay about my experiences there, maybe as a channel member exclusive for all of you who've joined membership. Shout out to all the channel members, by the way, for supporting my content. I hope you've had fun with this video, and shout out to you if you're still listening to my voice now. I seriously appreciate you giving me the time of day, whether you are a fan of these classic games reliving the glory days, or a new fan who had never seen them before. I hope you enjoyed going on this trip down memory lane with me. Subscribe for more. I have a lot more Warcraft content coming soon with my Classic WoW series. The next episode of that is right around the corner, and I would love to do more retrospectives of classic RTS games like this if you're interested.
If I see a chicken laying eggs and I say that's a female chicken laying eggs, did I assign female, or am I just observing a physical reality that's happening in the world?
Does a chicken have gender identity? Does a chicken cry?
Well,
Does a chicken commit suicide? Let's frame it, because you're trying
The chicken has sex like any biological organism.
an assigned gender, but a chicken doesn't have a gender identity.
So we assign female to chickens when they lay eggs?
We assume they're female if they lay eggs.
If you guys have been watching this channel for a while, you'll know
I love Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I love, except my body is begging me to not love it. 42 isn't, my wife is often like, you're not going to become like a professional fighter. You know that, right? Like, you're a comedian. Like,
but let me ask you something. If we got into it,
I would fuck you up.
You'd fuck me up, right?
I would fuck all
But
three
truly,
of you up. Yeah.
right?
And that's the best part. My favorite thing is people are like, oh, Jonah Hill, fucking fat guy from Superbad. And I'm like, I would fucking annihilate you, dude. I'm not kidding,
every
dude.
fight
Try it. If you see me, try it, dude.
Every fight ends up on the ground. Very
Bring
quickly.
it. Who's got it?
I will, unless you are way bigger than me.
I have like a
fucking fuck around and find out.
Let's be honest, this was most people's reaction when Jonah Hill was saying this.
Oh, scary. Oh, shiver my timbers. Shut up, man.
Someone said unbelievably pathetic aura from this guy. Reminds me of the fat guy from Superbad. Someone says Jonah Hill thinks being fat made him typecast as a loser. Nah, them directors saw your soul. And then someone uploaded this and McLovin.
Jonah Hill hated me so much after my audition. I walked out. I get it. I was 17. I was not a professional actor. I kind of went in. I was in high school, and we're playing high school kids. So, like, Jonah's roasting me. And you remember being in high school, you were just like, yeah, it's my fucking buddy roasting me. It's not going to bother me. I'm going to roast him back. And that's what I did in the audition. And I left the room. I was like, oh, my God, Seth signed my script. I'm like, nothing's going to happen. Oh, my God. And Jonah's like, that guy. Till, like, Judd Apatow and Greg Mottola and Seth Rogen, he's like, that guy, don't cast that guy. And they all said, we got to cast that guy. And so, genuinely, I think him hating me, like, really helped me book that part.
So what he's saying is Jonah Hill basically played himself in Superbad, because when you watch it again, as funny as it is, he's still a little dickhead. And that film would not have been the same without McLovin. He's an iconic character. This This guy says, as somebody who spent his entire life in boxing and MMA gyms, I can confidently say that Jonah Hill is a perfect example of somebody who would never be taught how to fight and should never be accepted in any gym. I still get the feeling that even if he knows jiu-jitsu, 90% of men are going to knock this guy out. Someone says, sounds like Jonah Hill's a little sensitive about being the fat guy from Superbad. He's still spiritually fat, plus BJJ is worthless in a street fight. I wouldn't say it's worthless. Calls Jonah Hill fat guy from Superbad, Jonah Hill. Bro, you're a middle-aged man. You don't have to live like this anymore. Someone said, I've decided to get in the best shape of my life in order to beat the fuck out of Jonah Hill. I don't think you need to get in the best shape of your life. Also, a lot of these Hollywood people, when they start fighting, they get trainers that lick their asses, tell them what they want to hear, because all they want is their money. And it's good for their brand as well to train someone that's famous. So they're not going to say their shit. When it comes down to it, if Jonah Hill ever got in a street fight, I'm pretty sure he's getting knocked out.
The natural world and what we learn in biology class and in terms of it seemingly being this cis heteropatriarchal system is, I don't know, however we'd say that, is, I feel, used against queer and trans people in terms of us being made to seem maladaptive. There's something wrong with us. We're
not real, we're fake.
Or we're some modern thing, which is, of course, we know that's not true. We've been, everywhere forever, I feel like as trans people, we're just constantly being gaslit by people, and it's baffling. It's human beings are the only species that are, ridiculous enough to...
That I've said this before, that when you ask someone a question and they don't answer your question but instead ask you a question back, you kind of have your answer there. The answer is they don't actually know how to answer the question you asked them, which is why they begin to ask you a question back as if that's answering the question. He asked her a question, and as usual with stupid people, she asked him a question back. Similarly, if I was to ask you what's 1 + 1 and you respond to me by saying what is 2 + 2, you didn't answer the question, you just asked me another question which doesn't answer the question I asked you.
What I love Satan for is that it's the opposite of God. It's the opposite of the hate, of the bullshit, of the repression that I had to do for so long. It's the opposite of hating myself, and that's why I put self-love on my fingers, right? And you see the pentagram there on the love aiming down? That's to symbolize that I love myself. And that it's also to symbolize that I got away from Christianity, and the way that I was able to love myself is through Satan. Not just the idea of Satan, but the idea that there's something contrary to God and everything else having to do with that.
Yeah, it really makes sense that you love Satan. And I know, I've said it before, I'm not a judgmental person, and I never judge people by the way they look. It's not something I would do. Never. But this comment was kind of hilarious, and I might agree with it. Before we get back into the video, make sure you guys like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and the most important thing, if you want to see my face and if you want to see me be confused, hit the notification bell so that you get notified when a new video comes out and you get to see me go through all of this craziness. Let's get back into the video.
So feminists can go on TikTok and literally say, I hate men and here's why it's okay. TikTok does nothing about it. They're not going to get the video deleted. If I went on TikTok tomorrow and started making videos, here's why you should hate women, I'd be banned within a week. The shit that is allowed on TikTok that gets millions of views and millions of likes, the feminist content, the misandry content, the anti-male propaganda slop, it is uncontested. It is allowed. You're not going to get your account banned. It's shocking to me that we just came off of Andrew Tate said some like slightly offensive things and like completely deplatformed, but then feminists have like carte blanche to just produce the most anti-male feminist propaganda slop. There's like an endless supply of man-hating on TikTok, on Instagram, and you can say men are trash, men suck, I hate men. You can say those things on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook. You're not going to get your account actioned. You're going to get millions of likes. You're going to get Spotify deals. You're going to get brand deals.
I've said this before, but TikTok is a breeding ground for women to hate men, and they're able to say it without facing any repercussions for the things that they say. They're able to say these things online on TikTok, and they won't get banned for it. But if you were to say the opposite, yeah, your page is going to get taken down.
Women are the crux of society, and if we can't show respect for everyone, then I feel like we're just kind of doomed.
What amendment gave women the right to vote?
None. Right? I don't know.
Yeah, you're right there when you said we're doomed.
Why do you live in a white country rather than your own country? You live in London there.
Country.
Why do you live in a white country? I'm sorry?
It's not a white country because I want to tell people about Islam. And if I stay in a Muslim country, they're already Muslims. So there's no point of me telling them about Islam, right? So I have to be in a place where people are not Muslim, right? So if I'm in the UK, there's a lot of people who are from different religions, different faiths, where I can have dialogue, because this is what I do, right? Interfaith religious discourse and all of that. So I engage with different people.
Could a Christian move to a Muslim country and freely and openly convert the people from Islam to Muslim? I mean, to Christian?
Well, ideally, under Islamic law, no, you're not allowed to, because Christianity is false, while Islam is the truth. You don't allow these harmful ideologies to infiltrate into our people.
Is this guy an idiot? Did he just say that England is not a white country? Then what makes a country a specific racist country then, if not it being the majority of the race being in that country, especially being the race that established that country? Now, I can understand maybe it's the case that because of the fact that he's talking about London specifically, and maybe London might not be a white place because of the fact that people like him are the ones who are there. I can understand that. But yeah, England would be a white country, and for you to say the opposite would make no sense. But of course, being in the religion that you are, and more than likely being a product of inbreeding, I can understand you coming to the stupid conclusion you came to.
The indicative data that we have suggests shocking variations in crime rate by nationality and immigration status. According to data from the Ministry of Justice, foreign nationals make up a third of all convictions for sexual assaults against women, despite making up between 11 and 12% of the population. Afghans and Eritreans, the nationalities which made up the largest number of small boat crossings this year, are more than 20 times more likely to be convicted for sexual offences.
No, don't tell them this and don't give them this information. I've heard that if it isn't white Christian men, you shouldn't mention it. And it's actually bad that it's not them doing it, because if it's a person of color or a minority, that's a sad thing. We're not going to tackle the fact that they shouldn't be committing crimes, and if they weren't allowed in here, these crimes wouldn't have happened. We're going to talk about the fact that it's sad that it's these specific groups of people who are actually committing these crimes.
What is on the table is ethnic cleansing. When you're talking about the permanent resettlement of an entire ethnic group from the place they call home, that's called ethnic cleansing. And
the white British population has decreased by 600,000, while the minority population has increased by 1.2 million. So, yes, lads, we're winning.
People seeking asylum should be included in the franchise, as they can be understood to fall into this category. We know that there's a precedent in Ireland where people seeking asylum can vote and stand in local elections. Immigration status should not be a barrier to political participation. I fully support the vision of making Wales the world's first nation of sanctuary, but if we are going to achieve that, we must embed it in all of our actions. We must say to people seeking asylum that they are welcome, that they are included, and that they too will be able to exercise our most fundamental democratic right.
You have got to be kidding me. This is getting sad.
It is generally white, middle-class men who most benefit from prior good character consideration. These are men who are not victims. They are perpetrators. And those men will be able to have their boys' club come in and talk about what a good bloke they are, other than the time they punch their wife in the face. That will still be there. That will still be allowed. We are trying to remove that.
Grr, white man bad. I don't like white man. Patriarchy evil. Get rid of patriarchy.
There's plenty more to go through. No, he's not getting banned. A white Spanish woman in Ceuta encourages Moroccans to enter Spain legally. In my opinion, I don't really think this is it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, what's she really going to do? Yeah, what's she gonna do? Vote? Yeah. He's probably voting him in. I mean, I'm not willing to, like, freak out about this too much or get mad about it too much because one of the biggest survival mechanisms that people have is compliance. So obviously she's going to do that because there's a horde of random foreign men running by her. If she tries to stop them, they could gang rape her, right? I mean, like, that's what could happen. And how do I know that's what could happen? Because that's what happens in the UK. That's what happens all over Europe. That's what these people do. It's just the truth. They will regardless? Yeah, but that's tomorrow. Not thinking about that. Not stop them, but at least not waving them in. As I said, I don't really know what to say about this. Spanish Moroccan, women when the Moroccans arrive. Oh, let's see here. I'm going to look at the other ones too. It is very embarrassing to see it happen, though, but I'm not really sure.
It's not even necessarily about what she's going to do, because obviously she can't do anything. This is just indicative of feminists and women, unfortunately, in the Western world, where they'll complain about how men are so evil and that they're not safe at night, and then they'll allow the very men who, in their own religious beliefs, are allowed to beat their own wives, but then they'll be the same people to also complain about this so-called patriarchy, while allowing a religion which is solely patriarchal to come into their country. They're as stupid as it gets, and they don't even realize how stupid they are and how they're allowing their own destruction to come into their own countries.
Gender pedophiles housed in a women's prison in New Jersey are seeking to get married to each other as part of settlement negotiations in a witchcraft discrimination lawsuit. Marina and raped somebody's 7-year-old daughter. To summarize, father kidnaps his 7-year-old daughter. Lets another trans person rape her on camera for their porn business. They get arrested. They're placed in a women's prison. They sue the prison for religious discrimination because they denied him access to magic witchcraft items. They're probably going to win. Settlement demand includes requests to marry the other pedophile who raped his daughter, who is in the same women's prison. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Wow. That's crazy. I don't know why we don't just give these people the death penalty. I don't. Like, I mean, tomorrow, right? I mean, like, you know, it's like, okay, well, you get like one appeal. You've got like a week to figure it out. Okay, you can't do it. Immediately. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing playing games with this shit? It's unreal, isn't it? Yes, and what a terrible day to have eyes. Well, to be fair, this is ears.
I am not surprised at all. The so-called persecuted and oppressed group are still seemingly having some privileges you would think otherwise they wouldn't have. Does it make sense? No.
That's it. Finally, reacting. In recent days, tens of thousands have streamed into the enclave of Ceuta, including women and children, overwhelming authorities, and yes...
Including women and children? Now, why would Fox News go and say that when the videos clearly show it's 99% dudes?
As many as 18 have been killed in the crush. Ceuta is one of 2 Spanish territories along the Moroccan coast in northern Africa, the closest to Europe, Spain the only European country with this African link. It's not clear exactly what's caused the latest stampede. There was that recent Spanish court ruling saying immigrants arriving by sea should not be turned back, a new Spanish program granting...
Which explains why... You hear what he just said? People arriving by sea shouldn't be turned away, which explains why, despite the fact that Ceuta is connected by land to Morocco, these people are still choosing to go into the water and come into Ceuta. This is the Spanish government saying they're going to let you stay.
Legal status to illegal immigrants. Spain, arguably the most migrant-open country in Europe. Madrid blames human traffickers for the hordes arriving, preying on people who say economic conditions in Morocco and Africa are driving the onslaught. Spain's neighbors aren't pleased. Italy's Prime Minister Meloni posting, quote, uncontrolled illegal immigration poses a threat to the security of Europe. One organization claiming a 60% increase in Europe's immigrant population in the last 15 years.
immigrant.
The White House also weighing in, saying President Trump has long warned Europe what would happen if they continue to implement far-left globalist policies, including enabling mass migration. Spain and other countries who have adopted this destructive philosophy should immediately reverse course or face their own demise.
Unfortunately, people will watch a video like this and they'll continue to believe in the lies that Fox News continues to perpetrate to them. They probably laugh amongst themselves when they produce videos like this, because in the video we can see what is going on, but with their words they will say that it's children, and the stupid people will watch this video and honestly believe it, which is a sad thing.
What's the best way to share your pronouns with someone at work?
How about you don't? That would be the best way. You don't.
There's a lot of pressure on women to show up a certain way with a certain body weight and size of breasts, size of lips, all these things that we are supposed to look like, otherwise we're ridiculed. Women will try to outwardly express themselves as beautiful so that they are accepted in society.
I actually think that women are harsher judges of male appearance than the reverse. Of the things that society and women care about in men when it comes to physical looks, much of that is completely out of men's control. We talk about height, we talk about hair, we talk about size. These are things that men cannot change, that women are pretty heavily invested in. But a lot of the things that men care about, to some degree, women will have more control over that. You'll have women who say, I'll only date a guy who's 6 foot tall. Men cannot do anything whatsoever about it. Okay, 6 foot. You've just cut your dating pool by 85%. Only 15% of men are 6 feet and above. I don't disagree with you that women do have a lot of pressure when it comes to their appearance, but I would argue so too do men.
This is just the nature of life in 2026, unfortunately. This happens to men as well. If you're not 6'15", apparently you're not attractive enough, and if you don't have financial stability, according to feminists who believe that they should be able to work and they're equal with men but still want a man who's financially stable and makes more than them, you're not attractive to them. That's just how the dating market works right now, and the sooner you realize that, the better the world will be.
Someone tells you it's weird for black people to be in the Odyssey, tell them it's weirder for white Americans to be there.
No, it fucking isn't. Greeks are white. Romans are white. The Spaniards were white. They have more olive tone skin. They're white. They're not sub-Saharan Africans. You absolute idiot. How would you even compare the fucking two?
Because historically, the White Hood Association hated the Greek community.
Since fucking when are we listening to and taking advice from the... What the fuck?
In the early 1900s, the infamous toilet paper crusaders who were burning crosses on...
Crazy suggestion. I actually don't give a shit what a bunch of racists killing black people have to say. Why are you concerned about their opinion about what it means to be white? We know what it is to be white, and Greeks are white. I don't give a shit about what the KKK historically had to say. Why are you even using this as an argument?
But now the same people who would have worn hoods and participated in those attacks are wearing red hats saying Greek...
I'm gonna stop you right there, because the red MAGA hat wearers are not a bunch of KKK members. How many Trump supporters do you know that have fucking lynched black people? Name them, you fucking... This is beyond a bad faith argument that people who are asking the simple question, how the fuck did a black woman become the queen of Troy? How the fuck did a sub make her way up to Anatolia? I would like to know the logistics of that. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You know what? The same fucking way it wouldn't make sense for a white Anglo-Saxon to be Mansa Musa. But for some fucking reason, we have these who just hate you so much. They just want to fucking replace you. And when you ask, why the fuck are you replacing white people? They say, you are a fucking racist. You are a Klan member. You want to lynch black people. No, I'm just fucking confused. This is white culture, actually. It is. It fucking is. Then you wonder, why do black people go around saying that white people don't have any culture? It's because you are confusing white culture with your own. What the actual fuck is this argument? No, Trump supporters are not fucking KKK members. You are a disgusting piece of shit, actually.
white culture in
Yes, white culture. Why are you doing this, white culture? Yes, it was white people who made the Odyssey.
I appreciate you making this video, but trying to explain concepts like this to people who are stupid, unfortunately, it goes in one ear and comes out the other. They just can't understand things like this. And I know you're trying to make it known to them, but yeah, they're gonna continue along with their stupidity.
I'm going to read this clearly. Blacks are 13% of the population, pay 6% of the taxes while collecting 26% of the welfare. We pay reparations every year, right? This is what somebody commented under my video, right? Now, I'm going to debunk this in just one question. Because truly, if you do the math, if we are 13% of the population and we truly only pay 6% of the taxes, how is it that black people had the most spending power last year? How is it that we had trillions of dollars in spending power? And one can't argue, yeah, y'all too busy buying liquor and Jordans and sneakers. And yeah, one can argue that. One can argue and say, we too busy buying J's and all that stuff and we ain't spending our money right. And this can very much be true. But that still won't account for the fact that the cost of living is super duper high. Black people, they love to say we don't make that much money because we too busy out here robbing and stealing. So how did we spend trillions of dollars, which means we paid billions in taxes, if we only 13% of the population and 6% of the taxes was like, just make that make sense. And then if you just take a few seconds to look it up on the internet, it's a quick internet search on what race gets the most welfare. I've already reported on it, but I just want you to take the time to do your due diligence and just go look it up. I encourage you, I double dog, triple frog dare you to go look up what race gets the most welfare and then come back and argue with me in the comments. Once you know the truth, and I want a screenshot of it. Don't try to come and just start typing. No, I want you to show me what you found. Show me what you found. Because I'm sick of these stereotypes and you can't prove none of this shit because it's not true. We were never 13% of the population. Think about it. Even on the slave plantations, there were literally a master, whatever you want to call them, little, please don't get me to roasting these people. And then it was like 2 or 3 overseers, and one of them overseers was a Sambo. He was one of us, but just was kissing up. And there were 50, 20, 30 slaves on the plantation. We've always outnumbered them. The problem was that they played the mind games and tricked you into thinking you were inferior. Just wake up and look around. Look around. We're everywhere. But now you're telling us we 13% of the population and we believed it for years. It's simple. It really is.
You spent nearly 3 minutes showing us all that you are ignorant and you don't even know the basics. We understand that per capita is kryptonite to you, but it's really not that difficult.
So anyway, this is what happened. Bethesda employees protest Microsoft layoffs amidst online backlash. So this is why your Fallout games are poorly made communist gay propaganda. It's because you have some fat, weird, retarded loser that has a hammer and sickle tattooed onto his neck. You know what's really funny is that the only good thing for communism for him is that he'd be able to lose weight because he couldn't stand in the bread lines long enough. That's the only good thing that communism would help him with. Other than that, he'd probably be in front of a firing squad. You think people give a fuck about a video game designer? Nah, bro, you'd be dead. So, he'd be using both? Yeah, just look. Am I wrong, though? Am I wrong? So, yeah, are you playing the game? Hear music? Yeah, wise people not learn from history or books? Because they think they're special and they're different. So this is the video here. We'll watch it.
Morale is really low because, we've been told that we're making great games that players love and that we're doing well, and to have this suddenly hit us has been a huge shock to us.
It sucks.
We make all kinds of games all kinds of people love.
It'd be really nice if we could just get back to work and make them games that will define a generation of video gaming.
I worked at ZeniMax for about 5 years. We are having a march and a rally to demand dignity and respect and an end to the cycle of layoffs.
Asha, if you're listening to this, keep going. The pigs are squealing. The freaks are crying. and the golden age can be upon us. When I hear all of the junipers and these weird bald women with like 7 piercings crying about getting fired, this is like a multi-dimensional catharsis for me. Like, I can't even explain how amazing this is. An angel gets its wing. Like, yeah, when a juniper gets fired, an angel gets its wings. That's correct. And a Lilith gets fired. They're shamelessly begging. Yes. And so these are the people. We make great games. We make games that define generations. Well, the people that worked at the company before you did. Yeah, that's probably true. LOL, they laid off all the white women, gay people, and communists. We might actually get good games now. Yep, there it is. And that's it. Bethesda union members are actually out there protesting. And sorry, fuckers, but teenage me expected to play the next Elder Scrolls game by 2016, maybe 2019 at the latest. You're a decade late, and you haven't made a good game in all that time. You clearly don't deserve your jobs. Maybe make better games next time, and it won't happen again. I also love the sign that's built off of Black Lives Matter. Like, you know what? You know what this reminds me of whenever you lose your cushy video game development job? George Floyd getting choked out to death on the street by a police officer. This is you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of Jim Crow. It reminds me, you know what? You know, whenever I have to actually go to work and do my job, you know what I think of? I think of slavery. I think of slavery of black people. What the fuck is wrong with these guys? What's wrong with them? Casuals blaming the fan base for the current game's current lack of success when the original devs had the same higher than average standards. Good enough sucks. Let's see this.
The difference between good enough and awesome is so big, and I mean, there's this standard set by everyone here that, I mean, good enough sucks.
We are the most cynical people. Like, we are the jaded crowd who, if a game doesn't entertain us in 5 minutes, we stop playing it.
And so,
do you remember what I said? That's crazy, huh?
so you can have all the great graphics and all the different characters and lots of different weapons with amazing effects, but if you don't nail that 30 seconds, you're not going to have a great game.
That's right.
The difference between good enough and awesome is so big, and I mean, there's this.
It's just really that fucking simple. Obviously, those base lads don't work at the current studio. This is like looking through another universe. Yeah, this is. I'm telling you guys. Like, you know what we were talking about? Like, Christopher Nolan was talking about how, you know, people were, like, looking at the walls that were built, and they were Cyclopean walls because the current people of the time couldn't even imagine the Roman Empire. They couldn't even imagine this happening. Well, that's what's happening with video games right now. Okay? The making of Age of Empires 2, 1999. Yes. A completely different universe.
When I first started the
Look
company,
at that.
I wanted a less corporate environment. And I envisioned a workplace that was something like when I used to get together with my friends. And
after several of these, I remember mentioning my wife.
If you see a guy like this and he's on the software development crew, everything's going to be okay. Just breathe a sigh of relief. You're going to be fine. Everything's, yeah, don't worry about it. Bring it up. Yeah, you know he's cooking. Exactly. Like, and, yep, there's a, this is the guy. Right. He made Age of Empires 2. I believe that. This is another guy. He did the sound for Age of Empires 2. I believe that. 2 more people. Yep, I believe that. Absolutely. And then there's a guy right there. Let's see. Are there any more of these? Where's the part with Jeff Kaplan? I don't know. No, not Jeff Kaplan. Sorry. Greg Street. Jeff Kaplan wasn't here. He was somewhere in here. I don't know if he's in the whole video. But, yeah. These guys are they're the ones that made the good games, man. They are. Peak Chuds. Yeah. This was, when the Chuds were in control, the game was good. When you have a bunch of weird retards that don't even know what gender they are, how the fuck do you think you can't even figure out what bathroom you're gonna go into? You can't even. I mean, you fail a coin flip. You're messing up a coin flip. Think about this, right? You can't even suss out a coin flip, and you think you're gonna be able to design a whole world? Fuck no. So many social issues. Yeah, really. And when are you going to make a game? I don't want to make a game. I just want to complain about them. That's all I want to do. I don't want to make no game. I just want to complain about games. I'll complain about games all day. That's all I want to do. They can't even figure out how to design their own lore. I know that, man. Focus on the right things that are not ideologically captured. True. I know that, man. The early 2000s, basically any game you bought would give you a great time. Nah, that's not true. There's plenty of shit games back then, man. There's a survivorship bias that happens. And that's it. Quality assurance. So this is a Juniper that worked in quality assurance and ZeniMax. 5 games made by ZeniMax. Let me figure this out. Let's take a look at this situation. Does ZeniMax make good games? Okay, so these all came out like 10 years ago. Okay. How about 5 recent games? 5 games in the last 5 years. Have they even made 5 games? Like, yeah, I mean, have they even made 5? I don't know if they've even done that. Oh, I just heard Redfall pop up. I just saw that. You see that? Ghostwire Tokyo, Hi-Fi Rush, Redfall, and Starfield. So you were involved with Redfall and Starfield for quality assurance? You need to be going to your executive studio and you need to be saying thank you. Thank you that I have not been put in jail. They should put you in jail for fraud because you're clearly not doing your job. You clearly defrauded the company by doing your job in such a bad way. We need to normalize, if you do your job in such a bad way, we need to just be able to put you in jail. We need to just be able to put you in jail. Like, and I think this is just in general, like at a certain point, quality. So you did quality assurance for the studio that made Redfall and Starfield. And you're talking to us about how we need to worry about you losing your job? I do worry about you losing your job. Sometimes I worry it won't happen. That stresses me out. I think to myself, oh my God, maybe I might have to deal with another piece of shit. It's not soon enough, yeah. NFL can do it with Michael Vick? Yeah. Whatever happened with Michael Vick? Isn't ZeniMax the parent company of Bethesda? You haven't even made a game. Wait a second, enhance, there it is. And no devs, no games. Password, what games? 10 years and you motherfuckers released 2 flops and some shitty mobile games, one of which is dead. So we got the Flopperooski menu. Let's take a look at it. Fallout 76, Elder Scrolls Blades, Starfield, and the Elder Scrolls Remastered. Now, who made Elder Scrolls Remastered? Who made it? Let's see. Virtuos. Where is Virtuos located? Singapore. Okay. So, you know what happens in Singapore if you litter? You go to jail. That's right. You go to jail if you litter in Singapore. They don't want to have their fucking country turn into a shithole, right? You get the cane. And if you go, I pull it up. I'll pull it up right now. Let me get on the Google Maps. And take a look. So, they call this place Singapore. You can see right here. It's near Malaysia, near Cambodia. It's all the way down here. And we're just going to look at a random place here, all right? There's no fucking garbage anywhere. Not a single fucking piece of garbage anywhere. But over here. Look at that. Fucking flawless. Not a single piece of shit anywhere in the entire area. How about right here? I'm making random clicks. No garbage. To be fair, that's next to a garbage can. This one's not so great. Let me go back. We'll pull up another one. How about over here? Holy shit! Well, it's a work in progress. But you know what? I better not hear a single fucking European laughing at this. Because do you guys know what that is? No, you don't. You have no idea what that is. I don't want to hear it. One more. Even in these places, there's still not trash everywhere. It's relatively orderly. My point with this is that the country that made the only good game that you guys have come out with in the last 10 years was located in a place that you would say is evil and fascist. Check Cuba with the immigrants for a few days. I'm going to look at that in a bit. Relax, man. Look at that. Wow. See, this is what happens whenever you just put all the people that are retarded in jail. All the retards that are just throwing garbage everywhere. Look, there's no garbage anywhere. Where's the garbage? Where's the garbage at? No fucking garbage. What do you mean garbage? Who the fuck puts garbage around here? Look at Houston. Yes, exactly. No scammers or immigrants? I don't know about that. I don't know if they have immigrants or not. Well, that seems like that's a garbage area, to be fair. And look at these guys. Look, see, look right here. That right there, gentlemen. That right there, you don't understand this, but this is what you call a high-trust society. This is the manifestation of it. They're not locked up. They're not locked up. They didn't do anything like that. No bike locks. So, that's a free bike in France? Yeah, in France, you would have somebody steal this bike, melt it down, and sell the aluminum. That's what would happen over there. They wouldn't even be riding it around. Like, over there, you gotta understand the way they do things. They steal copper. They steal metal. Like, they don't steal objects, they steal materials. Like, they say, wow, that's iron. I'm going to take this iron and I'm going to yeah, they steal aluminum. Like, you're thinking civilizationally, they're thinking chemically, okay? Bro, they're on an elemental level. They're on the elemental plane. So, yeah, you're right. Yeah, exactly. So this is a totally different world. So here's the reason why I make this point, okay? Is that the only good things come out of good places, bad things come out of bad places. That's true with people too, by the way. It's not just things, it's people. So if you have a place that prioritizes orderliness, trust, social cohesion, and everything, you're going to have a group of people that are the product of that ideology. But if you have an organization, a country that prioritizes being fat, being retarded, stealing, communism, you know what you're going to get? That's what you're going to get. A fat neckbeard with a fucking hammer and sickle tattoo. Go to a communist country. Maybe that way you'd be able to lose some weight because you couldn't get any food. Get the fuck out of here. How obnoxious. Isn't it so annoying? I hate him. I hate him. Ooh. Is that Post Malone? That's Post Melon. That's different. Here's another one. Save our players deserve better. I completely agree. I completely agree. Yeah, today's your last day. Autumn Mitchell. There it is. Game writer. So let me get this straight. I wonder if Elder Scrolls is going to be good. It has to be good. There's no way they're going to do it wrong. You have some fucking random ass white girl with flowers in her head and she's the game writer? Bro, it's over. It's over, bro. Like, it's done. It's not going to happen. I should have her job. They should give her job to a random chud. Like, here's how they need to do, like, every one of these girls, what they need to do is they need to fire all of them. And they need to go to your local games and comic shop and find the fattest dude that smells the worst and ask him, what was the political implications of the Horus Heresy? And if he can explain that for over a half hour, he's hired. That's all you need. This is an interview with one question. Simply one question, and that's it. Halo should hire military vets? Yes. So, and so Henry Cavill's doing that? That's smart. You play Warhammer? I'm going to start. I bought I have my old Chaos Space Marines from back in the day, but I'm rebuilding the army. I don't even really care about playing the game. I just like building the characters and painting the characters because it's like a meditative process, right? Like, it's one of those type of things. But I'll play the game too. I told Rich I'd try it out, right? And we'll see what happens. How do we let this happen? Here's the reason why this happened. I want to explain why it happened. It's because guys like him couldn't get a girlfriend. Their idea of a mating technique is obedience. They agree with women with whatever they say. And maybe he's a nice guy. He's probably a retard because he's got a flower next to a hammer and sickle, but he could be a nice guy. Maybe I'm being too mean to him. It's not just him, but it's also it probably is him though, right? It's probably him. So people like this, their idea of feminism is compliance. Their idea of equality is obedience. And their idea of, equity, inclusion, diversity is simply people that are different than they are. Even if all the people that are different than they are the same kind of people. You can have a studio. This is the thing. You have a studio and 30 of the people out of 33 are Indian, and somebody's going to say, wow, look how diverse this studio is. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't think you know what that word means. See what I'm saying? So true. And it's insulting to women. I know diversity is evil. I don't think diversity is evil. This is my opinion on diversity.
Diversity is neither good nor evil. It exists separately, and it is not a good or a bad thing. You can have a studio full of a bunch of random, like the average Halo 2 clan, I guarantee you, is infinitely more diverse than the most woke video game studio in America. You can find the most diverse and the most woke video game studio in America that is less diverse than the most. Find 50 Halo clans, like Black Ops nowadays, right? Find 50 of the new Black Ops clans, and each of the clans has a different variation of a swastika, a KKK member, or something racist. It has the N-word in the name, and you are going to have more diversity in that clan than you will at the studio. And it won't even be close. It's not even going to be like, it's about the same. No, it's not even going to be close. Excuse you, it's Indigenous Ops? Okay. Yeah, and what is this? You have a soft covenant, entire dev team is H-1B VC Indians. Yeah, a diverse company in 2020. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So, I'm not for or against diversity. Diversity is something that happens, I think, naturally whenever, this is, I think, what happens, right? Like, maybe this is just me. Like, I grew up in Austin, Texas, okay? Super, super diverse area. Just looking for guys that are like me, we ended up with a really diverse group of people. We did. There's a huge diverse group of people because there's not really that many assholes, right? There's only so many white people, and so there can't really be that many antisocial, belligerent, obnoxious assholes that their idea of fun is throwing rocks at people on the way home from the bus ride. So there had to be Mexicans too. There was a few black people. There was an Asian there. Wait, this guy's an Arab? Oh, he likes throwing rocks too. Well, what's up, man? How you doing? That's it. So at first, diversity is retarded. Isn't Austin blue as fuck? Yeah, Austin's definitely a libtarded city. It 100% is. But, growing up, I think that we had a lot of diversity, but it wasn't the cringe loser diversity. It was the Chuds Without Borders diversity. Honestly, it feels good to see at least some of these parasites gone. Oh. Man, I just love to see this. This is absolutely fucking amazing. Check out all the amazing games Nathan Hahn has created. Squirrel Life Revolution. These are the names. Okay, so these are. Let me scroll down to the new ones. Where are we? Wait. That is the new one. Oh. I just... Is he Chuds Without Borders? Wait. Squirrel Life. Man, I just love to see this. This is absolutely fucking amazing. Check out all the amazing games Nathan Hahn has created. Squirrel Life Revolution. These are the names. Okay, so these are. Let me scroll down to the new ones. Where are we? Wait. That is the new one. Oh. I just... He's a furry. So, I want you to understand this. Furry game, I don't know what the fuck this is. Furry game, what the fuck is this? Definitely a furry game. Starfield. read the pitch on the first game. In this experimental HTML web game, you play as an American red squirrel trying to rally other squirrels towards your cause using social media network where all your messages are emojis. You are... This is... It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time until this problem is solved. It's only a matter of time. I'm excited. I don't know about you guys, but I'm really excited. Odds that these are funded by USAID. Why was he even hired? Because there's other retarded furries that work at the company that are just like him. That's the reason why. I mean, duh. Modern gaming audience. Squirrel Goy? You gonna just ignore that, huh? Yeah. Remember when the fetish came later on to being Foundation? Nathan, as Insider, I'm fine with what I saw on screen losing their job. Sincerely, the player. They just don't make bug-eyed Starfield NPCs. They don't just make bug-eyed Starfield NPCs, they hire them. You know what? Maybe the characters weren't that unrealistic after all. Isn't that crazy? Save our devs, a bunch of dysgenic freaks. No, this is why games suck now. The eternal 2016 rolls on and Gamergate is forever. This is, guys, I want to let you know that I will commit every day that I wake up and I see these people suffering is a day that I thank God that I woke up. I live to make these people suffer. I hate them. I hate everything about them. I hate what they think. I hate what they represent. I hate what they believe. I hate how they feel. I hate their existence. I hate everything about them. Weird retard shit? Exactly. Theater kids on a power trip? That's right. And it's time the train came down to the station. They stole 15 to 10. I don't need to justify anything. I just hate them. Yeah. You don't need, and by the way, that's true. You don't need to come up with an excuse for why you hate them. You don't need to come up for like, oh, well, this is what. Nah, who gives a fuck why? Okay? Doesn't matter. Just the way it is. How many people are talking about this? 4 million views on this clip. That's a lot of people. The same people that are at the No Kings protests? I know. And I can't like everybody just say, I just ignored these retards. You can't. You can't ignore the retards because if you do that, what happens is that then the retards get involved with you. Like you thought you could be safe inside of your little hobby and you had your little safe space, but then they came into your safe space. They came into your safe space and now they're in your space changing things. Like, we tried ignoring them, and then they came into video games. You can't ignore the problem. You have to solve the problem. You have to, stupid's contagious. That's right. So, you have to expel them. Yes, you have to expel them and make it to where these people are completely unhireable. Weak people who want to be nice can never make great things. We deserve better. We deserve better developers, not activists and weirdos. Skyrim launched 15 years ago, Oblivion 20 years ago. I'm sorry, but yeah, you were in like middle school when Oblivion came out. What are you even talking about? And the concept, people over profits. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'd rather just have the profit. Yeah, I mean, if I had to pick, I think I'd go with the profit. Even if it was like a dollar. I'd say $1 would be better. I'm so glad you're getting to see all the things that you've been saying for the past few minutes come to fruition. I want to let you guys know that this is only the beginning. It is. It's only the beginning because these... I think I know where things are going to go. And it's a very good place. Things are going to go in a very good place because I think that there's a lot of people like me that are just fed up with the tyrannical rule of a bunch of mentally ill losers. And I think that there's enough people like me that have the willpower to truly make it bad for them. I do. I really think that that's the case. Lay it out for us. Where do you see it going? I see it going in a direction where these companies are being shut down. These people are being systematically removed from positions of employment. Their political positions and values are then seen as radioactive to other companies. I see the companies that they are trying to be a part of becoming targets of harassment campaigns in the future for hiring these people, which will create a chilling effect across the entire industry and other types of entertainment media that will make them afraid to hire and interact with these people. And then after that, I see the funding for these organizations and these companies that they run drying up because of a lack of resources and also ongoing campaigns against them that destroy their financial viability. So cancel culture? You might be confused. Did you have me confused for a person with principles? I have one principle. I don't like these people, and I want to play video games that don't have anything to do with them. That is the defining principle that everything else works under. That is the overruling principle that everything else serves. That is the principle. I am extremely principled. You just don't like the principle. So, they're no different. I know that. I'm not interested. It's not interesting to me or relevant about having the moral superiority over these people. I don't care about that. I just don't want to. I don't want to deal with them. It's not important about having some, some moral victory. I don't care about that. It's just about getting rid of and solving the problem. That's it. No chance these people contribute positively. Yeah, do you think these people contribute positively to the gaming experience? I would argue the answer to that is no. It's hell no. Feeling morally superior isn't winning? Yes. Hear me out in a future where all these companies that hired these devs are going bankrupt. It's better than that, because as soon as you start creating an ecosystem of basically negative reinforcement for supporting people that are like this, these things have a way of radicalizing very quickly. And then once it reaches a radical crescendo, then this is all over. And that's the point, that is the goal, is to reach that high point.
Greetings, traveler.
All right, here we go, chat. So we're going to be watching a Jay Keurig game. Again, lesser known streamer. We haven't really reviewed him yet, because I'm actually not sure if he streams all the time, but I always see him in the early access games, and I saw he had a cool game here, so we're going in on that. And to explain the dark gift mechanic again, you can click that button 3 times per game. You discover a minion that has a dark gift, which is a bonus such as this unit has all types, this unit has shield or venom or wind fury, so some kind of a bonus. Some of them are really cool, and it gets better the longer you wait. Now, we have seen it being used quite aggressively, a lot of tempo stuff, so we'll see how it ends up here. Does he sell for the spell? I don't think so against Tavish, right? Just doing a quick check of what's in and what's out, but we're gonna watch here. Yeah, it does not sell for the spell. Sometimes people do that, myself included, because you save quite a bit of HP by cycling and buffing a minion, but against Tavish you're gonna lose anyway, so I kind of like holding it. On the hand, so here, just level to nothing. 6/5 poison, because he hit it with this thing, yeah. So stayed on tier 1. That's kind of interesting. Sell the minion, see if you get Ariat Laureate. Take the damage. Going in. I wonder if he Dark Gifts next turn then to stabilize. We'll see. Dark Gift to try and stabilize. Deep Sea Angler goes for a triple because he has a pair, so it's kind of good. At the end of every 2 turns, you get a plain copy of this, right? So here you have double Angler. And then at the end of 2 turns, he gets a triple, and then he can use the hero power on the triple, maybe. That's probably I've been doing that too in the early game. That seems like a good Dark Gift, right? End of turn, this makes a copy of itself. It's also pretty good tempo units, this this Angler, so it's nice. It's not often that you stabilize the turn you go 3-on-3. Can you put on music? No, we do it for the YouTube VODs though, but it's it would interfere with the editing process and everything, and I generally stay away from music during my live streams because people can just put on their own music if they want to. Again, not always, right? And I understand with your phone and everything. And there's also a lot of streams that already have it, so for me this is what I'm comfortable with. I don't like adding music in the streams. I don't hate middle here, but he's going for bananas. What's a Dark Gift on that again? Was it double? Let me go back. At the end of the turn, gain 3/2. Okay. Does the Dark Gift change when you triple it? No. You just get the golden unit with the same Dark Gift. What's the dot on the taunt? It's the active mechanic. This minion for 1 gold, you can get 2 bananas. So I like Ominous Stone. I think it's a good trinket. Discover a Dark Gift tier 4. I think it might get nerfed where it costs some golds after like 1 or 2 balance patches. We'll see. Yeah. Jakiric likes it too. Permanently keep stats in the combat. Meh. Might just be Zesty, because your gut's golden Angler here. Hey, Drade, you too. Thank you very much for the Prime. Much appreciated. Thanks so much for the support. Alright, we're getting the 5-drop here, and we are Reno. Meditative for a lot of spell power. Airballer, let's go. Spell power is a little harder to come by, so I don't hate hero powering Meditative. I think you don't even hate going Dark Gift this turn. It takes the damage still, wow. Just for the bananas. Oh, wow, yeah, that's a lot of spell power value, that's true. Ooh, okay. Not the greatest end of the turn there, unfortunately, but it's new patch. Well, who am I to judge there, really? He might just have a play. So I don't mind using Dark Gift there, basically, so that I'm just stronger and that I get to win the game off my trinkets and my minions instead of going full Dark Gift. How to use Activate? Just click on the minion. So I always clicked over here, but like on the actual cost thing, but I've seen people just click here. Yeah. Which makes it a little scary, I guess, for misclicking and activating something when you want to sell it. So basically, if you want to sell it, don't click it and let go. You have to click it and drag it. If you click it and let go, you'll activate, it seems. You want to see a baller game? Yeah, it's just tough, man. Oh, we're not tiering here? Interesting. Wow. It's going for a whole lot of stats here. Big tempo plays. Bananas on the Zesty, sure. I kind of don't hate bananas on the Meditative here, though. Like, you get a lot more permanent stuff there, because I don't think Zesty's going to stay that long. Do you get a good elemental game during the event? No, it's... You probably need this guy super early, so what Galakrond has. I think if you don't have that, it's tough. And even if you have it, you still need to get a brand to be able to play Mana Surge. Say, I did not really see people pop off with Alice in the early access game. Which guy? The moat thing. It's kind of like Sanguine, where it buffs gems, but then for elemental buffs. It's a tier 6 that buffs your future elemental buffs. Yeah, it's got a lot of spell power. He's farming the lockbox as well off this 4-drop, the SKP. Every time he spends 5 golds, he accelerates the lockbox by 1 turn. You have to wait 5 turns for the lockbox to open, but Man, he's got a lot of spell power. You have to wait 5 turns for the lockbox to open normally, but basically every time you were to get another lockbox and you already have one, you accelerate it by 1 turn. So the escapee tries to generate another lockbox, but you already have one, so it just accelerates it by 1 turn. Yeah, I mean, it's always possible after the early access events that a lot of the comps were not really discovered yet or played wrong and stuff. It's definitely a thing. All right, so we went to tier 5 slightly later for how good of a position we had with meditative, but now we're gonna get the greater trinket. Then we can choose what to do from there. Golden tier 7, postcards, Chilmir. Showy Cyclist doesn't scale with spell power. I'd want to get into spell power here. It could be just Chilmir Mosaic, because I'm not sure if we have 2 turns for a tier 7, a golden one. Activate lets you use your money more efficiently. Yeah, it just gives you more options. That's nice. Okay, well, what do I know? Golden Zarjira? So he needs to hang on for 2 turns. Now he is healthy, is strong, but we're also leveling this turn. Golden Hook Dusk. Okay. Wait, are we just pirates now? Definitely want to play the Golden Hook Dusk, right? And buff the first 6/6 pirate. So when you discover, you buff your board. There's Drakari, there's Bran. Probably want one of those. It's an elemental lobby, so you have some spellcrafts for Bran. Fauna is nice with all the spell power, so I guess it's Drakari. The pirate got 30 in one go, yeah. Dude, Golden Hook Tusk, I don't think you actually go Hook Tusk anymore, because your spell power is already high, and you have Fauna and Drakari. So you probably just want to maximize the number of Nagas on board. You're just selling Golden Hook Tusk? I think you do. I don't think you need it. You could sell the other one too, I guess. I think I would just end on a Naga here, and I think I might have sold the Hook Tusk, but... Then again, he could still play pirate. It's fun. It's fun to play pirate at least. But he's just pumping here. I don't know. I don't think I would want to risk getting out of Naga to use his Golden Hook Tusk. That's kind of sick, man. He used the lockbox and he got a golden 6-drop out of it. That's a big deal. Alright, for the rest of his board is not that strong, so the main hurdle he really needed to get over was that it was going to take him some time to cash in on this greater trinket. Oh, wait, I spoke too soon. We're getting tommed. Too many toms. Many toms. Handle it. Even side. Alright, round 19. Do we get it now? There's a golden fauna. No, we don't get it yet. Oh. Right, you gotta hang on. Dude, I think we Dark Gift. I want to get that tempo going. Still feels comfortable buying the extra gold. I would try very, very, very hard at this stage to Golden Baller. I would try very hard at this stage to keep the damage cap, right? Because next turn is your big turn. Belinda. Belinda works with Fauna, because the Fauna Whisper targets a minion to cast it on. So, yeah, I think this definitively puts us out of pirates. Getting the Belinda and then the extra Fauna. The scariest thing with Dark Gifts is that they will only be used for early game. Is that scary? And they're not only being used for early. I've definitely... Oh my god. Ka-ching, 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 ka-ching. It's like a slot machine just like hitting. Alright, we're Dark Gifting. You can cast on the Amalgam. Reborn with full bonus keywords. I guess that's just good to buff, yeah. Yeah, it's a good buff target. Easy clap. Yeah, I mean, Golden Fauna, regular Fauna, Drakari, and then Belinda is basically ×2 again, right? It's like you add Lucifron, you get another trigger end of turn. Because your spells hit twice. Holy crap, bro, that popped off! No, Felbat's not in, I think. You can't eat. So this used to be played with Conjurer and Felbat. And you would buff the shop and then eat the shop. But with Belinda, I can see this popping off too. I don't think Dark Gifts are exclusively being used on the early game. I do agree that they're mainly being used for, I guess, mid-game, if we're being real. Any news on the new heroes, what the buddy is? Friend of a friend. It's pretty much always friend of a friend until they do a buddy meta, and then they make the buddies. That's pretty much always how they do it. They're like, okay, all the new guys, their buddy is friend of a friend. And then when it's buddy meta, they're like, oh, we gotta make buddies for these guys now. Alright. What was I gonna say here? Had a point, chat. All right, the Dark Gifts. So the majority is being used for like mid-game tempo and some early game, and then some of them you do late game. Like for instance, this Groundbreaker. This Groundbreaker is quite a good late game unit. He will keep that the whole game, right? Because it's just a good unit to buff. But the main thing that I noticed when I played in the early access event is that the options were quite random. So I think something that can make it more fun. Oh yeah, I was thinking, oh man, it would be nice if we could golden that Belinda. But we have the spell to do it. Here we go, big payoff. 1 second, guys. Alright, so gets the golden Belinda here. Sorry, I had a little bit of a... Or what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, golden Belinda, it's now basically like golden Drakari, right? Yeah. If he rolls a Drakari, he might just freeze it to get the golden next turn with the Zarjira. Okay, so what I was saying earlier, so there was a viewer who raised the concern that Dark Gifts are being used too much for tempo, and it's like not really the cool stuff the devs had in mind, and I agree with that to an extent, right? But it reminds me of that video of like game dev. It's basically the woman who watches the player be like, okay, this goes in the square hole. And then where does that go? The round hole. It goes in the square hole. It's like, where does that go? The triangle hole. That's right. It goes in the square hole. It's just like, shoot, shoot, shoot. Like, that's how you can think about high-level players. It's like, oh, and now we're playing Beasts, right? Yeah, and we're transitioning into back-to-back. Oh, but this is a pirate game, right? Yeah, and then we're gonna go back-to-back. It's like, oh, the mech game for sure, right? Yeah, with Beatboxer for spell power to go back-to-back. So, like, the high-level players, they're gonna do that because they play what's gonna win, and something is the strongest. So that's what it was last season with back-to-back, where every comp just ended in back-to-back. Well, last/current season, right? In my mind, ooh, we found a Drakari. That's huge. So that was just like a really funny thing. But I don't think you double time, actually. I don't think you need it. You got Zarjira. I think, yeah, George for the whole board is nice. Kind of close, though, because double time does mean that if he finds one more fauna, well, then you have your golden Zarjira. Yeah, you have golden Zarjira. You don't need double time. George way better. I don't think it's even tempting. There's the fauna. Freeze? Freeze, right? Just freeze, just freeze, just freeze. Yeah, I think he's freezing. He's chilling. Buff. Okay, so what was I saying again? Yes, the Dark Gifts. My main concern with... Sorry, this was a very long-winded explanation. A lot of detours to this one. It sucks to, like, just buy 2 trash cards here, but I think you just freeze. And then you coin hero power. Oh! But really? We have Zarjira! What? Pepe hands. Oh! Crimes against value are being made? Oh! I mean, it's top 4. I get it. This is probably right. But, oh! Anyways. My point is that Dark Gifts right now feel very random. So quite often even when you save them for the late game, you can get 3 units that don't really make sense. It's just like, you see your discoveries and you're like, this is what I waited 12 turns on? Like, Jesus, this is not win cons. This is not like crazy. So, oh my God, look at these buffs. Oh! What? 1.3k in the shop, bro. Everything on the board 1.3k end of turn. Whoo-wee. Will the Groundbreaker reborn with Divine Shield? It reborns with full stats. I don't know if the text says enchantments. If it says enchantments too, or keywords, then yeah, it will. I'm not actually sure what it said. Let's see if anyone can kill it. What's the Belinda for? The Faunas cast a spell that is targeted. It's a targeted AoE. You target the minion that you want to buff on, and then it buffs all minions of that type. So it's like a loophole where Belinda doesn't affect AoE buffs, but this is a single target AoE buff. So it triples the fauna efficiency. So yeah, anyways, the main point is that I think they can curate the pool a bit better, that it is more likely that you get cool dark gifts, and then you have maybe less of the let's just use the dark gift as tempo and more of the ooh, let's play around my dark gift. But you got to be careful, because that can very easily turn into, oh my god, this guy hit the good dark gift combo, I'm playing for second. There's two sides of that coin, right? And I'm sure the devs are very aware of that. So they got to be a little bit careful that they don't make it too easy to get good stuff, because now all of a sudden it becomes a little bit too oppressive, and you will see it all the time because you've just made it more common. Those are the things you have to weigh, right? Like, do we curate the pool a bit more and make less feel bad discoveries where you just have like 3 random things and you're like, I don't actually even want to take one of these. I've had that a few times yesterday when I was playing. I was like, all of these feel kind of like I'm super indifferent to these. And that, I think that's also a very feel bad moment. You've waited until like turn 11, turn 12. You click the dark gift and you're just like, all of these are kind of bad. And then the flip side of that coin is you make it more reliable to get good stuff. Now people run you over with dark gifts, and it's the 3rd time that day that that particular dark gift beat you. So yeah, those are the things you gotta. And I don't know what the answer is there. Good thing it's not my job. All right, Araxos, thank you very much for the prime. I get to talk and have none of the consequences. Ah, wonderful. Appreciate it, Araxos. Welcome. Whew. Man, we are just like having a little chit chat here, but Jay Keurig is just like destroying Beater here. There's a lot of venom, but we're George, so George is so annoying. Wait, he has taken away our shields though. He has the Brucon hero power. Is that a problem long term then? He gets rid of our shields and he has venoms, but we do have this Groundbreaker that reborns. There's no more Surf and Surf to play around the Venom, right? But Beater is still relying on some stats with his Coral. I think it's probably fine. If we shield our whole board or close to our whole board, he's not going to take every single Divine Shield. And then we have our Groundbreaker that reborns with full. We don't need a Sidore, I think, right? It's just more Ball Spitters, I guess. Knowing Beater, there's going to be a million Ball Speeders. Ball Speeders? Ball Speeders. You could technically shield a horse and hold that, and then play your own Aviator, and like play Golden Aviator, summon shielded horses. But that's a bit of a long-term play. And it also involves selling your Drakari or your Belinda, which is very unfun. It's more like a G-Flying, where it's like, all right, I will sacrifice my board to win the game. I would not want to get rid of my Golden Belinda or my Golden Drakari here. This is so much fun. All right. This person is numbers based, and they just lost both of their scam units to our tech units. I mean, we didn't need those good trades, but those definitely seal the deal. Yeah. No one's killed the Groundbreaker yet, right? The stats are readable now. Yeah, it's a super nice change. It's not active on the live servers yet. You're going to be seeing that for August 4th. Yeah, probably just shield and then switch your hero power. Try to kill him in one go. Alright, shield our biggest minion, change the hero power. Womp. That's not what we want to see. Click a card, move on. Oil? I mean, the Aviator is there if he wants to try to play around scam, but can't I just keep my board and just say, bad beater, bad beater. Don't, beater, no scam. Scammer, no scam. Oh, is he just going to end on Nagas here instead of Belinda and Rukari? To just all in spells? Yeah, sure. Avalanche for Wildfire. It's kind of long term. Yeah, he is selling it though. Silent guy. Golden 4 drop. You care about playing anything here? Up the Belinda a bit more so it can deal with scam better. So yeah, he ended up selling out of a Drakari to play a Naga so that he has another big Naga to trade. And then assuming basically that he doesn't lose on stats if he sells his Drakari. That is the worst feeling though, if you sell part of your scaling and then your opponent ties and then he keeps scaling and then you end up losing because you're too small, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. He's got 6.7k on one unit. We've got 6 on multiple units. So it's really the poison war, right? One of our shields survives. Our Groundbreaker probably dies here, right? Yeah. Comes back with shield, yep. Man, that is a crazy good adaptation. That's very good into scam. Okay. What would be the best way to deny the win here to beater? I think picking up that Avalanche for Wildfire, I kind of like that in the previous shop. He's picking up that Alliance flag. Is it for with Belinda? But yeah, new hero powers. Juicy. He's shaking it for good luck here. Alec here? Lucky enough, I guess. It does something. It's not great, but it does something. I don't know if there's like a single card I'm very happy with here. But yeah, that Wildfire, if he would roll it with the Avalanche and the the Alec hero power would have actually been pretty sick. I mean, it's obviously hindsight gaming. Sure. Well, he's probably healthy enough that he can tank a loss. Let's see. I mean, he basically still has Golden Drakari, right? Because he got the Golden Belinda, so... Yeah, also a lot of shields for beater here. He's farming the tier 7 rewards. Sorry, the tier 3 Darkmoon prize rewards. Which can be a tier 7 unit, but it can also be shield, so... That's why we're seeing shield here. Man, everything has Venom on the board. It's kind of disgusting. He actually switched hero power as well, away from Brucon. It's either that or he's had Panda the whole time and I didn't notice. Yeah, the Groundbreaker is just a problem for him. Yeah. So we still had a shielded big boy here. Alright, GG's. Nice win.
Hello everyone, I'm Kibitz and welcome back to Satisfactory, where for half my lifetime I have been stuck in Armageddon, trying to make 60 nuclear pasta per minute, and it's driving me crazy. But we're closing in on the end. And last time we made our biggest dent in the project yet by making 256 refineries just in this pit here. A pit that could use a little bit of detailing. So today we're going to be doing that, and then we're going to be working on a really, really cool conceptual blueprint I've been thinking about that involves more refineries. And spoiler alert, it might be one of the coolest things I ever built. Or maybe when we redesign this pit, it will be the coolest thing I've ever built. But first, the pit. Or actually, no. Quick test. Portals, eh? Well, I was thinking about this, and I was like, wait a second. We have these Mercer spheres that allow for, like, interdimensional stuff, right? So what happens if a Mercer sphere goes into a portal? Something crazy? The world's gonna change? It'll end the save? Oh, nothing in game. It just leads to today's sponsor, Raycon. It's Raycon's anniversary, and what better way to celebrate than with a deal on the Everyday Earbuds Classics. They're now 20% off, so it's the perfect time to get your hands on these. Reliable, super comfy, and easy to take anywhere. You'll see why they've been a fan favorite since day one. And not only do they work amazingly and come in a variety of awesome styles, but they've become my go-to adventure earbuds. I've made it my theme this year to go outside more, and whenever I'm scooting around or camping, I always bring my pair of Raycons. With the case, they have 32 hours of battery life, a quick charge function so whenever I need to move and groove quick, I know that 10 minutes of charging gives 90 minutes of playtime, and they have an awareness mode so I can choose to listen to my surroundings if I'm doing something a little spooky. So, support the channel and pick up a pair of Raycons Everyday Earbud Classics today. Just click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/kibitz to get 20% off the Everyday Earbud Classics. This message is sponsored by Raycon. Now back to the copper. And wow, did past Kibs give us a lot to figure out here. I guess first things first, let's paint everything. Since we're working on a copper project, you better believe I'm gonna use the copper fish for as much as literally possible. It's so pretty. Almost too pretty. There we go, much better. So copper, very refined. Then for the next target. Right in the middle here, we have some refineries that are not like aligned with the rest of them. And I decided I wanted to encase this into some kind of like weird workshop building. Or in other words, hide this in a box. Along with a fancy metal roof. So dapper, so demure. Wow, look at all the metal and the pillars and the whatnot. Look, okay, it's a box. We'll detail it in a moment, okay? First step is just getting everything organized, painted, and then we'll work it out from there. Speaking of boxing things in and working things out, the control building. I got actually a kind of a good idea. One thing is, inside is we have a bunch of walkways and we have a bunch of conveyor throughput monitors. So by the throughput monitors and the walkways, I want to have like a giant main window to look in and look out. So that is what we're going to throw in around here. And because I was messing with the roofs, what if we messed with them even more? Glass roof or a window? Oh, I think so, bud. Or even better, what if we could have this indented a bit, like half a tile? Oh, now we're cooking with gas. We can move that somewhere else, and this will give so much interesting depth. Because if this build needs anything, it's depth. With boxes and all that jazz, you just don't want them to look boxy. To get past that point, you're good. Even if it's by like half a tile or so. Just add something. It's also why I put some of the conveyor lifts on the front of the build here. Just adds in a little bit of character, a little pizzazz. Whereas the rest of everything's gonna look a little plain, might be the right word. I don't know, we have lots of decorative options that we can employ, including using signs. Inside the pit here, we have these giant walls, and I was just kind of like, how do we fill them up? Well, with giant signs, of course. If we just get rid of all of the pesky information, give it the chosen color, bit of a mission in gloss. Wow, so bright, so neat, so wall-filling. Look, it's just like a little bit of a start here. It goes well with all of the copper and blues and whatnot around here. But we need to add in more signs. I'm thinking of making them a little bit of an art piece. Or we could have other billboards, kind of like out in a butte, like so maybe? Not 100% sure yet, but we could plaster those all across this wall here, and then maybe use the signs on the main build. Yeah, that worked out great. It's simple, looks pretty good, and I could even add some of those designs onto this building in the middle here. Where I decorated with some walkways. Walkways, the easiest decor thing in the game. Need something to look a little bit more busy, a little bit more interesting? Walkways, walkways everywhere. Walkways forever. And you better believe I did the same thing to the control building. Walkways out the wazoo. Just to add in that little bit of depth. And you know what? It's not bad. Signs are cool, got some different colors, added bits of depth wherever I could. Real talk, I probably should have thought of the control building's aesthetic design a bit more before I jumped into it. But with big projects like these, I'm happy with this being part of the whole. Like, this doesn't steal the show, it's just this is the whole show. And nothing in particular steals too much attention. Except for this horrific belt highway here, oh my gosh. But you know what? It's copper, it's fine. And for the most part, the front here is as well. I'll probably tweak it a little bit in a moment, but first, gotta go and finish up the back end. In real talk, it just needed to be serviceable, because we're never gonna really be seeing this side. Because whenever we see the pit, it's going to be from this angle. When we're flying through the hypertubes for whatever reason, enjoying the view from afar. But even then, we have our portal still, so will we even use hypertube cannons? I don't know. All I know is that technically speaking here, this project is done. Like even the interiors, all these walkways go to walking paths so we can walk on through and see what we need to see. Got some extra elevators doing their thing, and there's even a little bounce pad to get through the building even faster. Isn't that great? You know what, high-key, I'm actually pretty proud of how this building turned out. It was never supposed to be a whole thing, but it kind of ended up being a bit of a whole thing, and it really ain't too shabby. Well, also that's just because this entire project is amazing. I love this pit. Almost sad to see it go. Haha, JK, not. I'm so tired of these stupid refineries. But alas, there's still more copper powder to make. 3,500 left in the whole project. But I'm already so sick and tired of building these refineries. I don't want to build another 200 more. So I was out on a walk and I was thinking about it, and I had a fantastic idea. It's not necessarily that I don't like building refineries. It's just I don't like building these rows. Just because we built so many of these same rows all over the place. No, we gotta mix it up. And I was thinking of ways to do so. Then I remembered our nuclear power plant. For one of the parts of the plant, we have this really, really cool Coliseum build. That monstrosity right over there. It deals with making a bunch of non-fissile uranium, I think it is. But for it, when we're building it, I made like a superstructure, which is just this like hexagonal concrete thing. And for each of these walls, I just plugged in a little blueprint. And after making like 4 or 5 or 6 of them, I don't really remember, we ended up with this. And I want more of this. So back to base here and bringing it back to the refineries then, how could we use blueprints in a way that make the refineries A, more fun to build, and B, look better? And the main idea is to make this now a multi-stage vertical blueprint. Having all the refineries just in a row, just ain't it, Chief. I've had enough. We're going uppies. And along with that, I want things to be a lot more convenient. The recipe we're using to make all of this copper powder is pure copper ingot alternate, which is the most efficient. And when it's fully overclocked, each refinery can make 93.75 copper ingots per minute. You stack 16 of these suckers together, and that can handle 600 copper ore, which is very convenient. But then inside the blueprint, I want there to be constructors that can handle all of the ingots, turning it into powder. So if we have each layer with its own constructor, that'd be 93.75 times 4, which is 375 ingots per minute, which means that each constructor would need, geez, what is that, like 125% overclocking? Yeah, not a lot. But with the constructor and the refineries, then we can just put in the inputs and get out the outputs from each blueprint. No crazy copper belt highways all over the place. So with these things in mind, what do we do? Well, if we're not going to have the refineries in a row, there's only one other option, really. And that is to face them in a different orientation. We're going to try setting this up like a star pattern. So we'll have the foundation centered like so. Then we'll scoot this out into each of the corners. And I'm pretty sure we can get the refineries fitting there and looking pretty. Right? Right. And there's even a little bit of space for belt and pipe work. But with the refineries facing in like this, we can have the constructor sitting somewhere in the middle, and it'll work out, probably. Starting to realize that the belt and pipe work here might get a little weird, though. We'll build these first, really, really quick. Then we'll start with easy mode. We want the copper ingots to be dealt with ASAP, since all of the outputs are right here. So we could just have a merger here, and that is really, 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 really easy. Output's done. Next, the constructor. Well, we want that by the output, of course, so just having that chilling right on above. Sounds pretty good to me. It's facing the other direction for the output of the mergers. Send her on up, maybe offset it a tiny, tiny bit, just so we can have A go to B. Seems my positioning was terrible here, but that's okay, that can be adjusted. No, we're gonna leave that B. as I figure out the inputs now. That's a little bit more tricky. We do have space down here, and we're going for a taller design, so if we use the space down here, it's not really the end of the world, is it? Maybe then it could be more chill than I think? What if we just reused the same kind of pattern we used for the outputs here? Like, what if we had a splitter, right? Splitter here, splitter there, maybe one a little less smart. And how do things shake out? What are the inputs? Right here. Oh, really? If we had these one lower, the inputs are gonna be at the same height. That's pretty aesthetically pleasing and also easy. Does this work all the way around? Let's get rid of some more of these foundations. We have this go down. Yes, and then we'll have the free open slot over here to bring items up and down, kind of the design. Not bad. Seriously, is it actually this chill? It's actually this chill? Oh, but wait a second. No, we're didn't even follow my golden rule. Dealing with the pipes first because they always like to be finicky. But maybe we can get lucky. There's a chance. We have a little bit of room here, right? Everything else has been, all things considered, relatively simple. So let's just have the pipe there. And we split it up, just like we did with the mergers and the splitters. There's no way this just works, but can I dream for a moment? Is that okay? Oh my gosh, wait. Maybe it actually just works? That's the input right there. What about over this way? Here's the oh my gosh. Is this just working? Something's wrong. I don't trust it. It's too convenient. Oh, I see. With this pipe, we're gonna have to do a little something, but like overall, it's not bad. It's not a hard fix. Just move one of those out of the way, and we kind of have our design here. Oh, and what's even better, because we made like a star design, when we add in some walls to give this a little bit of shape, yo, things just clip together very nicely. In fact, wait. We could even have like inputs and outputs on one wall. Oh, yes, we absolutely could. Yeah, no, I think this might be it. Like, for real. It works. And it looks pretty good once everything's encased. All the power's dealt with. Ratio set, belt work done. Looking a little funky inside there as well with all of the beams and windows and such. And hey, let's take this outside and see how it looks. Perhaps beside the pit design here. So if we stack these suckers outside, they're gonna be in stacks of 4 because we need 16 refineries, remember? So we can just throw in 600 ore and call it a day. Maybe later I can make an extra blueprint as a bit of a connector piece there. But when we stack them up, how does it look from afar? That's our $1 million question. Well, it's something. Kind of weird. It's not bad, and it works. Maybe like a little bit of extra detail would go a long way with it, but I don't know. Star design's kind of so we just keep seeing the refineries. Like, they look like they're just duct taped onto a tower. They don't really look like they're part of a build. And real talk, I'm comparing myself to the Coliseum here, and Bastkib's really cooked here. So although this is fine, it kind of only just meets expectations. And you know what? I think I can just do a little bit better. Let's use our knowledge and try this again. Except we're gonna be building outside this time, because I realized that the lighting makes all the difference in making something aesthetic. All right, I feel like we're on the right track with this star design. So let's rebuild that first. But now, what do we do with the refineries, right? Like, how else could we maneuver them around in here? Oh, would this work? Oh my gosh, we could use the refineries as walls to a tower. Oh, then all of this would be on the outside. We could see the steam coming out on top of there. Hold up. That is probably like 99% of the battle here. That could look crazy. Because just like with our last design, since we're on these angles here, we have our normal grid to work on in the middle, which means we could have walls in the middle. And look at how well they fit in between, just like before. Oh my goodness. Okay, I already know this is it. It's just about the inputs and the outputs. We're gonna have to use a wall hole. I guess we could try this out. Going that way. Output's done. Water pipes. They're not gonna work out super well, I doubt. Maybe just also for a bit of aesthetic. We'd have that over there. Go to here. And down there. Okay, we are cooking with gas. And then for the input, we could have this at the tippy top, have a reversed lift, scooting from A to B, and that was pretty easy. That was very, very easy. In fact, let's just do Future Kibs a bit of a service. Like with our last design, right? We wanted to have the constructor a little bit higher up. So let's have the output go to the top layer, and the input be at the bottom there. Ooh, it doesn't even clip. Ooh. And I think we got something going here, guys. I'm actually very excited. This is it. Oh, and we're gonna also have so much room inside this tower for belt work and stuff. So it'll probably get crazy, but it shouldn't be too bad. And so our new Coliseum is prepared. Let's fill this thing with some guts. Well, if the outside walls are all gonna look kind of like this, then it's gonna be very, 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 very busy. So we're gonna have the inputs and outputs dealt with inside the tower itself. Then we could maybe just copy some of our old designs where we have our inputs, just like so. And then we'd have the vertical belt going up and down there, and then inputs on the bottom here, right? So just like before, just do the weird little star shapes, a little bit of this, a bit of that, and we are good. Inputs are done. That's for the constructor. We want that sitting pretty right inside here, so we'll have that go there. For the outputs, we have so much space. Like, I don't know, something like this, right? We're collecting up the copper ingots. It's getting a little weird. Maybe we just have things go low again and make the conveyor lifts here. Or is that going to be really weird and not work? No, that worked. Hold up. That just worked. So then we could do the same thing over here. Pretty much. And this last one is being a bit of a punk busta. How do we make that work? I think we're going to have to get a little goofy for this. The guts here, this is like survival mode building. We just have to make things work, and the busyness will make it look cool. You know what? Actually, the interior aesthetics, they don't even really matter. This just has to work. Right. What we've just done is we made all of the outputs gather in one place, go into this machine, and that'll make the copper powder. Now for the powder output. Outputs have to go to this main item spine here, and they'll go all the way back down. If that's the case, we have the inputs there. Oh, and I just blocked the inputs off with this belt right there. Wait. Twist the merger. Throw this one for a spin as well. Lane is now clear for activities. Yippee. And for this belt, it just goes into whatever entrance was free there. Perfect. All right. Lane is back free for when we stack up the blueprints. Back to the output then. So the main output needs to get to around here. We could just bring it to this merger here. We'll have the input layer there, output here, belt shenanigans just over this way. And oh gosh, at A it almost works, but B I realized something just absolutely terrible. Oh no, I didn't follow my own golden rule of dealing with the pipes first. Oh dude, there's no way. I'm sneaking pipes around this. This is insane already, and we already have the clipping. Uh-oh, I don't think this is gonna be as simple as the last design. Yeah, nope, this melted my mind. This was not easy at all. Getting all of the belts all throughout this, along with keeping the free logistics lanes here and there, whew, that was a challenge. We had half of it figured out though. Having like the splitters in the same row, very good idea. Same thing with the mergers. They just had to be moved around a little bit. It was the pipes, of course, that were the big whole problem. And having them stack up when we want to copy and paste this blueprint. And the trick I found was, this is going to be where the pipes go from the last blueprint to the next one. They'll enter here, they'll go up this, and then they start splitting up all over the place from this vertical pipeline junction. So that's over to some refineries, that's over to some refineries. This continues all the way up. There is another pump. Wait, did I connect the other refineries? Oh, there's a splitter over here for the other refineries, then the vertical one, then there's a pump, and this will go up to the next layer. Because I could not get around the constructor's output belt. It needed to go this way to look pretty. It had to do it. So instead of the pipe going straight up and down, it's going to go up into this blueprint, scoot around all the belts, go up to the next blueprint, scoot around all the belts, up and up and up and up, until we have the whole design working. And hey, it looks pretty cool from the top here, eh? Yeah, busy, busy, busy. Almost looks as good as the sides. Oh my gosh. The work we're doing earlier on the copper pit, that helped out a ton. I yoinked a bunch of the aesthetic stuff that I was doing over there and just applied it to this. Like adding in walkways everywhere. Are they usable? Nope. Do they look cool? Yes, sir. Different textures of walls, adding in more beams and glowing signs. And wherever I could really fit any detail, I fit it in. And this en masse, like stacked up into the sky, is gonna look so freaking good. So let's do it. Let's see how it looks. Back to the pit we go. Project's finished eons ago now and still keep on coming back. Look, we got a good amount of space here, and I like to see how the colors blend in together. Holy smokes! This blueprint is insane! This might be the craziest blueprint I've ever made in my life. Oh my gosh, there's so much going on. I do have to keep in mind the orientation though. This needs to go and match the bottom one, or else we can't run the main belt input through, or output. Okay, we can't also stack them perfectly together. So we're gonna have to make an entirely separate blueprint for kind of like this dead space here. Let's just say we could build that here. And then once it's all stacked like the last one, that is so much better. We desperately need an extra blueprint though to connect these properly, but overall, I see the vision. Do you see it? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean doesn't appreciate art. No, this is it. And the refineries blend in so well. Like, it's not just refineries stuck into the side of like a 3x3 cube. They're really worked in so much better, and it made all the difference. So back to the blueprint designer then. It's time to make a hat for this wonderful little blueprint here. All right, how do we make the hat? Part of me is like, maybe I should clear this blueprint out, but I think we're gonna leave it in because it really matters a lot what's going on underneath the hat. Because it needs to plop on very, very nice and snug like. So we'll zoop in the design up here just to get it started. Gotta leave our logistics lane open for belts to do their little shenanigans. And what's probably gonna be difficult is the corners now. Before, not a problem. Now, we will see. I have no idea what to do with this at all. Rush in blindly. It'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. So we'd have something like this then, eh? Well, I want to cover these smokestacks. I don't want them just to be like, I don't know, out in a boot. I feel with smokestacks, either they're at the top of a build or they get encased. So let's just encase them. And then what? Well, you just do what you did before, past kids. Add in beams, walls, more details wherever possible. And now we have our little hat. We can stack up the design from one blueprint, hat, to the next blueprint, hat, all the way up to space if we so choose. Beautiful, isn't it? And yes, even with a little chimney like that, the blueprint stacked just fine. I tested it. So we build the first, and again, we build the hat. Gotta have to nudge it into place, but connects up fine most of the time. Then we can go to the next mean bit, throw that onto the hat, eventually. So just gotta sneak that in as well. And the party can continue forever if we so choose. Our plan is to have these be 4 tall, so they eat 600 copper ore. And then how much copper powder does it make? It'd be 4 times, was it 62.5? 250 powder? For all of this? Are you for real? Why am I acting surprised? It's not like I haven't been doing the same project for like a month. Woo! But man, does this look good, eh? Although we're gonna be building more refineries, I'm way happier building this monstrosity a dozen times instead of just the rows and rows and rows and rows and rows like we've been working on before. No, this is a million times better and is at least on par with the Colosseum. So good job, me. Thanks, me. And you too, Mr. Bean. You definitely helped. All right. We still have 3,500 copper powder that we need to make to finish up Armageddon. So that divided by 250 is 14. we have to build 14 of these towers somewhere. And I think most of you guys know exactly where. Because we've already harvested the green fields, everything out and around the Rocky Desert, and everything in between. Which leaves just one biome in the entire world that still has copper. Everybody's favorite place, the Dune Desert. Nature's last bastion. Because the entire rest of the planet is already connected to our infrastructure grid with trains and belts and factories and the whole 9 yards. Except for right here. I have left it pristine. Well, pristine.tm because I kind of cleared out all the power slugs and Somers loops and all that jazz. And I guess technically we did grab some stuff. That doesn't really count over in the corner, right? Not when we still got all of this to work through. But anyway, our first major project in this biome is going to be harvesting tons and tons of copper ore and putting them into our towers. So, I've built these bases for them as well, so there's an easy input-output. We'll just stack these up all over the place. All 14 of them in our last push to complete Armageddon. So now just imagine the landscape filled with these giant towers blotting the land. It will be glorious. And henceforth, we will be dubbing them Hellspires. However, we'll build the rest of them next time, and that's going to be all for now. So if you enjoyed, remember to leave a like and subscribe for more. And until then, have a fantastic rest of your day, and bye-bye. Hello everyone, I'm Kibitz and welcome back to Satisfactory, where last time we looted all of the items from the Rocky Desert, brought them over to this factory here, and for now we've taken all of the copper and we've made it into copper powder as part of Armageddon, our supermassive nuclear pasta project, where we're aiming to make 60 nuclear pasta per minute, which is, kind of insane. In fact, our last project there made 2,250 copper powder of the 12,000 we need for the pasta. And that only equates to about, a little over 30% of the way complete. And we still need so much more. But here's the worst part. We have finished up the easy half of this project, or I guess third. Because we have gathered all of the copper from down here, made our way up the coast, and now that we're done with the Rocky Desert area here, the next couple nodes we need to grab are in really strange places. There's one in the Northern Forest, there's a couple in the Titan Forest down over here, the swamp, there's this one over there, and it's wait, what? How the heck are we supposed to centralize all of this in one zone? A zone that will not only need a ton of water, but also a ridiculous amount of space. Refineries? Pretty big lads. So where are we gonna build our next mega factory here? Well, I see a couple options. Number one is the swamp. But it's a swamp, and it's stinky. Another option might be to bring everything to the center of the map to this lake here, which is very far away from a lot of infrastructure and is also kind of inconveniently far away from all of the nodes that I want to grab, which made me start thinking about option 3. What if we just destroyed our entire turbo fuel power plant? We don't really need it anymore, right? We have our supermassive nuclear power plant, which has been running very nice and consistent, no issues at all, smile. But am I brave enough to get rid of our only other power plant and rely solely on nuclear? That, I don't know. I need some time to think about it. Big decision here. Very, very big decision. And while I'm thinking about what to do next, I figured it'd be a good idea to show our main base some love here. There's a couple things that need to be adjusted, like the entire power situation. And also we could add in a lot of extra details around here, both inside and outside. But nothing too crazy. This place is not done yet, nowhere near, so I don't want to upset future kids. Oh, and speaking of future kids, new mod to the list, the I'm Kibitz Icon Pack by Drew Baca. It adds in a lot of my little logos. So if you want to make a shrine to Mr. Kibitz, you can do so. Send me a picture on the internet. That would be cool. But okay, enough. We gotta get to work. It's time to look into the power situation. Gen parts? What does that even mean? Does that, like, blow up the grid? No. 70,000 mega?
Is it going in? Thank you.
What's up, big dog?
There's no way. Can I look and take a look at that?
Who's that? Kanye West?
Automation games. Automation games, much like my experience with idle games leading up to when I made that video, are a genre that I've been aware of for a while, but have only really dabbled in despite always finding them very intriguing. Throughout the making of this video, I learned that they're actually some of my favorite kinds of games. I had so much fun in the making of this video and found several games that I plan to keep playing for a while. I may even get a series started for one or two of them over on my other channel, JGigsXP, where I already have a couple of series going for other games. But what's one or two more, you know? If you're interested, I'll have that channel link below. Also, I'm sure many of you will take issue with the fact that Factorio is not in this list, and that's because I very recently did an entire video about my first time playing it and how wrong I think I played it, so I'll have that linked below as well for anyone that's interested in checking that out. Now, without further ado, let's get to the games. We'll kick things off with Satisfactory, as that only feels right because it's been recommended to me almost as much as Factorio was, and it lived up to the hype. I apparently played this for a couple of hours back in 2023, but I've played over 1,000 games since then, so I honestly don't remember a single thing about it. It feels very inspired by Factorio in many ways, but it definitely has its own character and feel to it. I really got a kick out of the humor Ada delivered occasionally. There was a bit toward the end of my 2 hours where she was giving me advice if I was feeling overwhelmed about the scope of everything I had to do, and that tickled me pretty good.
If you feel stressed by this complexity, imagine yourself on the shore of a vast and calm ocean. Breathe in, visualize all the people relying on you. The sea is made of billions of faces, each staring at you with hope and tears in their eyes.
This game is just also right up my alley in so many ways. I love a good open world building game, and after the 40 or so hours I put into Factorio making that video, I've learned that I love this automation style of gameplay as well. It really makes me excited for the rest of the games in the video. Satisfactory immediately gets off to a good start for me, as I love it when a game puts you in a situation to feel more immersed in the very beginning. You start in your drop pod with Ada sort of explaining what's going on, and then walking you through the early stages of the game, and it makes it really easy to get into what's going on. It's all very intuitive, at least as far as basic game function is concerned, and it feels excellent to play. You'll start out with very little at your disposal, and each time you level up your hub, you'll unlock another thing or two, and it's a nice pace. I think that's really important in a game like this because it can be really easy to get overwhelmed with options and feel like you don't even know where to start. So only having a couple of things you can build and utilize early on helps you get the foundational stuff down before it gets out from under you. Even the progression seems to be mapped out nicely, only giving you a handful of things to choose to progress into early on, but slowly expanding those options the further you go. You can tell they really spent a lot of time making sure the early game felt good here. I suspect there will be a lot of trial and error with this one, learning how to utilize your space and figure out a layout for your factory that you feel like works for you. I haven't really seen any content for the game, but I'm very interested in what a seasoned Satisfactory player's world looks like. There really wasn't anything I didn't think was excellent about this one. Honestly, a 10 out of 10 first 2 hours. Very highly recommend. I will definitely be revisiting it at some point. Next is Factory Town, and judging this one by the way it looks would be a mistake. This is a shockingly good little game that is promising a lot of depth the longer you play it. There's quite a bit more going on here than I think I expected, but it does an okay job of getting you used to it. The campaign is made up of different stages and varying levels of development, and is essentially the tutorial for the game. You'll have to come in and figure out what's already going on and then find your own way to meet the goals for the level to beat it. Everything's pretty intuitive in the way the game plays for the most part, although it will take a little getting used to. I did find the idea of trying to automate everything with belts and chutes and all the other systems a little bit difficult to approach, and could see that being a bit harder to figure out in the earlier stages than maybe it should be. I almost think it would serve the game well to have the tutorial structured a little bit differently, so that as you progress through it, you're actually building some of these systems from scratch. As far as managing your civilization, it's very straightforward. Everything is basically just point and click. So you click a person, click a resource, and click where you want them to drop it off, and they'll continue doing that until you tell them otherwise. You can also have them transferring items between buildings until eventually connecting them all with the various automation systems you'll research and unlock as you progress. While there does seem to be a solid amount of depth here, it feels a little bit more approachable than a lot of the other games in the genre overall. Perhaps the aesthetic is doing some heavy lifting here, but it does feel like it's simplified in some ways compared to what you typically see. That's not to say it's a simple game, and I do have an issue or two with the early game, but I don't know, man, it's kind of hard to explain. You might just have to play it to understand what I'm talking about. I don't have a ton else to say about Factory Town. I think it's a great little game, and one I would definitely recommend to anyone looking to get into the genre. Next is Craftlings, and you better wake that brain up if you want to play this one. It's definitely going to make you think. It's a really neat concept for a game like this, and there's something about the way it's all set up that really made it hard for me to build a system that felt efficient, but that's in no way a knock on the game. It's just to say I'd have to play this one for quite a while to really feel like I knew what I was doing, but I guess to some degree that's every game in the video. It starts off in a very simple way, with the first stage introducing the core mechanics. You have these little craftlings that just walk back and forth on the map. They'll always keep walking forward unless you click them, they hit a wall, or some sort of sign or totem that you put down. This means they will just walk off a cliff if you let them. They also can't climb ladders if they're carrying a bag, which you will forget many times, and every method of movement is very easily toggled or assigned a filter. You can set ladders, for example, to be open, only allow climbing up or down, or not be accessible at all. You can have signs that allow or block craftlings that are carrying certain tools or resources, stuff like that. There's so much to learn about and work with here, with different kinds of elevators for resources to move them around, and spells you can cast on your craftlings and stuff. Each stage bumps up in difficulty, and there's a pretty substantial jump from 2 to 3. And there are plenty more after 3, so there's more than enough to keep you busy here for a while, it seems. I really enjoyed the problem solving here. It was really fun to have to dig around the different things I could build, and pretty satisfying when I figured out a way to basically fully automate a particular area. I also really like the way it looks. You know I'm a sucker for good pixel art, and I think this is some beautifully done pixel art. I think Craftlings is really cool. It's worth a look for sure if you like these kinds of games and haven't played it yet. Moving along, we have Railgrade, and this is such a good game. I really enjoyed this one. It feels like a quintessential automation experience, and I think trains are such a good vehicle for this. Pun intended. Sometimes I'm going to intend to pun, and you're just going to have to deal with it. Man, where to start? You're making your way through a campaign of sorts with a light storyline, and I really love the aesthetic and tone of the game. I think the opening cutscene is fantastic. I love the way it looks and sounds and the way it's all delivered. The progression is excellent here, and after the first stage or two, you'll really start to understand how much potential it's showing to open up. You're ultimately setting up railways with trains that pick up and drop off whatever resources or goods are being produced on their line. Once you move beyond the basic resource collection, you'll start getting into the actual production, and different buildings need different things to produce. I think they did a fantastic job with deciding what to show you with each stage in the beginning. You leave every stage with a solid enough understanding of what's going on, and it does a great job of incorporating the new things in a way that feels pretty natural and is easy enough to understand, but will still require you to think about what you're doing. I think a good way to put it is that you won't be wondering how something works, but rather how you can make it work most efficiently for you, and that's precisely where I think games like this should put you in the early stages. You get ranked based on how fast you're able to complete each stage, and I think a good testament to how good the pacing is for all of this is that I got a C rank on the 3rd or 4th stage, and toward the end of my 2 hours, came back and tried it again and blew through an S rank. I was only a couple of stages beyond it, and still, even what I'd picked up in that time enabled me to come back and very easily clear it. The game feels amazing to play, the systems are all very intuitive, and I was surprised at times at how well it adapted to what I was doing. Anytime there would be a split in the tracks where you would need to tell each train which way you wanted it to go, it always just seemed to know what I wanted when I built a new train. I rarely had to make changes in that regard. They also did some fun stuff that they didn't have to do, but I appreciate that they did. There's a train follow camera where you can ride along on any of your routes with several different angles to cycle through. I always dig it when developers do stuff like this. I didn't really know anything about Railgrade coming in, but it's likely to be one of my favorites from the whole video. I adore pretty much every single detail about this game and will absolutely continue to play it. Highly recommend. Next is Outworld Station, and this one really tickled my brain in a fun way. It's really fun to tinker around in here and try to figure out how to set things up. This video is shaping up to be similar to my Tower Defense games video in the sense that all these games are just incredible so far. This is another really fun one, and it's just such a smooth play. You're controlling this little drone that always moves with your mouse, and the way they set it up to be controlled works very well. You're trying to set up factories of sorts and advance far enough through the different technologies to eventually be able to escape the galaxy you're in as it's being consumed by the void. You'll wander around gathering resources to drop into your atomizer that will process it and send it wherever you tell it to, typically smelters it seems in the early game. The smelters will then further process whichever materials you assign to it, and then that cycle continues with each level of production requiring more and more advanced resources, so you're ultimately setting up these long production chains to get what you need. Fairly standard in the space of automation games, but I really like the way they've done it here. I was really consumed with trying to figure out an efficient layout, as you have to be mindful of how many different things are being transferred and where. There will be choke points that'll bottleneck if you're not careful, and you want to be mindful of the direction that things are flowing in and where they're all going. It's a lot to think about even on a small scale. Managing everything is exceptionally easy from a control standpoint though. It's so easy to set routes and assign different facilities to do different things. I really appreciate the flow of the game in that regard. It's very well put together. There's a little combat in this one that I actually found pretty fun, and at least in the early stages of the game, it wasn't anything too intense. I imagine that'll scale to some degree the further you progress, though. There's a bit of exploration here, too, as you'll need to go around finding resources to take back to your base. You'll find derelict ships to loot, enemy camps to take out, and a bunch of other stuff that I'll let you find on your own. This one is interesting because everything is very easy to grasp and understand, but I found designing a layout that I was happy with to be pretty difficult here, but in a way that was enjoyable. You can also start building vertically whenever you're ready, but I was still trying to find a one-layered setup that I like, so I didn't get too much into that. Outworld Station is really cool. I think if you like the space aesthetic, this is absolutely one to check out, whether you're a seasoned automation gamer or looking for something to ease you in a bit. Very solid game. Next is Word Factory, and people are so cool sometimes, man. How the hell does someone even come up with this idea? This is such a neat little game. I've always been a fan of word games in general, so this was already up my alley, but I can't get over what a cool idea this is. You're basically creating factories that produce the letters needed to spell whatever the word is for a given stage. You always start out with a factory that produces the letter I, and then you have to use the other buildings to shape it into other letters. You start out not knowing how to make anything, and you have to experiment with different setups to see what you can do. The buildings do things like bend, rotate, flip, or merge the squiggles you've made together into letters. And it's so unbelievably satisfying when you have an idea and get it right on the first try. Most of the time, you have free reign to build as many buildings of any kind as you like to do what you need to do, but every now and then you'll hit a challenge stage that'll limit certain buildings, and those are pretty tough sometimes. You have a journal in the game that saves any recipes you discover for each letter, and I'd recommend referencing that from time to time, especially on the challenge stages. I was stuck on Axe forever until I checked my journal, and then I was like, oh yeah, there is actually another way to make an X. You're not seeing anything in the journal you haven't already discovered, so it's not spoiling or anything like that. There is a function to save letter factories if you hit a point where you don't want to have to make a setup for each letter every time, which I did try for a couple of stages, but I actually found it a lot more fun to do it all myself every time. You'll also discover a lot more recipes and stuff doing it on your own. I did accidentally find recipes for a few numbers and symbols as well, so there's no telling what the later stages look like. There are also levels to the game in terms of skill. In addition to just trying to find the letters you need for each stage, there are some other stats related to how efficient your setup is for anyone that likes to min-max things and really get into the details of how and why something is working the way it is. You can try to set it up in ways where there are as few wasted letters as possible and try to optimize the flow of everything. It's pretty interesting, and there are leaderboards associated with all of these things to give you an idea of how well you're doing them. I think this would make a great mobile game. It makes time fly by and it's such a good brain exercise. Word Factory is a really cool little game that is unlike anything else I've played. Very highly recommend. Next is Hydroneer, and I have some mixed feelings about this one. Overall, I do like the game and definitely wanted to keep playing it, but there are a lot of things here that aggravated me and I just don't understand why they are the way they are. It's also worth mentioning that automation seems to be a much later part of the game despite being in the top 3 tags for the game on Steam, which is fine, but just be aware that it's not like a lot of the other games I'm covering in the video in that regard. Hydroneer leans a lot into the tedious elements of gameplay, which if you know anything about me, you know is something I'm generally into. You have to pick up the pan, go fill the pan up with water, place the pan back down, pick up your shovel, dig and fill up the bucket, then dump the dirt into the water, then use your brush, and so on. I'm fine with all of this. Well, most of this. I actually don't know why I can't just put the dirt directly into the pan with the shovel, but whatever. Where things really start getting aggravating is when you have to start doing anything that requires any kind of accuracy. Dropping items or dumping items is so obnoxiously janky, and I just can't come up with an excuse for it that makes me any less pissed off about it. Look how far to the right of the crosshair these items get dropped. It's so goddamn dumb, dude. I hate it. Placing items in build mode is also kind of ridiculous sometimes. Most of the time stuff just wants to sink into the ground. I can tell from some of the items that you can buy that the early game was sort of intentionally designed to be a little frustrating like this, but I don't know if I agree with all the ways this was done. One of the things you can buy is a building hammer that you don't actually build with, but rather allows you to just lock items in place so that you don't accidentally pick them up, which is something you will do plenty of. And it's just like, I don't know, man, that seems more like something that should have just been a quality of life feature than something we have to purchase. You can also only carry one thing at a time. Doesn't matter if it's an entire anvil or a single coin, you can carry one thing. You want to sell 2 rings you made? Put them in the cart and pull, idiot. Man, I know it sounds like I hated the game. I genuinely didn't. I think the heart of the gameplay loop is very fun. It's just littered with things that make it aggravating to deal with. Honestly, if they would just change the way you place items down, the rest of it would be fine with me. Constantly missing while trying to put ores in the crucible and shit just gets so old so quick. As for the rest of the game, it's a nice, moderately mindless little loop you can get into. Just digging, panning, and smelting stuff, and then eventually buying your anvil and everything so you can start forging items to sell. The little world is interesting, and it seems like there are probably a lot of secrets and stuff to uncover the longer you play. I found myself very interested in getting to some of the actual automation stuff and just seeing what the later game was like. You do start getting used to the janky elements, and they stop being quite as aggravating after a while. Also, I thought this was silly. This water seems to be flowing uphill. I don't know if this was overlooked or if there's some sort of mysterious reason to it, but any Austin would have a field day with this, I'm sure. Hydroneer is a game that if I was not playing for this video, I may not have even made it through the tutorial, which also kind of sucks, by the way. But being forced to push through and experience the game for a little bit actually did result in me enjoying it and wanting to keep playing it. So I'll say it's worth a look if what you've seen has done anything for you, but just be aware there's going to be some jank to trudge through before it gets fun. Up next is Little Rocket Lab, and sometimes when you least expect it, a game comes out of nowhere and blows your mind, and holy shit am I in love with this game. If Stardew Valley and Factorio had a baby, this is what it would be, and I don't think I'm going to be able to say enough good things about it to make you understand how much I enjoyed it, but it's among the front runners for my game of the year at this point. I loved every single thing about this game, and it's pretty clear the developer did too, because there was obviously so much care and attention put into it. Lots of quality of life, lots of little details in different places, and time taken to do things that didn't have to be done. This is a really special little game. Like your dog will follow you around, and you have a tennis ball you can throw whenever, and he'll bring it back. At one point, he got distracted chasing some birds while we were out and about. Just a lot of little cute stuff like that. You start off getting a bit of the backstory. You had to leave your family home when you were young, where you used to work on the rocket silo with your mom and aunt, and 10 years later, you return to find things in less than working condition, and your ultimate goal is to get it all back up and running. I think the writing here is really good. They did a great job of giving these characters personality and making it easy to connect with them. I also got a few good laughs. This big toaster robot that only speaks in bread recipes tickles the shit out of me. You'll see most of the systems you'd expect to see from both types of games this seems to have been inspired by, with a town to explore and people to get to know and build relationships with, a community center type function of sorts that'll ultimately move your research forward, decorative items and all that kind of stuff. The rocket silo will be another huge project to complete with different items, and then on the factory game side, you have a lot of different buildings and conveyor belts and tools to set up your production lines however you see fit, and I'm just shocked at how well it all comes together. These are such interesting genres to blend, but I really think they nailed it. I love the art style here. I think it's very cute. The music is great. You can see that the game is going to open up pretty wide the longer you play it, but I think the pace of progression here is nice, and while later on you'll probably start needing a ton of different items to complete certain milestones, in the early stages the numbers are pretty reasonable. It really seems more about letting you get the hang of the gameplay loop and getting comfortable with the foundational stuff before overwhelming you with the huge tasks and complicated production lines. Little Rocket Lab blew me away. I had no idea idea what it was coming in, but this is one I'm almost certainly going to try and finish. I'd highly recommend everyone give this a shot. It's likely to be my favorite game from the video. Next is Joy of Programming, and this is an absolutely brilliant game that I just do not know enough to be able to play effectively. I think I assumed this was a little more of a teach you how to code game, but it's really more of a game for people who either already know how to code or are a bit deeper in their journey of learning how to code. I've been trying to learn when I have the free time, but I'm not quite where I need to be to play this game with any real success yet. The game operates on Python, but like from within, like you're actually coding inside of the game to get things to function. And the goal, at least in the early stages, has been to try and automate these processes to deliver certain items to certain spots by managing conveyor belts, scanners, spawners, and so on. The first couple of stages I was able to figure out with my very limited knowledge, but once I hit this stage, I was a bit lost. There is a button in the top right you can hit that will take you to a YouTube video where the developer seems to have made a tutorial for every stage in the game, and he's a great teacher. He does a great job explaining the thought processes and how to approach solving the problems, but again, this doesn't seem so much about teaching you actual coding from a technical standpoint. He didn't really break down a lot of the specifics on the code so much as the logistical side of things and the thought processes involved in solving the problems. But it was still very interesting and helpful in its own right, and if you understand how to code, it's probably great next level insight. Joy of Programming is such a cool and unique game based on my experience, and while I'm not quite ready for it yet, I will certainly revisit it someday when I know a little more about what I'm doing in Python and see if I have any more success. I'd recommend this to anyone who is at least moderately comfortable in Python and is looking for something to test your skills and get your wheels turning. Very cool game. Next is Captain of Industry, and it's a really cool game, but the tutorial's kind of buns in my opinion, so you're gonna have to push through that. The game itself is fantastic and is a lot of fun once you start understanding a little bit about what you're doing. I imagine the bigger builds are insane here. I would love to see what some experienced players have done with the game. The actual progression in the game feels pretty good as well. It was just a few issues with the tutorial that I got a little hung up on that made my early game feel more aggravating than it should have. The biggest culprit here is designating a dump zone for waste. It's one of the first things it asks you to do, and nothing about how this system works is intuitive to me. There's also a tutorial specifically for this, and it also does not explain it well at all. I spent so much time trying to figure this out and even looked up a video after a while, which I usually don't do for these videos, but I was sick of having the mission on my screen. It's a very commonly searched thing apparently, and I never really found a good answer. I ignored it for a while and then came back and tried again, and randomly one of the times I put a zone down, it just worked for some reason. I have no idea what I did differently, but it completed the task and my truck started dumping waste in the new zone. I still don't know why. Most of the other systems in the game were very nice though and pretty easy to approach, and while they definitely can be complex and probably will be as you expand, it's not so bad getting a few production chains started. I'm a big fan of the visuals here. The way the trucks will form roads the longer they drive back and forth over certain areas, every facility having its own animations, and like really good in-depth visuals. It makes everything feel alive, and even the world in general looks great. The water and terrain and all that, I dig it. This is a game I would like to revisit someday, as I would very much like to experience the later game stages. I'm very interested in what that looks like. Captain of Industry feels like an excellent automation game that really only seems to lack in the tutorial, which is a bit unfortunate, but if you can stick it out, or perhaps get a little information elsewhere to clear up some of the confusing aspects of the tutorial, I think this is a game any fan of automation would enjoy. It might better be suited for those with a little more experience in the genre though. Either way, it's worth a play for sure. Next is Alchemy Factory, and man, this one really just does it for me. I loved it. You start the game and just immediately get to it with the tutorial showing you the general gist of how things work, and then you're left on your own to figure it out. It'll take a bit of tinkering around, but it's all pretty intuitive for the most part, and there's solid documentation in the game to answer any questions you have. The gameplay loop here seems to be centered around automating production of goods to sell in your shop, which you can also automate eventually, and make money to advance your research and open up the things you're able to work with and produce. You'll also have missions you have to complete to advance your level, which will be needed for the research tree as there are only so many things available for each level. It's pretty low pressure. You're free to just do whatever you like at your own pace. There is a system for people getting aggravated when they can't find what they want in your store, which says it drops your reputation a bit, but that never really bothered me. Figuring out these systems is so fun. I also just love the aesthetic here, and everything is very smooth, and I like that it gets a little wacky with some of it. You can craft little catapults to launch stuff around your production lines and stuff. It's fun, and you could really build some wild shit here over time. The space you're able to acquire is also huge. You have to buy new plots when you're ready, and I stayed in the first plot I bought as it was more than enough space for 2 hours, but at the end I ran around the city a bit, and there are so many different spots to purchase. You could eventually just build a full-blown factory throughout the entire town. You can tell they spent a lot of time figuring out how things should work here, and there's a lot of solid quality of life. For as complex as some of this could be, they've made it all flow really nicely. I had just hit level 4 when I finished, which allowed me to buy an automatic register, which automated the selling of items in my store, and I made it a point to automate my products as I built, so my store was running fully autonomously aside from me having to load wood, stone, and iron ore occasionally. But we're talking like once a day maybe at this point. I am interested to see if at some point you're able to automate the acquisition of those resources. I'm sure you are. I think what I mean is I'm interested in seeing how they decided to do that. Alchemy Factory is excellent, and I think it's pretty approachable for anyone newer to the genre, and one I will definitely be revisiting from time to time. Highly recommend. Up next is Odd Sparks, an automation adventure, and it's another very good game and a pretty unique take on the genre. It's another one that I just adore, and it's so fucking cute it pisses me off. This game has a bit of a storyline associated with it, and it'll be giving you quests from several different NPCs on what seems like an ongoing basis. So if you're someone who finds yourself feeling kind of lost anytime you've tried an automation game, this might be a good one to try. You still ultimately have the freedom to do whatever you want to do, but this just trickles out quests for you that'll sort of keep you on a path as far as which things you should be working on producing and stuff. I think it's very well done. It's not done in a way that feels like it's restricting you, but the guidance is there if you need it. You will have to do them to unlock newer technologies, of course, but as far as the freedom and space to build, you're pretty much wide open from the first time you leave town. With having such a unique take on this type of game, it did take a little bit of getting used to, but once I did, I was just in love with the gameplay. You'll find these shrines in the world that will enable you to craft different sparks, which are these little guys that follow you around. They are the driving force behind your automation, and they're very cool. The first ones you get are called Stumpy Sparks, and they do very basic blunt damage to things. So you'll start by just throwing them out towards stuff you want them to collect and bring back. Eventually, you'll drop 2 of them in a building, and when that building has what it needs to make an item, they'll make it automatically. You can draw out paths and then throw them on them, and they'll just continue to walk them, transferring items when they're available, and this is how you fully automate things. I eventually found a shrine that let me create crafty sparks, who are made to work in buildings, so they'll work sawmills and loggers faster than Stumpy Sparks will. There are apparently a ton of different kinds of sparks, and you'll have to be mindful of the kind of damage they do and what they're best at. You can't send Stumpy or crafty sparks to chop down big trees, for example, because they both do blunt damage, and big trees are immune to blunt damage. It's such a cool little system, and the addition of the story and NPCs giving you quests really added a sense of motivation for me to progress, which is something I already feel in most of these games, but here it was amplified a bit. Right around the end of my 2 hours, I was approaching the point where I was going to pull my trademark.
This is the cheapest cruise I could book in China. The ship calls itself a luxury cruise liner known as the Oriental Dream.
As someone who grew up going on cruises to the Caribbean and Mexico, I'm really looking forward to see how this experience will compare.
But before this trip, several Chinese people warned me that it would be terrible. Yo, bro, I'm about to go on the cruise I was telling you about. And if locals are saying that, not just foreign tourists like me, then we may be in for a pretty rough ride. Over the next few days, we're gonna find out just how low the standard can go.
Oh my god.
Or if it's actually a decent vacation hidden behind a bad reputation. I mean, it can't be that bad, right? Let's find out. Okay,
矿泉水都30，你说啤酒它能30能挡住吗？
这太坑了吧！拜拜，我走了。I just saw another foreigner. What the hell? Yeah, yo, there's a foreigner on here. Oh, let me say what up to this guy.
Where are you from? 2 foreigners.
2 foreigners. There's another one?
Amongst 5,000 Chinese. Jürgen, hi.
Joel, good to meet you. So how do you think this is going to be? How do you expect it to be?
Look, I lived here for 11 years.
So you kind of know what you're getting yourself into here?
Yeah.
After clearing customs and grabbing some alcohol from the tax-free shop, we can head on to the boat.
Yeah! Woo! Party! 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 Yeah!
Slow man! Oh my god! Yeah! Oh! Like this! Can I touch?
Oh, okay. Touch. Ah! Okay. Oh! Hello. You're not Chinese. Okay. Alright. Hello. Alright, what a hell of a welcome there. I'm tempted to show you guys around and stuff, but I'm just gonna go straight to the room. Hey, 你好。3楼应该是，我看一眼。2楼。哎，谢谢。然后那个床几点出发啊？
还不确定，要演习之后这边记录一下。
OK， 谢谢。Wow, guys, everybody is so friendly so far. I'm very. 哎，你好。我问一下，大部分的那个员工是中国人还是国外的
You can speak English.
Oh, English.
Yeah.
Oh, where are you from?
I'm from Myanmar.
Oh, okay, perfect. So is most of the staff like Chinese or?
No. Yeah, half.
Half.
Yeah.
Oh,
Chinese,
wonderful.
Philippine.
I'm happy to meet you all. Okay.
Yeah, nice.
That's awesome.
Relieved I'll be able to speak some English on this cruise, the international staff showed me to my room.
Thank you.
Follow me.
The cheapest room on the cheapest cruise in China.
All right, thank you. Can sit.
Thank you.
Guys. Okay, first things first, no windows. This is the cheapest room available on the boat, on the second deck. Like, there is nothing in here, okay?
And these are the beds. I guess if I'm just one person, maybe I'll kind of try to finagle the beds together because this is very narrow. I guess let's see what the bathroom is like because usually those are incredibly small in cruise ships. Okay, you know what? This is actually not bad. This is pretty good, guys. Okay, and then the shower is like pretty acceptable. Guys, everything seems clean so far, like no bad odors. This is already far above my expectations. Oh, okay. I hope you don't mind. Is this okay? I'm like one person. Is this okay?
It's okay, it's okay.
Okay.
No problem.
Thank you. What's this for?
For the garbage.
Oh, for garbage. Oh. I was told water is 30 RMB for a bottle. Is water free?
And this one is free.
Like, if I need more, like free?
Free. But next day, no free.
So tomorrow, not free?
Not free.
Today, free?
Today, free.
Can I get like a lot today?
No.
No?
Just one free. One person, one.
One person, one. Okay, so I guess bad news kind of confirmed. We gotta pay for water on this boat. And allegedly the only free water is hot water. I hope they at least have ice. Alright, let's not waste any time. I'm gonna head up to the top deck. Because we all know the best thing to do on a cruise ship is to eat. So let's figure out what the buffet is. Buffet like food, yeah.
Yeah, you can buy that night right now.
Only buy?
Yeah.
No free food?
Not right now.
Oh, when is
I
there
think
free
this
food?
Only available for dinner buffet.
Oh, what time is dinner?
5 p.m.
5?
Yeah.
Okay. So only purchase until 5?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Okay, I guess my excitement was rather short-lived because I am starving, but there's no free food until 5 p.m. Every other cruise I've been on, you get on the boat and there's like unlimited food, you go to the buffet. Now, I guess if I'm being real, I could just buy food here, but what's the fun in that? You know? It's a cruise ship. You should get free food in your ticket. Hello?
你是网红吗？
不是. Where are you from? Myanmar?
No. I'm from China. You? Where from?
America.
America.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we have the celebrity party now. Surprise dance